Salaki, man. The sound wasn't working. These things are so technical. Should be working now. See for straight.
Bend it that way, so and then this can be bent.
Yeah. This. See, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should work. Yeah, we could do it.
Ready?
I think the sound's working. Let me see. Oh yeah, we are.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright man, Shalom. We give all praises to Allah, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'ashem, Rakakadash. Double honors unto the apostles and the elders at Great Millstone who taught us the truth. And salute to the Arkham that continue to push the word in truth and in sincerity, man. Yeah, it's had a bit of technical difficulties there, but you know, God for Yahweh Shai, we're back up on the air, man. And pretty much it's a good day because it's the Sabbath and it's one day closer to the kingdom of Yahweh Shai, man. And you know, so we're gonna get straight into it. Just bear with me for 1 second. So I'm gonna go to Romans. Right. So this is Romans chapter 9. I'll start from the top and it says, I say the truth in Yahweh Shai, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit that I have great heaviness on continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Yahweh Shai, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, okay, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law, and the service of the Most High, and the promises, man. Okay, so all of these things pertain to who? To Israel, man. And we're out here to proclaim to you that the Lord is coming to save the Israelites, man, starting with the elect. Okay? Contrary to popular belief, the Lord isn't here to save all people, man. Alright, Yahweh Shai, his sacrifice on the cross, the teaching of the gospel, it was all for the sake of Israel. Okay? I'll read that again from verse 3, Romans chapter 9 and 3, and it says, "For I could wish that myself were accursed from Yahweh Shai, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh." Okay, so this thing is according to the flesh, alright, which means by the seed. Now there is a spiritual side to it, because we can't, pull out, papers and documents and say, okay, based upon these papers, I'm an Israelite. Okay, we go by the Spirit. Now, I'm going to get a precept to back up what I've just said. And you brothers got to bear with me, because I got a second phone here, which is an Android, but I'm an iPhone user, so I'm slow with the Androids, man. But give me a sec, 1 second. Right, to back up what I just said, that this thing, although it's according to the seed and the flesh, the Lord is coming for Israelites by seed, by flesh, we also go by the Spirit. And right now, predominantly we go by the Spirit. It says in Romans chapter 8, so the previous chapter, chapter 8 verse 16, the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children or the sons of the Most High. So this is a spiritual thing. Yes, the Lord is coming to save Israelites according to the flesh by the seed, but we're not validated by the flesh right now. We're validated by the Spirit. Okay? It's a spiritual thing. Our spirit bear witness with their spirit. Salaki, the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit, which is what the Holy Spirit bears witness with us. Okay? That we are the sons of the power. We're the sons of the Most High. Okay? Right? But nonetheless, even though we're validated spiritually, you can't get around the fact that the Lord ain't coming for anyone else other than those who are of the seed and lineage of Israel. Okay? So going back to the next chapter where I started out, in Romans the 9th chapter, he says, "For I could wish that myself were accursed from Yahweh Shai, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites," man. So is everybody according to the flesh Israelites? Because you've got these Christian apologists out here saying, oh no, if you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, then you become a spiritual son of Israel. There's no such thing as becoming a spiritual son of Israel, man. Okay? What the hell is that, man? Why don't you become a spiritual son of Elah or a spiritual son of Ham? Or why don't you fucking white people, alright, which predominantly are the Edomites, according to the scriptures, which is the devil on the earth, why don't you become quote unquote spiritual sons of Esau then? Own your fucking identity. But no, if anyone believes in the Lord Jesus Christ, then all of a sudden they're spiritual Israelites. It doesn't work like that, man. The scriptures clearly just said, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, man. So the Lord, you can't be a spiritual Israelite, man. You're an Israelite by flesh, and you're validated by the Spirit, which is the Holy Spirit. Because once again, you've got the Israel of in general, and you've got the Israel of the Most High, which is the hopeful elect, the brothers that's concerned with this truth, man. All right. So who are, verse 4, Romans 9 and 4, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption. The adoption of what? Because right now, the Most High is not really dealing with us, man. Alright? The Most High Yahweh is not got anything to do with us, man. The Most High Yahweh is not interested in Israel, man. Okay? The Lord put the curses on us and turned his face away from us, man. Alright? The Lord took his grace and his mercy away from us. But then he gave it back again when he turned the heart of the fathers to the sons, and the heart of the sons to the fathers, man. That's the fulfillment of the prophecy when the likes of Elijah Bivens, Rabbi Abba Bivens, came on the scene, which we believe is Elijah the prophet, man. Okay, who is also John the Baptist, man. Alright, that's when the Lord started to turn his face back towards us. But prior to that, the Most High was done with us, man. He wasn't interested. Okay? And even to this day, the Lord Yahweh, the Most High, is not really interested, man. So all you guys call yourself going straight to the Lord, going straight to Yahweh, you know, oh Yahweh, hear my prayer. You're playing yourself, man. Because the Most High ain't dealing with us, man. It's his son. Okay? Yahweh Shai is the one that deals with us, man. Okay? And then he reports back to the Heavenly Father. You know, yeah, Father, those men, you know, the elect, they're down there on the earth, you know, they're doing their thing, they're keeping the faith. And it's like the Most High looks at the house and like, oh yeah? Okay, cool. Something got in my eye. That's all good, you know? So the Lord Yahweh ain't dealing with us, man. It's Yahweh Shai. Okay? And it says, for I could wish that myself were a curse from Yahweh Shai, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption. That's why I mentioned all of that the Heavenly Father ain't dealing with us, because adopted to what? Being adopted as sons again. Alright? Because the Lord basically cast us away, man. The Heavenly Father cast us away and dealt with us no longer as sons, man, but as bastards, man, as disobedient children casted out, man. So the adoption is us being brought back to the Heavenly Father. So it says, to whom pertaineth the adoption, man. But then when we read the start of the verse, it says, who are Israelites, man. So who's going to get adopted back to the Heavenly Father? These other nations? Hell no. You can't, man. The only people that's going to get adopted back to the Heavenly Father are the Israelites, man. Okay? To whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants, man. Okay? Now, who was the covenants originally given to? The whole world? All nations? No, man. The covenants was given to the Israelites. Now, let's get some precepts on that. So I'm going to hold Romans 9, and then we're going to get some more precepts. Bear with me. Particular one I want to get where it speaks about the people gathered at the mountain. Right, I think I found it. So this is the book of Exodus 19. So let's pull it up in the full Bible. Right, so this is the book of Exodus chapter 19. Right, so I'll start from Exodus 19 verse 14. And it says, and Moses went down from the mount unto the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day, which means 3 days from now, be ready, right? And come not at your wives, which means what? Don't have sex, okay? And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mount, which was an actual cloud because of the smoke which came as a result of the Lord's chariot coming down. And it says, and a thick cloud upon the mount. So what happened was the chariot came down and landed upon Mount Sinai, and there was thunderings and like a large cloud, man. All right, fire, and it produced a large smoke. So the chariot was hidden inside of the cloud. So it was a cloud within a cloud. Ezekiel speaks about that, right? And it says, and there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, which is the shofar, right? And it says, which played from the chariot, and it says, so that all the people in the camp trembled, all right? And who was in the camp? The Israelites. And it says, and Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with the Most High, and they stood at the nether part of the mount, and Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, which means that the Lord was inside of the chariot, which was really Yahweh Shai on behalf of the Heavenly Father, Yahweh. Okay, and the Lord was in the chariot, and when the chariot landed upon Mount Sinai, the landing pods came out, and fire was coming from the landing pods so that it could land upon Mount Sinai. Okay, so that's why the mountain was altogether on smoke, right? So verse 18 again, and Mount Sinai was altogether on smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, that's the shofar, right? Louder and louder, Moses spake, and the Most High answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. Verse 21, and the Lord said unto Moses, go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze. And many of them perished, because the Lord came in his angelic body, man. So if they went up there and saw the chariot and the Lord in his pure form, they would die from his excellence. They would die from his presence. The very sight of the Heavenly Father would kill you, and his Son in his angelic force. Okay? And Moses said to the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, saying, set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. But the Lord knew that the people were stubborn, and even though that there was boundaries set around the mountain, they were still, some of them are so dumb, they would still break forth and climb up the mountain to see if they could go see the Lord. Right, so this is verse 24, and the Lord said unto him, away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee, but not let the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. Meaning that if the Lord saw the people, he would get angry, and his presence alone would kill them. So Moses went down unto the people and spake. Now, what I want to do is, this is where the Lord gave the 10 Commandments, right? Which is the summary of the law. Right. So the people were actually at the bottom of the mountain, and so this is chapter 20, verse 19, and the people said, and they said unto Moses, speak with us, and we will hear, but let not the Most High speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for the Most High has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that he sinned not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where Yahweh was. Alright? So the people agreed to keep the law, statutes, and commandments, man. Alright? And that's not the first time it was said. There's many plots in the law where the people said we would agree, and which was us back there. We agreed to keep these to keep the laws, man. Okay? So the reason I read that is to go back to Romans to say who was at the mountain? Who was the covenant given to? The covenant was given to Israelites. Okay? So how the hell, right? And you gotta say it like that, man. But how the fuck do you get other nations coming into the equation when it was us back at Mount Sinai who agreed to the covenant? Because the covenant is nothing more than a contractual agreement. Right? It was, we just read it. It was us back there. So how do you get other nations from that? It's impossible, man. You other nations are not in the equation. I got another precept on that, but I'm gonna stick with this for now. This is Romans chapter 9, going back to verse 4, and it says, "Who are Israelites? To whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants." What covenants? We just read it. All right, the law, statutes, and commandments, 613 of them, and the sum. You know, but yeah, the summary of that is the 10. Okay, so it was us which agreed to that. Let me see. I gotta check if the sound's working. Yeah, it's working. Right. So with that now, let's see. Yeah, and the covenants and the giving of the law. So it was given to Israel, man. So from the law, statutes, and commandments, everything which comes out of that, you know, the history, the accounts, the gospel, the faith, all right, in Yahweh Shai, you know, it all is for who? For Israel, man. And the service of the Most High and the promises, man. So it pertains to who? To Israel, man. So let's get another precept to further validate that, man. And we're going to bring all these precepts out to prove to you and show you that the Lord is dealing with the nation of Israel. And deeper than that, the elect of Israel, which is an Israel within itself. Okay? Right. This is Psalms 147, verse 20. And it says, "He hath not dwelt so." In fact, let me read it. Let me read up a few verses. So that's Psalms 147. Right, so this is the book of Psalms 147. Right, Psalms 147, verse 19. And it says, "Be sure of his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments." What's the Lord's statutes? The commandments, man. Okay? So he's sure of his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his commandments unto Israel. Alright? Ain't no, quote unquote, spiritual Israelites, anyone from any other nation who believes they can join and tag along. You know, you could be an Elamite, you could be Edomite, you could be a Cushite, you could be a Hamite, you know. You know, what's the other people, man? You can be from your path, you can be a Japhite. You know, once you believe in Jesus Christ, then you can know. It says very clearly here, he's sure of his word unto Jacob, and his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. It's as simple as that, man. Okay? And then if that wasn't enough, the nail in the coffin, if you will, is in verse 20, where it says, "He hath not dealt so with any nation." All right? And for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. That's a cold cut, man. That's a cold fucking cut. I'm going to read that again. All right? And this is for you vocab, right, and all you other fucking apologists, right, that seem to think that you can creep up into salvation, all right? It says it here, Psalms 147 and 19. He showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. That's cool, man. Okay? So that proves to you, man, the Lord is only dealing with Israel, man. It's as simple as that. He makes it clear that you other nations, he hasn't dealt with you like that. Alright? That's why there's no breath in you, man. Okay? That's why you Hamites, you figure it's smart to fucking cover yourself in camel shit, alright, and drink cow pee, alright? That's why you Edomites, you figure it's smart to fucking pollute the water you drink, to pollute the sky, alright? Okay? That's why you Arabs, you fucking Arabs, you figure it's smart, okay? So you also cover yourselves in camel piss, man, and eat camel, alright? Alright? You Elamites, alright? That's why you figure it's smart to go and have sex with your sisters and then breed all kind of fucked up genetic children, man. That's right. Because the Lord ain't dealt with you according to his statutes and his judgments. So you all you other nations, you're all base men. But the basest out of all of you is Esau. The dumbest out of all of you is Edomites, man. Okay? But really, when you check it, you're all fucking stupid. That's why you all do these fucked up things. Because the Lord has not dealt with you according to wisdom. The Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, has not dealt with you according to fucking common sense, man. Alright? Okay? Yeah, you read the likes of Ezekiel 37, the dry bones, can these bones live? Yeah, because as we said, we started out, the Lord turned his face away from us. Okay? But guess what? Let's check it. If you want to talk about dry bones and death, all you other nations, your whole existence is dry bones and death, man. There is no life in you, man. There's no wisdom in you. Alright? That's why these laws that you come up with, they don't work, man. That's why the world is in a fucked up state. Because this is a result of having a fucking idiot in power. All because the Lord has not dealt with you, as we read in Psalm 147, according to statutes or judgments, man.
That's a very good point, because you're going through the listing of nations and their shortcomings in terms of them transgressing the laws of the Most High because they don't know them. If you look at the Moabites, right, what did they try and introduce? Some one-child-only policy, right? Where did that get them? You know, they went against the wisdom of the Most High, trying to say, oh, now you can only have one child. Well, guess what happened? A lot of them Moabites started having daughters. And they didn't want to have a daughter because they knew that the family line was carried on for the son. So when a lot of them were having their daughters, they would kill the daughter and then try and have another son. So what did you get? You had an overpopulation of boy children. So now they're growing up, they're realizing, oh shit, they've got no one to marry. So how wise was that? That wasn't wisdom at all, that was folly.
And as the commandment you always like to bring out is what? Thou shalt be fruitful and multiply. So there you go, you fucking Moabites. That proves the Lord didn't deal with you according to wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And that's an easy commandment, man. One of the first commandments is to have sex, man. To get married, have sex, and have children. Don't get rid of the child, actually have children. Like, that's a command, man. Swear. But here it is, you, as I said, I missed that Moab, but the brother brought it up. That's the spirit. You Moabites, you figure it smart to be populating South Africa, population control. That's dumb, man. That don't make no sense, man. Okay? So, and there's many more. I mean, if we actually wanted to list every single thing, we couldn't even do it. We'll be here until your house comes back, man. That's right. Listing all the fuckery you nations have done, man. Alright? But it all proves, I just listed a few, but it all proves this. Psalms 147 and 19. He sheweth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation. That's why they're in darkness. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. So we say Barak for Yahweh, Barak for Yahweh Shai, man. Okay? Because that's the distinction, man. That's the distinction which makes us better than you. Okay? Now let me get a precept on that. The Lord didn't choose you. 1 second. Right. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and 7. And it says, the Lord Yahweh did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people. For you were fewest of all people. When you check it, Israel is one of the youngest nations, man.
Right?
It's like not one of the youngest. It is the youngest, man. We're the youngest nation, all right? And at the time, we were amongst the smallest, man. There's been times where Israel, certain tribes, and even the whole nation almost got wiped out, man. At one point, there was like, 300 or 400 Benjamites, man. Right. Men, the tribe of Benjamin, we almost got wiped out, man. You know?
Go on. If I may, when all the other nations were established, when we went down into Egypt, there was only 70 souls that went into Egypt.
See?
But we came out a great multitude. That's why the Egyptians were scared of us, because they saw how fruitful we were, and we were multiplying to the point where they got scared.
Yeah.
And they said, like, let us do a wise with them, lest when any war break out, they join themselves amongst their enemies and overcome us. So guess what? That was the will of the Lord for us to overcome you Egyptians anyway. Yeah. So that was going to happen. But back to you.
Yeah, that's on point, man. You know. So I brought that out just to say that, you know, the Lord did choose us because of, you know, attributes and how long you've been on the scene. Because we're the new kids on the block, man. All right, and we were the smallest. All right, but the Lord had it already predestined that He would choose us, man. We were His people, man. We would go on to be His people. All right. The Lord once again is dealing with the nation of Israel, man. You can't get around it, man. All right. This thing is predestined, man. Christianity likes to teach you that witchcraft, ideology, and idea that you can change your destiny. You can't change the destiny, man. All right, it's set. Everything is set, man.
That's right.
All right. Now let me get one precept on that. If you want to pull it, if you want. According to.
For you.
Hold on, you go. Where is it? Salaki. According to the predestination.
I'll find it.
I really wanted YouTube brothers to start out.
I'll take over.
Okay. Hurry up, come man, because I'm always talking. Just jump on for a bit, man.
Right,
Yeah,
so
Someone just watched the camera, innit?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
I got the precept, right?
Yeah.
Romans 9, starting
Let me get my last precept.
yeah, go ahead.
Check it.
But Romans 9, starting from verse 11. For the children not yet being born,
Yep.
neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth.
Actually, you got it.
Can't. It was said unto her that the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Right? Do you want to finish your point on that? Or?
No, you got it.
Right, yeah. So basically, as the brother was speaking about, this is all about predestination. Because unlike, not this isn't how Christianity teaches, where they teach you got free will. There's no such thing as free will. Everything that's taking place on this earth is happening as it is ordained to happen by the will of Yahweh himself, because he's the Heavenly Father and he controls all things. That's why we refer to him as the Most High. You know, how can you be the Most High if you're not above everything? He is. But Christianity doesn't teach that. They try and put the Most High into a box by saying, God is love. God is love. Yeah, he can be love, but guess what? The Most High has a wide range of emotions. The scriptures refer to him as a man of war. You know, the Most High refers to, so the scriptures refer to the Most High as the King of Terrors, man. Like a lot of these Christians up in that church, they're terrified of Satan, man. When they got it backwards. Really, you shouldn't be scared of Satan. You should be scared of the Most High, because it's the Most High who kills. The Satan hasn't got no power to do anything other than that which is given unto him from the Most High. And if I may make a point, I was watching the video you did yesterday, Imam, yeah?
Oh,
You
yeah.
was talking about that film,
Jesus
of Nazareth.
Yeah.
When Pontius Pilate said unto Yahweh Shai, who are you?
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah.
And he was saying, don't you know I have the power to crucify thee or release thee?
Yeah.
And Yahweh Shai said, you have no power over me other than that which is given to you from the Most High. And that's basically how it works. So you can't be in this society thinking that Esau's running shit, because he ain't running shit, man. Esau's just a fucking minion, a little pawn, a little puppet that was set up to be the basest of men, to rule over this kingdom for a short span of time, then it's going to be taken out of power when Yahweh Shai returns. And there's nothing on this earth that Esau can do to avert destiny.
Right.
Or, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is Romans 8 and 30 says, moreover, you start from 29 it says, Romans 8:29 says, for whom he did foreknew, he also did predestinate to be confirmed to the image of his son, that he might be the firstborn among many nations. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. What shall we then say?
Is there unrighteousness?
What shall we then say to these things? If God before us, who can
Be
be
against us. That's a beautiful point. I thought he was going to go into what it says, is there unrighteousness from the Most High? No, there's not. Because he has the power to create one vessel unto honor and one vessel unto dishonor. And like, if you look at all the way the world is constructed, you've got two things set against each other. You've got up, you've got down, you've got left, you've got right, you've got hot, you've got cold. So you've got good and you've got evil. So us Israelites, we were created to be the righteous, whereas these Edomites, they were created to be the wicked, the basest of men. And if you look at all of their actions, it speaks for itself, man. If you was to line up the scriptures, the 613 laws of the Bible, and you was to look at the way that these Edomites are running the earth, you would know of a surety that they are these are the wicked, man, because they do everything contrary to the scriptures, man. Just want to make a quick point as well, because as I just said, I was watching the brother's video, that scene from Jesus of Nazareth, that film, where Pontius Pilate was saying, who are you? What are you? Because in his mind, he couldn't comprehend the ways of the Most High. And that's very true, because I've got a testimony of that. I mean, I'm sure we all have as brothers in this truth, but I remember some years ago, I was doing some therapy group, and I was in there, and you know, you're sitting in there, you're listening to what they're saying, and there was a lot of Edomites in that room, but there was one particular Edomite, and in the topic of the group discussion, it got onto Christianity, and I was sitting there just quiet, because I wasn't going to bother to you know, bring out this truth in that setting. I was just sitting there, and a lot of those Edomites in there, they thought they were the holy people, even though they didn't know the Bible and stuff. They thought that they were the holy people. So as we come out now, I was standing at the bus stop, and one of the Edomite women in there came up to me. She was talking to me, and I said a couple of things, because she started talking about some dogs, right? Because she works in some sort of veterinary place, right?
Yeah.
And she was talking to me, and she says, "Oh, I had to put down a greyhound this week." And I said, "Why is that?" She goes, "Oh, well, the owner didn't want it anymore." I said, "What? So you put the dog down just because the owner didn't want it?" She goes, "Yeah, we do it all the time because when they race these greyhounds, like they race them, and when they stop when they're not so fast anymore, rather than keep the dog, a lot of these Edomites just kill them because to them it's a waste of money to keep the dog, right?" So I said, "That's wicked, man. You shouldn't be putting dogs down like that." And she's like, "Oh, well, it's more humane this way because otherwise they'll just put them in a bag and throw them in the river." And I was like, how do you do a job like that, man? And she's like, "Oh, well, they don't really feel anything in that." I said, "How do you know? How do you know? Did the dog tell you it don't feel anything?" And she started talking all this bullshit about, there's single cell organisms that don't feel any pain and all this kind of shit. I'm like, how do you know that? And I was saying, "You know what, man, that's just one of God's creatures. You shouldn't just be killing it like that." And then she started saying to me, she pretty much said, "Who are you? What are you?" Because she couldn't understand my faith. She was saying to me like, "Oh, I think I hear what you're saying, but it really seems very alien to me. I mean, I really don't understand. Where do you get that from? How do you have so much? Where does your belief come from?" So these Edomites, man, they're outside the temple.
Yeah, what? Yeah.
Come on.
This is Job 30, a couple of verses. Says, "But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose father I would have disdained to have set with dogs of my flock."
That's a good point. Read that again, Mum. Sure.
But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose father I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock.
Yep, there you go. Because I was just talking about how they were putting down these greyhounds and other animals, because to them it's easier that way. But I've got another precept on that point.
If I could just add
Go ahead.
a little bit to that, because you were saying that woman, how she felt about the dog, because really everything to Esau, if it can't benefit you or profit you financially or has no use for you, then what's it? It's to have a very narcissistic attitude. I actually done a video on how narcissists they are. I being around them, grew up around them. I remember they used to get the dog. One guy got a dog. It's on YouTube as well. He just got the dog. No one was around. He just got the dog and he just started flinging it down, man.
Yeah.
Just flinging it down for nothing, man.
You know what?
That's why when we're at camp, when we used to go, dogs used to look at us, not really through the spirit, because we are even on a low level, we're in league with the animals, right?
Yep.
They see what they see what they did say, "What are these guys? I want to get away." Because what they're putting up with behind the scenes,
Yeah.
right? Because we know there's a whole lot of bestiality going on.
That's right.
And that's why when Kevin Samuel said, I'll give it back to you, when Kevin Samuel says, "Buy a dog, right, and die alone," the Edomites, that's why they got their dogs, man.
That's right.
They do all that kind of shit, man. Bestiality, man.
That's right. That's a good point. And you see the videos, brothers be uploading, Edomites sitting there, tongue kissing the dog. For fuck's sake, man, I was watching the video yesterday. It's an old video that I've seen before, but I was watching it again. Some Edomite woman sitting there with a dog. She let the dog pee in a cup and she starts drinking the dog's urine, saying that it's good for curing acne and shit. I mean, this is the nature of these Edomites. But the funny thing is that they try and masquerade themselves as if they care for animals and they're all about caring for the animals. Because this woman who I was talking to, she said she worked for a veterinary clinic and that she's got all these rabbits and she cares for these gerbils, and in her house she's got 12 cats and whatever she's got, right? They parade themselves as if they care about animals, but really they're abusing the animals, man. Right. This is Proverbs 12 and verse 10.
Salakia, that's why Job said he wouldn't even have
them around the dogs.
Dogs around.
Right, Proverbs 12 and 10. A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. Now that perfectly sums up that Edomite woman who I was talking to that time, because again, they're trying to masquerade themselves as if they care about the animals, but they don't. For example, I posted a video in the chat, I don't know if you brothers have seen it yet, of some equestrian athlete. Now I believe an equestrian is a horse rider, right? If I'm not mistaken. right? So a lot of these horse riders often are Edomites because Jake ain't got no money to own no horse, not at least in this society for the most part. But when you really look into it, the way a lot of these Edomites care for their horses, they actually abuse them. For example, I've seen videos of women like masturbating horses. I don't know for what reason. I can't remember for what reason they said they were doing it, but they were literally like jacking off the horse and catching the sperm, just like with cows. They do that with cows. What they do is to breed. I was watching this documentary about how they were making this Super Bull. Now, this Super Bull, I can't remember what they call it. It's basically this bull which looks really sickly because it's just pure meat. Like it's so heavy that it can't even move right? It's pure meat. But the reason why they produce this type of bull is because they can get more money from selling its meat per. I guess you get more meat from that bull than you would of a skinny one, right? Now, what they were doing is the way they created this bull was through gene selection. How do they call it?
Hybrid.
Like when they breed dogs, they make them and they take this dog and they pair it with that.
Make hybrid.
Hybrid, yeah, that's right. Now what they were doing is these cows weren't even having literal sex. They were literally taking the sperm from the cows by jacking them off, catching it. Then they had this long sort of syringe thing which they could artificially inseminate the cows with. So the cows weren't even reproducing naturally. But Esau was saying, oh yeah, this is the best, like, you know, you go to these rich ass restaurants and they serve you these little bits of steak that aren't even cooked properly, and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is we're living a high life, this is, you know, high society, what do they call it, you know, gourmet meals.
Yeah.
Delicacies,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
But really it's all done through wickedness, man.
Right.
Yeah.
I got a precept. Yeah, regarding that you're saying there, man. But so I'll read that again. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock. Jump down. 4. Who cut up mellows by the bushes and juniper roots for their meat. They are driven forth among men, they cried after them as after a thief. To dwell among the cliffs of the valley, in the caves of the earth, in the rocks, among the bushes, they breathed. They brayed under the nettles, they were gathered together, they were children of fools.
Yeah, children of base men.
Yeah, children of base men, they were violent than the earth. Back to what Job was saying.
Yep.
That's why Job said he didn't want to
the dogs.
They just what's the word, man? When someone is depraved. They're depraved, man.
Yep. That's right.
And
Yeah.
They're depraved.
That's fine.
When somebody is depraved and the base men, what are they capable of doing? They're capable of anything, man. Exactly, because they're not under the law.
That's right. And that's why we need the laws, statutes, and commandments. And that's why this is our wisdom in the sight of the nations. The other nations don't know these laws, statutes, and commandments. So now, the whole reason for us to exist is to show the other nations the ways of righteousness. But unfortunately, we transgress the laws, so now we've fallen under the curses. But the beautiful thing is that now we're being revived. You know, the spirit of life is entered into us, and we're coming back to this knowledge and the ways of righteousness. And Lord willing, when Yahushua returns, we're going to be able to institute these laws on the earth, and the earth is going to become Idan again, a paradise, which is what it's supposed to be. But under the earth, Job 9:24 is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. No, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked, to cover the faces of the judges, if not where and who is it? So that's what Esau has done, is cover the face of the judges, because we're the ones who are supposed to be the judges over the earth.
Go ahead, Psalms 2 and 8.
I'm not that
Also
high
me, and I shall give thee the heathen for mine inheritance, and the uttermost part of the earth for thy possession. Right?
But you know what's going to
Thou
happen? It's going to
shalt
waste
break
more
them
batteries in
with
this
an
one.
iron rod, thou shalt dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. Here's the point.
You know, I
Be
want
wise
to work
now,
with this
therefore,
phone.
ye
You know?
kings, be instructed, all
I'll
ye
see what I can
judges
do.
of the earth. Say, where are the recent judges of the earth?
That's right.
Covered over. Job.
See, this phone could work. I could also use this phone
right.
on my other
The
channel
real
too.
judges now, we're under them. Now, there's a point here, it says, ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen thy inheritance, for the parts of the earth are thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. So we're gonna have to break them in.
That's right.
When you hear someone that guy needs to be broken, or that woman needs to be broken in,
Yeah, need to be humble.
humbled.
Oh, you
And we're
do.
gonna have to do that, man. If it comes down to it, we're gonna have to lick them in the head with the iron scepter, yeah?
Yep.
We're gonna have to lick them in the head with that. We ain't gonna feel no way.
No, we're going to enjoy it.
Oh,
That's
you do?
Psalms 49.
Come.
Let me just bring this out. Sure.
Yes, I don't have to really do all of that. I could just put it on. So, yeah, just go on.
Psalms 149 from verse 1. Praise ye Yahweh. Sing unto Yahweh a new song and his praise in the congregation of the saints. Right? Who are the saints? The Israelites. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For Yahweh taketh pleasure in his people. Once again, as the brother just brought out before, who are the Lord's people, the Israelites? You have not dealt so with any other nation, right? For Yahweh taketh pleasure in his people, and he will beautify the meek with salvation. Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Let the high praises of God be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand. Now that's not parabolic, that's literal. We are literally going to have two-edged swords in our hand. Why? It says here, to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people, to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron. Now there's a good point, because what the brother just read in his precept is that, we're going to break them with a rod of iron. Now what's going to happen is we're going to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron. So if we're going to take their top leaders, the highest of these nations, and put them in fetters of iron, if we're going to do that to their elites, their kings and their nobles, how much more the common fucking Edomite, man? The low level, regular run-of-the-mill Edomite, they're going into slavery too, man. Their whole nation is going down, because just like we as a nation had to go down for the transgressions of our people, their whole nation's going to have to go down. And all the nations that have sinned against Yahweh Hashem Shai and taken a part in the destruction of his people, man. So finish this off. It says to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people, to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron, to execute upon them the judgments written. This honor have all his saints. Praise ye Yahweh. So that's the honor that we're going to get in due time, just as it says in Revelation 2:25. Let me get that. Yeah, just 1 second.
Oh yeah. We don't.
Revelation
what I'll
chapter
do
2
is
verse
if
25.
I can get this phone to work, I can even go live on that channel as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Revelation 2:25 says, with that which ye have already hold fast until I come, and he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. Now I want to emphasize the point there. It says, to him that overcometh, man, because this is a battle we're in, man. We're not just standing here shouting at the top of our voices, like just standing here. No, we're actually engaging in spiritual warfare. All around us, we've got these demons walking up and down, but we're prophesying against them, and that's part of the spiritual fight, the spiritual warfare that we're in. So we've got to endure and overcome. You can't simply be like just sitting there thinking, oh well, I know the truth, I know I'm an Israelite, but I'm just gonna sit here and wait for Yahweh Shai to come and not do anything. No, that's being flipping lukewarm, man. If you know this truth, you got to utilize this truth, man. You got to show your works by your faith, and your faith by your works. So you got to overcome, man. So reading on, just one more second, and get the precept, yeah. It says, to him that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. Right, and if you want to receive that kind of power, you got to earn it, man. And as you said before, there's no such thing as free will. If you're of the elect, you're of the elect. That's just how it is. But still, you got to show your works by your faith, and your faith by your works. And you got to fight for your crown, man. Just as the Apostle Paul said, man. let no man take thy crown. You've got to fight for this thing, man. So it says, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my father. So we're going to have a joint inheritance with Yahushua. He's going to share, like as he said, he's going to let us sit in his throne with him as he's sitting in the throne of the Father. We're going to share in that inheritance, man. If we're worthy, the Lord will be that, because that's what I want, man. You know, Tupac said, what did he say? One of his famous quotes. Revenge is better than getting pussy, something like that. And that's very true, man. I want to get my revenge, man. I've got my short list, but I've got my long list of people I want to fuck up in the kingdom, man.
We got our black books.
Yeah.
You got your black book, I've got my black book.
Yeah, man. Like, I mean,
Next time we get them, we're going to take it off.
yeah. See, the next best thing after being beamed up onto the chariot is being able to come back down here and wreak havoc upon the nations, man. To put a foot up their ass. Right. Back to you.
Yeah, because what Jeremiah was saying earlier on, the Most High's got his people, and we're the youngest nation. Right? Which the Most High is dealing with it. Not because we're mighty, not because we're anything spectacular, but the Most High chose us, man. So
Yep.
the Most High has a favourite. This is 2nd Ezra 5 and 23 says, to go into back up what we started with. O said, O Lord, that bearest rule of every wood of the earth, goes into all what the Most High's favourites. Of all the earth of the trees thereof thou hast chosen the one only vine, and of the land of the whole world thou hast chosen the one pick, and of all of the flowers thereof one lily. So the Most High is showing us here that he's got a favourite flower is his lily, isn't it?
Khan, that's
Yeah,
right.
Right, and what are we described as? We've got the sheep. We're described as the sheep. The Most High chosen people, and first and foremost, the Holy Shah was described as a sheep. He came as a sheep, and he died as a sheep. Because I remember what mental block. Elder Gabar usually goes into. He says that he's growing up back home, and I've seen it too. When you cut a sheep, right, then you take it to the slaughter, just like slowly, like because they're meat, naturally meat. But a goat makes all the whole heap of knives and run up and down, and it just because it resents the fact that it's going to have to die. So the Most High's got his chosen people. We're described as sheep. On the whole, we're described as sheep, and Yahushua was described as sheep. As it goes on.
So, lucky if I may.
Oh, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, if I may, the scriptures referred to the Edomites as the goats. You know, so that's very spiritual what the brother just said, because we're the sheep and the Edomites are the goats. And as he said, when the goat gets slain, it makes up a whole heap of noise. But guess what? The Most High have a sacrifice in Bosra. So you Edomites are going to be that sacrifice. Back to you.
Yeah, so has the Most High got favourites? Go came along. Go came along wants to say he loves everybody, and he's come with this very pompous, arrogant attitude, which is like almost as if really he's not really dealing with you niggas really. He's saying it's all equal and inclusive, but really you can see he has a disdain for black people, and it comes over through his spirit.
Yeah, but what Vocab Malone's trying to do is what they call it, replacement theology or supersessionism. He's trying to say that the Most High has cast away his people and now he's dealing with everybody, which is not true. That's a complete lie. And in Revelation 2:25, not 2:25, 22, Revelation 22, it says, "For whosoever addeth to these words or take away from these words, his part shall be taken out of the book of life." So that's not a light thing you're trying to do. And you know what? It's not just Vocab alone. It's all these fucking Christians, man.
Yeah.
Trying to sit there saying, "Oh, everybody can come to the Lord now." The Lord was never dealing with everybody, man. Not everybody was at Mount Sinai. Not everybody was sprinkled with the blood and said, "We will take on these laws." What the fuck are you talking about, man? You're trying to make the Most High a liar.
Like these other Israelite groups, they always say, "Speak, brother, speak."
Oh, Kawada. Go on.
Yeah, so
You were in the spirit.
Yeah, you in the spirit. which is it's good to see. That's it's beautiful, man. And all of the lands of the whole world thou hast chosen the one picked, and all of the flowers thereof one lily.
If I may, what is that one pit that the Most High chose?
Israel.
That's right, the land of Israel, man. And that's where we belong. That was our inheritance, man. Back when Abraham was sojourning, what happened? He didn't have any children at the time, but Yahweh said unto him that he's going to make him more numerous, his offspring more numerous than the stars of heaven.
Right.
You know, so that land was always promised for us. Now, it was defiled by the Canaanites before we went in there, but the Most High made us go in there and drive those Canaanites out. And he told us not to follow after their odious works of witchcraft that they were doing in the land. But unfortunately, our people didn't keep to that commandment, man. So we ended up being cast out of the land ourselves. And now it's being trodden down by these fucking Edomites, calling themselves Israelis. They're not Israelis, they're Edomites. Mainly from the house of Amalek, which is the chief house of Esau. And scriptures say that the Most High will have a war with Amalek forever. Let me get that. You talk about that.
So, as it goes on, it says, and all of the depths of the sea thou hast filled thee with one river, and of the builded city thou hast followed Zion unto thyself. Yeah? Zion unto thyself.
Can't.
And all of the fowls that are created thou hast named the one dove. So we like the dove, man.
That's
What
right.
was the river? River Jordan. That's the Lord's favorite river.
See,
That's
so
where the Lord was baptized, right?
Right.
so has the Most High, the whole thing about the Most High,
King of kings,
right?
King of the universe.
He has favorites. We have favorites. Well, I know, I like my woman in a particular way. I got a broad mind about it.
You said last week the caramel.
The one that's
Yeah.
caramel, the wife, my wife. But I got a broad minded for jump. I like my jump off. But I like my wife to have a particular look. You understand?
Can't.
So
Talk
I
about the main one, right?
and I know that. Huh?
You talk about the main
The main one.
Yeah.
There's a particular. Yeah. You can say something.
I've never done that.
Yeah.
It's a lucky over. What's going to say?
No, we saying.
I forgot to put it in my box back. My mum put it on the table for me to pick it up and put it in my bag. But I put it in my bag and I went in the house. I forgot to bring it. So
That's all right.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
same. I've got. It's washed and everything. I'll bring it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right, bro.
Yeah,
I
what
just
was you
wanted to say this.
That's all right, man.
Yeah,
I'll explain it
I bought this laptop. I bought the
You know,
laptop.
it's not something
right?
that people can see. Like I've got a broken leg. They can
Yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I have to explain it. It's cool, man.
Because you know what it is, I'm all hyped up
Yeah.
because of how everything's going. So I'm like, it's extra more work, but I understand where you're coming from. You kind of felt a little bit better.
That's all right.
Just to let you know.
So what? Are you back on?
Oh yeah, so that's something.
Yeah. Turn it on.
Oh, there.
Oh, wait. Let me just say. Oh, I got to turn it on. I'll talk to you now.
Cool. Yeah, you're on.
Doing nothing.
No, it's all right.
Are we on?
Yeah, you're on.
What was I saying?
You were saying.
Yeah, so the whole shit. Right. So, man has favorites, man. Regardless, you're a man. There's something that you like more than you got your favorite foods.
And that all comes from the Most High because He created each spirit. Like he decided what you like and what you won't like. Can I come? You got more?
So yeah,
Or shall I talk?
Satan's playing around with the phone. So basically, what I was saying is that man has favorites about whatever it is. You have a favorite. So the Most High's got his favorites, man. Even Yahushua had John was his favorite out of the apostles. So that shows the Most High, Yahushua had a right to have his favorites, man.
That's right. And that's,
Say something.
yeah, that's all right. And that's a very good point because that's what happens when you start to learn about Yahweh. Because a lot of these Christians, they go into church and they sit there for a few hours, they socialize, they jump around, they dance, they sing their songs, they do whatever, and they go home. But they ain't really getting to know the Lord because they're not seeking out the book of the Lord and reading. You know, they've got the Bible in their hand. The pastor may say, oh yeah, John 3:16, and for God so loved the world and stuff, but he's not really going into the depths of these scriptures. So in order for you to know the character of the Most High, you need to know His word. because he reveals himself through his word, right? Now, I brought out this out a couple of weeks ago, I think, but when I was a young child and my mum used to take me up into a church, I remember sitting there. I used to go Sunday school when I was very young, and I'd be sitting there, and in my mind I'd say, but I don't know Jesus. I don't know Jesus. That's what kept going through my mind. Like, and the Sunday school teachers would be saying, you know, he walked around and he healed this person and he healed that person, and then they crucified him. But in my mind I said, hang on a minute, but I don't know the Lord, man. And I remember I used to walk home from school when I was like 13, 14. I'd be walking home from school, my bag on my back, thinking, I don't know Jesus, man. I don't know Jesus, you know. And it wasn't. It was a very sort of. It was a very innocent type of thought that I had.
Yeah, where is the COVID test?
Nah, it's not
Oh
wrong.
yeah, there's one,
over
one
there.
down there.
Thank you.
That's right. It was a very sort of innocent thought I had, and I had no idea about this. I had no idea about this truth at the
I
time.
wanted to say don't take it, but fuck you know, I don't, you know.
Fuck the people, man. They take it.
Yeah, me even.
I want them to take it, man. For fast forward prophecy, man.
They're going to take a shot.
Yeah.
The other day, right? That was the hospital
Gonna take the
hastening
boost,
Towards
man.
destruction, man.
There's a hospital in front of me, and I was walking, and a woman. They really dressed it up like they're going for some kind of like a funeral. All dressed up, you know, and my heart said when I walked to her, I said, you know, why didn't I say don't take it? But the most I said, no, don't say nothing, man. The spirit just made me say, yeah, it's over there. Because, you know, you're going to start arguing, they're going to look at you funny, they might see you again. You know, so,
These other nations, I want them to take the shots, man,
No.
the boosters, take the chip, take all of it, man. Take all of it. Take it, man.
You know what? I'll say this,
As much
man.
shots as you can take. Yeah.
I'll say this, man. The sooner all these people take the shot is the sooner that the judgment can come. So fuck them, man. Let them take it. The sooner, I mean, I don't want to be here, man. I don't want to be here.
It's getting vexing.
It is vexing, man. It's too much now, man. I saw you did the video, and I did the video on it as well. There's two fucking on the underground trying to say that a black man loving a black man is a revolutionary act. What's yeah, it's ridiculous,
Oh,
man.
man.
Let me show you.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. And I'll put it on the camera so they can see what I'm talking about as well.
Because, bro, I know you took the picture, but I couldn't help myself.
No, that's
and I was
good,
like,
man.
you know what? I gotta do a sit down on that.
That's good, man. Because when I put things in the chat as well, it's not just for me; it's for everybody.
Yeah,
so
I know.
if anybody can edify from it, that was on the underground at Brixton.
Show it to the cameras. That's crazy.
Right, I've got to show it to all the cameras. So this one, this is what they're showing on the underground. Nice, hard to. My left is my right,
Yeah.
and my up is my down. There you go. Black man loving the black man's revolutionary act. This one's a bit easier to show. So you got two Jakes there kissing, and they've got the audacity to show some chains and a heart breaking the chains. So in a way, Esau's a fucking clever man, because he knows we were put into bondage with yokes of iron upon our neck, right? So he's using that imagery
That's
of
what I
the
was
chains.
thinking too. I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, he's using that imagery of the chains and trying to say, oh, you can break it through love. Where's that in the scriptures, man? What does Leviticus 20 and 13 say? Leviticus 20 verse 13 makes it quite clear.
$20 and $30, yeah. 20 and
Oh, you go. Read that.
Yeah. I'll read it. It says, and if a man also lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, they shall surely be put to death, and their blood shall be upon them.
That's right. So if a man lieth with a man, as he lieth with man, if a man lieth with a man, if a man lieth with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, right? And they shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. But what's happened is Esau has tried to flip the script to where he's trying to make things which were abominable, palatable.
Yeah.
And things which are palatable, abominable.
Yeah.
That's why when we bring out this truth and we speak of righteousness, the vast majority of the world see us as the wicked, when we're actually the righteous, and they see all this shit going on around them as perfectly sane and normal. But what does that show you? that shows you that the vast majority of these people are fucking crazy. They're literally insane. They've got no idea
That's right.
of how the world should work. Now let's really think about this, right? If you've got men lying with men and women lying with women, who's going to bring back the next generation? And as we brought out earlier, you know, the Most High said, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth." Right? So if you're not, what you got to, like, people have been taught to be these little individual Satanists, right? Ever since they were born, they're put into the public school system, and it's kind of teaching these people to be very self-centered, selfish, not really caring about anybody but themselves. It's like, you know, you got to get ahead. You got to get these grades. You got to be better than this person. You got to get all A's. Otherwise, you're not going to get to college, or you're not going to get to university. You won't get a good job. If you don't get a good job, you're not going to have a good life. You're going to end up on the street. You're going to be poor. You're going to be destitute. That's the bullshit they push in the school system, right? So these little demons, they grow up, and they're very they've got a very sort of tunnel vision, individualist mindset, right?
It's a narcissistic mindset.
That's the word, narcissistic. So what happens is, these people have forgotten what social responsibility is. Let me break it down, right? Because if I don't have a child, right, I'm then putting the burden on my neighbor for them to have a child to continue the nation, right? What if my neighbor says, well, I don't want to have a child, I'm going to put that burden onto my neighbor. So then the next neighbor says, well, I don't want to do it either, let me put it onto the next one. And it keeps going. Who's bringing back forth the nation, right? People have got to think, because it's not all about me, what I want. You have to do what the Lord wants. And the reason why the Lord said, be fruitful and multiply, is because he knew what Esau's going to try and do in the end. What did Yahushua say? If I don't come back, there'll be no flesh left alive to save. And that's Esau's agenda, because it ties into depopulation, and that's what he wants. That's why he wants us to sacrifice their children at abortion clinics, particularly the Israelite child, because they want to wipe us Israelites off the earth. Because the prophecy does say, if he can measure out the heavens or the earth or underneath the sea, or if he can, you know, eliminate all the children of Israel, then he's going to get his way. But that was actually a taunting proverb from the Most High, because he knows Esau can never do it. That's why Esau's trying to search out the heavens, trying to go to the depths of the sea and all that kind of shit, but he still can't do it. Got one?
I've got a quick precept for you.
Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 29:16, and it says, surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay.
That's right.
For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? For shall the thing framed say to him that framed it, he had no understanding?
Exactly.
So, yeah, but the point is in the first half of the verse. I'll read it again. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay.
That's right. And I had that precept in mind, so it's very spiritual that you brought that one out. And that's right on the point, because the Most High has turned things upside down for a short time for Esau to have his dominion. But I want to say this as well. Esau is always publishing these books as well by these flipping atheist, these atheist illuminaries, to call them. Because when we was at the camp the other day in Brixton, Elder Dawada was bringing out, you know, the history of Madam Helen Blavatsky and Alice Bailey. And I'm not going to go into them two again, but I'm going to speak about the offshoots and some of what's happened since then, because I believe Alice Bailey started a publishing company called Lucifer's Trust, right? And then, you know, they are publishing a lot of these New Age books. Now, these New Age books, there's no such thing as this New Age religion. It's just a new term they've put on the old ancient Babylonian mystery religions. They've taken all those old, like from ancient Egypt and all those other generations before, all the witchcraft of those kingdoms have been compiled, and they're being reintroduced into Babylon the Great, and they're reintroducing them under the guise of New Age philosophies, right? Now, that Lucifer's Trust Publishing Company ended up having to change its name to Lucius Trust, because people were looking at them sideways, because obviously people associate the word Lucifer with Satan, but Lucifer really means light bearer, you know?
Yeah.
But from there into the modern day, You've got idiots like, you probably heard of that guy, Richard Dawkins. I don't know if you guys have heard of Richard Dawkins. But he's one of these atheist publishers who every year they put out these new books like, you know, The God Delusion, Is God Dead, you know, all these kind of books which are really trying to erode the validity of the Bible and trying to say that, oh, well, you know, the old Judeo-Christian ways are no longer good for us and we have to come up with new ways in order to move forward. All this kind of shit basically is trying to poison people's mind and put doubt into people's mind as to whether God exists or not. Now let's think about it logically, right? When you go to school, the first thing, really, if you're going to school, the first thing they should really establish is, you know what? The Most High created the heavens and the earth. And then you start learning from that point. But they don't teach you that in school. They teach you all kind of fuckery and foolishness, man. They've got you flipping, you know, when the BBC put out these children's television programs like Sesame Street and Teletubbies, none of them go into no spirituality.
Rainbow.
Or even Rainbow, that fucking Bungle Bear, man.
Rainbow.
I remember Bungle Bear, man. And that fucking
Barney.
George.
What is that purple dinosaur, Barney?
Barney,
Oh,
the dinosaur,
Barney.
Barney, yeah.
Yeah, see, all of that is foolishness, man. And this is the thing, what did the scriptures say when you're sitting down with your children as an Israelite man? What are you supposed to be talking to your children about? You're supposed to be telling them, okay, this is how the Lord delivered us from Egypt. And this is how the Lord did it. He brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. The Most High put in the scriptures many times that you're supposed to recite these things in the ears of your children so that they know that the Most High delivered us from Egypt and that we know where the Israelites.
Actually, someone hold Deuteronomy chapter 6,
Can't.
verse 4, and get into that. That speaks about it.
Can't.
Proverbs also speaks about, right on point, I'll quote it, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So the brother's right, man. When you go to these schooling systems, the first thing you should learn is about Yahweh Hashem Yahshai and to fear them.
That's right.
So all your other education can be built on that. But Esau's doing it backwards. They're telling you, no, fuck the Most High. We're going to teach you our little wisdom here and try and prove that the Most High don't exist.
Yeah.
So truly, that's no wisdom.
Right. And white supremacy, which is
Yeah.
you're learning, which is self. You're learning to hate yourself because you're believing that they're superior people. So that you're going to come at your school, which I hardly read because I'm on top. The spirit had me like to say,
Yeah.
I used to just bunk off and get up to our kind of mission. But the point is, we was absorbing self-hatred subconsciously, consciously, and subconsciously. So therefore, when you leave school, you got a self-defeating attitude. That's why when you go to work, or you go to, they tell you that you're going to work for somebody, you go in there you're giving your life to your boss.
That's right.
You don't really have no self-respect to yourself. So you're giving all your strength, all your time, and your energy to your boss. You come home shattered.
Yeah.
Because you ain't got no, you ain't got no self-worth, no self-love, and you're thinking you're making him rich.
That's right.
That's what you learn at school.
See, Esau just wants you to be a stepping fetch.
Did you get it? Okay. All right. Take care. Yeah.
Another one, bang.
Yep.
Boom, boom, boom.
Esau just wants you to be a.
Another one.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that thing. Oh, yeah, the woman. Boy, if we could be a fly,
I had to do it.
You got it.
we're going to be flies on the wall, and we're going to be able to see the outcome of all these. I sometimes picture myself being and watching and seeing the outcome of all what the most. Because really, is culling the population.
That's right.
And that benefits us, man.
That's right. As I said, these people have got to step aside so we can get our kingdom, man. But what was I saying before? Esau wants to be a stepping fetch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
you're being conditioned to just be like, go out there and work and make your boss rich, and you're dirt poor. You ain't ever going to be nothing. And when you die, your family is going to be burdened with even more debt.
Wow.
See, like Jake, they don't really get an inheritance, man.
Yeah.
All we inherit from our foreparents is debt upon debt, man.
Wow.
Whereas these Edomites, they're living good, man.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, when a little Edomite girl hits 16, their dad's buying them a car and shit, and it ain't no second-hand car, brand new fucking car. And they're driving up and down.
Rover?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're driving up and down.
16.
Yeah.
And you know what the funny thing is, right? Those little girls who've got their Edomite daddies who buy them their car and they pay for the holidays and shit. When you back up on them now, and you're trying to talk to them, they're looking at you sideways because you're walking on foot, taking the bus. Oh, well, why hasn't he got a car? And why hasn't he got this? And why hasn't he got that? Well, guess what, man? We ain't got it like that, man. Because we are the fucking, we're still yet to stay in our captivity, man.
That's right.
But guess what? The tables are gonna turn. That's why I'm looking forward, man. As I say, man, a lot of them Edomite girls who put their shit don't stink, and they look at you like you're lower than the dirt on the street. Well, when we come off them chariots, man, it's gonna be a whole different ball game. Whole different ball game.
Who said that?
Yeah.
Do you have something you're going to go into?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Deuteronomy 6. Because,
Yeah, you're talking about knowing the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So.
right, let me bring this out first. I'll read Deuteronomy 6 from the top. For reminding me. Now these are the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which Yahweh your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it, that thou mightest fear Yahweh thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. I'll just interject for a moment. A lot of people don't understand, man. Don't understand that your days can be prolonged by your actions. Right. For example, know ye not this of old, that the triumph of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. But if you was to do the right things, for example, honouring thy mother and thy father, for example, that can prolong your life, man. Because it's not just like, even though you can't see the spiritual result of what you're doing right now, it all adds up. You know what I'm saying? And if the Most High's got, if the Most High's pleased with you, he will have His mercy on you. So this is very important that you do the right things according to the will of the Most High. Just speaking of myself briefly, man, I get scared. I literally get scared. What does the scripture say? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. But I get scared when I think, you know what, man, I'm going off. Because I know if I'm going off, man, I need to get that right. Otherwise, the Most High might just take my ass out of the game, because the Most High don't really need us. We need Him, you know? But I'll just keep reading, right? It says, right, so that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as Yahweh, the God of thy fathers, hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Right, so jumping down to verse 6. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
Now read from verse 4.
I'll start it. Right, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our God is one Yahweh. And thou shalt love Yahweh thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them. You need a tissue? Okay. Right. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently when thou sittest unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall be. Right, so I'm going to stop there. I'm just going to speak upon it. That's a very important point, because as we were saying, a lot of these, the public school system, the television programs with children, it's not teaching children these things. It's not teaching them, like, oh, when you're with your children, when you're walking in the street, you should be talking about the things of the Most High. When you're sitting down in your house, you're not supposed to be talking about fucking football all day, or what else do people watch? Fucking Love Island, or Big Brother, or EastEnders, all this other worldly bullshit, man. See, that's what Esau's done. On the TV, on the radio, on everything, he's basically flooded the world with foolishness and folly, and all that stuff. All of it's just a distraction from the truth, man. Yep. The truth of these scriptures. And if I may, we brought this out before as well. Even when Esau's putting these children's programs together for the children, he's putting things like Teletubbies, where it's like they don't even talk properly. So the children are growing up kind of dumb, man.
No vocabulary, no.
Exactly. Like the Teletubbies, that's not teaching children to be articulate,
That's right.
inquisitive.
Right.
It's not really learning them anything. But what did they do? I remember when Teletubbies first came out back in the 90s. I was too old for that shit anyway. I was in my late teens when that came out. But I was watching. I was kind of thinking, what's going on here? And I saw one of them because there's 4 characters, right? Supposedly 2 male, 2 female. And I can't even remember their names. But I remember the blue one, right? It's supposed to be a male character, but it had a fucking handbag. And I remember looking at it, I said, hang on a minute. That's supposed to be a male character. Why is it holding a handbag? Well, lo and behold, that was in 1996, 97. Lo and behold, now we're in 2021. Lo and behold, we're in 2021. And what have they pushed? They pushed that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man. So all the way back then, that was their satanic agenda, trying to get the minds of the children conditioned to accept these kind of perverse things.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I'm with that because I grew up on that Teletubby shit as well, right? At the end, remember at the end, they used to jump in that hole.
I don't remember the end.
Okay, maybe they check because
I didn't watch it too tough.
Yeah, I used to watch it, innit? And they probably changed it as it went on. Because it came to an end when I was kind of growing up, right? And at the end of the show, they'd have these holes, and it's like they didn't want to jump in the hole, but they had to say goodbye, and each of them jumped in a hole, man. So that's that programming of, even if you don't want to do what we're going to tell you to do, you're going to have to do it. You have to jump in the hole, man.
Yeah.
You know, more time if you jump in the hole, what's going to happen to you? You're going to get in some trap, man. Or a grave.
Yeah.
So it's programming the baby's mind from young that you're going to have to jump in that hole, man. You know?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish off this point. Back to what you were saying about what you were saying, that the Most High is a special people. And let's carry on. Let's just end it off now. Second Ezra 5 it says, and 26 says, and of all the fowls that are created, thou hast named the one dove, and all of the cattle that are made, thou hast provided thee one sheep. And among all the multitudes of the people, thou hast gotten thee one people. Right? And unto this people whom the Lord loveth, thou hast given law that is approved of all.
Yeah, go ahead.
And a little because you're talking about the school and the education system.
Yeah.
You're learning about pure foolishness.
Yeah. Pure from folly.
Now they're teaching them about the ABC people. They're coming into the schools now. The alphabet people. They're coming into the schools now, and they're learning about. You've got the organ and 2 men could be together. That's what they learn. They're literally learning that.
They're learning the gay BCs.
Right. So they're literally learning that. So when they're coming out of school now, if you got children, you got to beat that shit. One way or another, you got to rinse it out of them.
Yeah.
So, but
because they're gonna bring that shit home to your house.
So they're learning self-hatred and love for what is wicked, love for hatred for what. But this is what I was thinking about. This what the Most I'm saying is that you're the people, you're the special people.
Yeah.
I've chosen you, and you're my favourites. So if you come up, imagine if you believe that when you was young, that was drummed into you. You would have you would have a better self-esteem. So that would give you a self-esteem, man. Because it's really the psychological effect that it has when you're learning about the alphabet people and all the poly. You ain't learning no self-respect, man. No self-esteem. You have a low self-esteem.
That's right.
That is where you're either going to go into crime or the bottle. You understand? You're going to go into violence. Yeah, you're going to end up in prison. Most gigs do end up in prison because of that low self-esteem, that self-hate, self-deprecating spirit about themselves.
In America, there's a name for that.
You mean like limited whites?
No, sort of like the school system to the penitentiary system. There's a name for it, like a pipeline kind of thing.
Yeah. I know. You see, I know you think it might come to me. But back to you now.
Yeah. So what we were saying is these children ain't learning no sense in these education establishments. Education establishments. They're actually learning the ways of wickedness, and the scriptures say the ways of wickedness is not wisdom. So. Esau's intentionally keeping us ignorant and foolish, and they've lied to us about who we are so that they can keep us in a low basis state. And this is how the basest of men can sort of lord himself over us as if his shit don't stink, as if as if it's something special. So like I'm getting tongue-tied. But yeah, man, what else did I want to say on that topic of the children? Yeah, man, because Esau knows that to destroy people, he has to just start with the children, because I brought this up before, but I remember watching this interview with one Russian spy, and he was talking about how they destabilize nations, and one of the ways they do it is because it takes, you can't do it in 5 years or 10 years. It takes at least 25 years to train up a generation. That's why when you go to school, you're probably going to spend at least about 18 to 20 years in a public education system before you're so-called certified, to get your degree and get a job. But the reason why Esau keeps you in that system for so long is because they use that system to introduce ideas to the people. So when Esau is talking about, like when I was at school, secondary, we used to have this shitty subject called RE, right? Which is supposed to be religious education. And I remember sitting in that class, and the topic that always used to come up is abortion okay or not? And the teachers would be talking, and they'd ask us to have these class debates, and they'd be saying, oh, but when does life start?
Oh, yeah, we had that, yeah.
And they're trying to put in the people's mind that, I mean, I've literally heard girls say to me, oh, if I got pregnant now, I'd have an abortion. And I said to them, what? Yeah, I mean, I said, no, that's murder. Oh, no, it's not. It's not really a baby. It's just a collection of cells, and it's not going to feel anything. You see, that girl who I was talking to, she too had been brainwashed by Esau into thinking that life doesn't begin in the womb. These fucking dumbasses think that life somehow miraculously begins when the baby emerges from the mother. Well, the scriptures prove opposite, right? What did the Lord say to Jeremiah? From before I formed thee in the womb, I ordained thee to be a prophet. I knew thee in the womb. Slakia, roughly paraphrasing. In Wisdom of Solomon, it also says, let me get it. Let me not butcher the scriptures.
Yeah, whilst you're finding that, man, that RE subject, man, religious education, I used to call it renal excrement.
Whoa.
It's full of shit. Okay, all they do is teach you a bunch of bullshit in the name of God and religions, man.
Yep.
Nonsense, man. But then these dumb fucks, right? They'll be saying life begins when you come out when your mum, pushes you out or whatever, right? But then they'll go to the scans. Oh, the baby's kicking. Oh, yeah, it's kicking.
So why is the baby kicking?
Why is it kicking if it's not alive?
Precept on that, Slakia. What happened when your Howard Shai's mother met John the Baptist's mother? Is it Elizabeth?
Yeah, Elizabeth, yeah.
What happened when they came together? The babies leapt for joy in their womb, right? Here's another precept. Wisdom of Solomon 7:1. I myself also am a mortal man, like to all, and the offspring of him that was first made of the earth. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compacted in blood of the seed of man, being the sperm, and the pleasure that came with sleep. So what did he just say there? In his mother's womb, he had the pleasure that came with sleep. So he was aware in the womb, but he was like in that sort of sleeping state. So he was, the soul was in him when he was in the mother's womb. The soul just didn't, it's like, the way Esau puts it, stupid, man. It's like, when the baby, is a baby stillborn? Usually not. Usually when the baby's stillborn, it's dead, right? So when the baby come out, it's kicking, it's splashing. The baby doesn't like come out the mother's womb, then all of a sudden spring to life like the soul just enters it then. You know what I'm saying? So Esau's fucking foolish, man.
Well,
and he's...
So like, the life really starts with the seed, even before, because the sperm swims to meet the egg. So really, your essence, the egg is like it's like the enhancement factor, which obviously gives you the chromosomes from your mom. You can't make a baby without the woman part, but the life force itself is in the sperm.
That's
the
right.
seed. So really, before our mother's womb, we come out of our father's nutsack, man.
That's right. And that's a beautiful point, because that's why your lineage is determined by the lineage of your forefathers. I remember back some years ago, some woman came up to the camp. This is back in on Oxford Street, ages ago. She came up to the camp, and I was standing there listening, and she said something to me about, what did she say? Something like, some stupidness about, the black woman in school, or some other foolishness, right? And I said to her, well, if you was to look into a microscope at one of your own, what do they call it, a woman's ex-ovaries, right?
Yeah.
I said, is it moving? And she said to me, no. So I said, if you took a man's semen and you looked it under the microscope, would it be moving? She said, yes. So I said to her, how does life start with a woman then? Because really, the woman doesn't bring forth life, but life comes from the man, just as the brother brought out. And she actually said to me, oh, you're right, you know, you're right. So it's true, man. But what Esau teaches isn't knowledge, man. It's complete foolishness. Yeah, so like, just one more point I want to make. And you've got grown-ass fucking adults, right? Grown-ass doctors who don't even know this shit. You know, medically qualified doctors and midwives and all them other people, right, who don't even know when life begins. But you know who does know when life begins? What do we call it? Them Planned Parenthood. They know when life begins, and they know that if they can take us out in a room, they've got a greater chance of overcoming us. That's it. Margaret Sanger in them, innit?
You was talking about horses earlier. You got a horse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Salakia, I'd be willing to bet money that horse has been, if it's a male horse, has been jacked off by someone at some point, some Edomite.
Probably, man.
So Psalms 94 and 12 says, blessed is the man whom thou chastiseth, O Lord, and teacheth him out of the law. Right? That talking about teaching, right? And thou that mayest give him rest from the days of his adversity until the pit be digged for the wicked. Right, see? That's the blessing of him, which we're learning now. Last one. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. Back to what you started.
Yep, there's a precept on that point. Proverbs 22 and verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Now, Esau applies the scripture on the left-hand side. He knows that if he can instill enough demonic witchcraft into the children from a young age, when they grow up, they're not going to depart from that. So Esau is very slick and very sly, because what you've got to remember is that Esau is a cunning hunter, man. And a cunning hunter studies his prey. So he knows, get them early, man. That's why he forces your children into school at such a young age, because he's trying to get you away from the care and the tutelage of your parents and into the school system. That's why some of these children are so stupid. I should say these parents, man. Some of these parents are so stupid that they send these children to school and they haven't got no fucking idea what their children are learning. They don't even know what their syllabus is, or you know what their the national curriculum is telling them the child needs to do. It's like they think, oh well, send the child to school and the child will learn. No, it ain't like that, man. You're supposed to have an active role in your child's development. But Esau is trying to diminish the role of the parent and replace the parents with these fucking witches who are masquerading as teachers. Now, the reason why I call them witches, because a lot of these women who go up into these fucking school systems, especially these primary schools, they're straight up witches, man. And what do the scriptures say? Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Now, why do I say they're witches? Because they're doing all the things that promote the works of witchcraft, man. Let me give some examples. One of the prime examples is, what's the most popular book for children right now? And has been for many years? Harry Potter. So, why are you sending your children to school to read Harry Potter? Because they're trying to instill the ideas of witchcraft and wizardry into the children. But the scriptures say, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. We're not supposed to have any part in that. Like when I was growing up, they used to have this thing called Emu. I don't know if you remember Rod Hole and Emu. That might be a bit before some of your time. But who's the villain in that show? Some witch called Rotbats, right? And on every show on children's TV, there'd always be witchcraft. Like if you watch Scooby-Doo, you see witchcraft in it. If you watch Dungeons and Dragons, there'd be witchcraft in it. I used to love, I love He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, but it had witchcraft in it, you know? But He-Man was badass though, because that done it in a really cool way. You know, the Skeletor was the necromancer on the left-hand side. But even, I could do a breakdown on that because there's some spiritual symbolism in that, but not to go into that right now. But yeah, it was always, promoting witchcraft and stuff. So that's why these children grow up and their moral compass is all askewed. As we said, they don't know when life begins. They don't now they don't even know what a biological man and a biological woman is. Let me give a brief testimony, man. I said to the elder the other day, I went into B&Q. I went to B&Q and I wanted to buy some foam board, right? I didn't know where it was in the shop. And I saw two women who were wearing orange overalls like they worked at B&Q. And they were talking and they had their backs to me. So I thought, okay, let me ask these staff if they know where I can find the foam board. So I walked up to her, I said, excuse me. And there were what looked like two women, they had their back to me. I said, excuse me. They both turned around now, but they were both wearing face masks, right? So they had their hair and they had the eye makeup and shit. I said, excuse me, I'm looking for some foam board. Could you tell me where it is, please? And what looked like a woman goes, oh, it's right over there on the arm. And I heard the voice, and it was the voice of a fucking man. And I was like, whoa, because I don't like to be, look, man, I don't like to be fooled by nobody. And usually, I mean, I like women, like, you know, most like, I love women, man. And I love everything about a good-looking woman. And usually, it's very hard for me to be deceived by what do you call them? A tranny.
You got gap, man.
Right? But because they had the face mask, I couldn't see the bone structure of the cheeks. All I could see was the eye makeup and the hair, right? And when it said, oh, it's over there, no, oh, I kind of like, you know, reeled back a bit. And my eye went straight down and straight up. And I noticed it had no shape in its hips. It was like straight up, straight line down. And I was like, okay, thanks. And I walked off, right? And I was like, man, that was a fucking man. That was a fucking man. I was like, nah. Now, what happened, today I had to go to B&Q again, same branch, right? And as I walked in, I thought, you know what, man, that was a empowering experience, bucking up on a tranny like that. And as soon as I walk in, who did I see walking past me? Same person, same tranny. And I just thought, you know what, man, I had to go back to the scripture I just said before.
That's a good idea.
You know, know ye not yourself old, that the joy of the wicked is but for a moment, and the triumphing of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite is but for a moment. So they think that they're doing something novel and special, and they're finding new ways of life. No, it's just a new way of death, man. And you're not gonna prosper in that way. You know what I mean? Doing this shit, it's like when I used to look at people who smoked, right? Because when I was young, I used to think to myself, right, rather than go through bullshit experiences, why don't I look at what other people do and try and learn from their mistakes rather than me being stupid and doing stupid things? So when I was looking at people who smoked, I thought to myself, well, hang on a minute. Everybody who starts smoking, right, they all end up the same way. Oh, I wish I could quit. Oh, I wish I never started. Oh, I don't want to get lung cancer. Oh, I've got lung cancer, all this kind of shit, right? So if these people were smart, they'd be able to say, well, look, you know what? That's not a good way to walk in. I'm not going to walk in that way. So likewise, with this bullshit of this LGBTQ whatever, if people had any sense, they would look at Sodom and Gomorrah. That's another thing that should be taught in school, man. Why don't they teach about the history of Sodom and Gomorrah? You want to talk about, now they've got in schools, right, LGBTQ history, but why don't they take it back to Sodom and Gomorrah? Talk about that history. What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, man? The place got destroyed off the face of the earth, and it was left as an everlasting memorial unto those who afterwards should live ungodly. But what do these people do? They ignore the signs, and they want to walk in a wicked way. And then when the Most High brings judgment on their ass, what's the first thing they want to scream out? Oh, Jesus, oh. Too late, man.
Yeah, precept,
Got one for you, yeah?
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 30 and 3 says, he that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Beautiful. Are you talking about LGBT, man? That's our job now. You know, we're teaching the spiritual, you know, we're children. Yeah, we're children now in the spirit. We've been taught by our elders, man.
That's right.
You know, the elders and the apostles, the Most High, we're born again. So that's our job now. We're teaching these people about morality.
Yeah.
Because they ain't going to be teaching morality, man. And we're going to, back to what it says in Psalm, we're going to have to beat morality into it, man. Maybe at the end of this system, you know, when it's which is crumbling now, and if we get, you know, if we get spiritual power or this or however it plays out, we're going to have to teach morality to the end of the system for sure. And him before the end come, or for sure in the new kingdom. Just end of this verse. It says, through his father, though his father died, yet he is all as though he were not dead. Right. Let me take my time with that. Though his father died, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself.
That's a beautiful precept. May I speak on that?
Yeah,
One of my favourite films is the first Karate Kid, right? And in that film, you know, Daniel's being trained by Mr. Miyagi. And Mr. Miyagi is teaching Daniel how to be a real man and how to defend himself, right? And all the time, Daniel's asking him, Mr. Miyagi, where did you learn this? And he goes, Father teach. Mr. Miyagi, where did you learn that? Father teach, right? Now, in the film, Daniel's had never had a father figure. That's why when Mr. Miyagi came along, he made such an impact on his life. So going back to that scripture now, if you're a wise father and you teach your son in a good way, you're basically building a warrior, someone who can defend himself, not just physically, but spiritually too. And that's one of the reasons why our nation was destroyed, because I'm sorry, you so-called black women, but I'm going to have to say something that's going to really sort of
don't
rattle
be
your
sorry.
cage.
Don't be sorry. I know you're not sorry.
I ain't sorry, man.
Well, no, I'm going to say something which will rattle your cage, man. If ever you want to get a so-called black woman up in her feelings, all you got to do is say this. A woman can't raise a man. You know? They'll be like, no. But I had to go out to work. I was out 5 days a week and you don't know. I had to walk on the road with shoes and holes in. I had to do this for you. And your father wasn't around. And he didn't do this. And he didn't do that. And he was never there. A woman can't raise a man.
Yeah.
No disrespect. Yes, you can nurture a child.
Yep.
You can feed the child. You can clothe the child. You can keep them warm. You can give them love. But it takes a man to raise a man.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why men are important is because men are the heads of the nation.
Right.
What happens to a body if you cut the head off? Dead, right?
Yeah. Snake, for example,
Exactly.
snake can't function. Yeah.
And going back to the Willie Lynch letter, right? This is all Esau's intention, because when you set the woman up over the man, right, the woman will raise their children in reverse roles.
Right.
And I've seen this with my own eyes. What you have is you have Israelite women growing up with masculine attributes, and you've got Israelite men growing up with feminine attributes. You know, there's a couple of names that are actually in my mind right now as I'm talking about this. And this isn't something that's just affected the southern kingdom of Israel, Judah, Benjamin and Levi, but this has also affected the northern kingdom too, because I've literally seen it with my own eyes. You know, the children being raised in reverse roles. Now, what was I saying about the importance of a father teaching? Because
Oh, because you was trying to gauge
what
it.
a father can instill in a child is discipline. And men need discipline, because if you don't have discipline, you're effeminate. You're going to be all up in your emotions, and you're going to be all over the place. Now, what do the scriptures say? The scriptures say, a man that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down without walls. I'm going to say that again. A man that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls. Now, each of us are lively stones, right? And we represent the third temple, as we know, right? So, if you're all broken down, you're a weak point in that wall. You know what I'm saying? If you've got no rule over yourself, you're a weak point. The enemy can come up in and start to, you know, siege your nation, besiege your nation. And that's exactly what's happened, because in this society, the vast majority of Jakes have been raised by their mothers, and they've grown up in a lawless manner. And when I say a lawless manner, the only law they fear is the law of Esau. They don't give a damn about the Lord and Most High. It don't mean nothing to them. They think God don't exist because they can't see him, and they think, well, you know, Auntie's been talking about Jesus and Jesus ain't come yet, so he ain't coming. You know, they put off the day of the Lord, so they're out there being wayward. That's why this generation of Jakes is one of the worst generations ever. Yeah. Like, in terms of like the murder rate, like, what do you have? Like, Jake stabbing up Jake over here. In America, you got Jake shooting each other. You got Jake being straight out flamers. You know, straight up transgenders. And you got the Israelite women being hoes, man, following after the likes of Cardi B, and Megan Thee Stallion. Who was it before her? Before her, it was Nicki Minaj. Before her, it was Lil Kim. Before her, it's Foxy Brown. You know, and Elder Apostle Ramla went into that Foxy Brown shit because she always used to be talking about ill nana. I got that ill nana, right? Which actually goes back to a pagan deity. He broke it down correctly, but you know, when she was saying that shit, really giving reference to this idol. But that whole sort of whole culture has been put upon our people to where we think that that's the right way of life. How it's just normal for a woman to have like 12 baby fathers and all this kind of shit.
Got one, yeah?
Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 32 and 1 and 2 verses. It says, Behold, from one, for behold, a king shall reign in righteousness, and princes shall rule in judgment, and a man shall be as a hiding place from the wind, and a covert from the tempest, as rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. Because I've got a little testimony.
Go ahead.
Grew up in that time where men was being put out of the house, right? And my father was in the house. And I can remember being one of those young guys, right? We had our father with me. And I remember I was 9 years old, man, and I was roaming, me and my brother was roaming around, we got into certain mischief and things. And for some reason, we ended up hanging out with these Edomites, right? Young Edomites down the road from us. And they were smoking, and I said, what's it like smoking? And I remember 9 years old, I started smoking cigarettes and being in some estate and smoking and popping cigarettes and thinking, oh, look at me, you know, walking down the road with a fag in my hand, you know. Yeah, it's cool to have a fag in your hand. But now, looking back now, boy, man, you know, there's no father figure in the house. Yeah. So now when I look at people, I'm thinking, well, I wish I could tell them, you know, like certain people, you know, sometimes it's a bit, like, well, don't they know that it's bad for your health? And you know, because being in that Christian church as well, coming out of there, you're kind of, what's the word? It opens your eyes to all the corruption and everything. Now being in this truth, and we've got role models now. Yeah. Understand? Our role models, our spiritual fathers, which are the elders and the apostles. So now we're on the right track. But I always say it's a good thing that I am with people on the bed. Yeah. It's not. With some people that come in the truth and they think, oh, you're older than some of the man them that you're learning from. I might be same age as some of the apostles. One of the particular apostles is really the same age. I'm not mentioning no names. But I don't look at it like that. You understand what I'm saying? I always wanted to be born again. Yeah. So I see myself as being born again, and I've got the Most High gave me a fresh start.
Yeah, as they say, a woman can give a boy a good life, but set a man up for a hard one. Man.
Wow. That's a beautiful saying. Yeah. So yeah, man. So these men here, a man shall be a hiding place from the wind. The Most High gave me the second chapter, you know, give me the elders, hiding place, a father figure. Now we're becoming more stronger and as rocks. Yes. So we're able to teach now. You know?
May I expand upon that point, because don't get it twisted, man. Don't be caught up on the carnal, because your physical age is just your physical age, but your spiritual age, that's a whole different story. Because none of us know what number we are. Hopefully, you know, we're all of the 144,000, but who knows what number you could be. You might be number 20. I might be number 372. So you would be older than me. So I might, you know, I'm just saying hypothetically, right? But your spiritual age and your physical age, two different stories, man. And if you are indeed born again, you're a new spirit, so you've got to start at the beginning. I want to speak about this for a minute.
If I could just say, there's a saying, you're as young as the woman you're feeling, right? that's being sarcastic, but in other words, you're as young as you feel. The Most High made us feel young again. You know, can't be renewed through the spirit, man.
Well, you can say that of King David and Abishag, innit? He's as young as the woman is feeling.
See, we're going to get young women in the kid. Just stand the point, though.
Yeah, before you speak, though, read a precept before you read something. And then build on that before you speak.
Right. I've got one here, yeah. This is Proverbs 8 and verse 4. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. So the Most High deals with the man. right? So it's very important for the man to be in order. Now, I was going to give a brief testimony of one guy that came up to the camp on Thursday, and he was talking all manner of madness and bullshit, right?
Oh man.
And when the elder was trying to talk to him, this guy was being more flipping slippery than a scorpion, right? The elder was saying to him,
He looked like a scorpion.
do you know the guy I'm talking about, yeah?
Yeah.
The one who came up was proud, like he was saying like, oh, but I'm not in bondage, right? But I'm not a slave. I don't take on that mentality. And the elder said to him, so do you live off the grid? I don't want to. He's like, I don't want to put my business out there, but I don't subscribe to things. And the elder was asking him, so do you have a place where you live? Oh, I don't want to say.
I never paid a bill in my life.
Yeah, the man said out of his own mouth, I never paid a bill in my life. Which is bullshit. He actually did say, oh, I have to retract that. But that shows the man was speaking without thinking. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this man up is because that is a man who was clearly out of order. Because he didn't want to be humble and admit the truth of his circumstances. He was trying to sidestep and backpedal and twist it this way and twist it that way because he couldn't accept the fact that the Most High has put us under captivity in the hands of our enemies. But he's so proud. He's talking about, oh, but yeah, if you go into a court and they ask you to stand up and you stand up, then you're submitting to them and all this kind of shit. Like my man somehow, it's like the guy who's trying to act as if he's like living in the Matrix or something, where he doesn't actually come into here to live. He uses the phone, dips out.
He said that. The guy actually said, oh, you see when you tap it, see, talk about spirits, man. That's how we say the Holy Spirit. Because there's a lot of spirits out there. The guy goes, yeah, when you I've got the spirit. You have to be, what do you say? Yeah, I've got the spirit. So there's another me. There's like the me that goes to the shop is not really me.
Yeah.
What you talking about, bro? You're going to the shop, bro.
Exactly. And that's the thing. And as well, the elder asked him, so when you go to the shop to buy that stuff you got there, did you use money? Oh yeah, but and he goes, so you got a job then? So have you got a national insurance number? No, I don't. Now that man's talking complete shit because there isn't anything you can do, like, really, without having an NI number. Yeah. Like, if you want to get a job, you have to have an NI number. If you want to sign on for, what do we call it, universal basic...
universal credit, basically.
Credit, you need to have an NI number, right? And he says, do you have a passport? No, I don't travel. Right? So, man was talking all manner of bullshit. And when we cut him with the scripture, let me get it out again if I may.
And his clothes look all right. His shoes were all right.
He wasn't living on the street.
He's a well-kept man, all right? And then we asked him, so how do you eat then? Oh, the Most High provides.
Yeah.
Well, the Most High does provide, even if you go to the shop. But he said that with a bag that he came around from the fucking market with, man.
Yeah. So when the elder asked him, where did you get the money
to buy that
food? Oh, I don't want to say. Where did you get the money to buy that food? Oh, a relative gave it to me. Well, here's the interesting thing, right? Because I want to bring this precept out. Bear with me a second. Because we brought it out of the camp, but I don't think he got it.
And you know what, too? When that guy came up, it was really all based on pride anyway, because I noticed that when I told him, I said, look, bro, he won the conversation.
Yeah.
This is so he can go. Yeah. You know what happened? He actually went.
Yeah, demons are, oh, we won. Oh, we won.
Yeah, so I can go now. That's what it was all about. That's how you deal with nigga off like that.
That's a good point you made, Elder, because you know what? A lot of people come up to the camp looking for a win.
Yeah.
Like, some of them are so stubborn that they know they're wrong, they're defeated, but they don't want to walk away on a loss. But you're not going to get a win when you come up here. Yeah. You ain't going to supersede the words of the Most High.
No, that's very spiritual. You said that because talking about my man, what fueled him to get more demonic? That fucking woman.
Yeah.
That Northern Kingdom woman, right? Probably like Ephraim or something, right? And look, let me just say this, man. The reason why she was piping up and talking so loud is because she can't do that shit at home, man. Yeah. Them Northern Kingdom men, they fuck women up like nobody. You think, Judah and Benjamin, they're rough. Ephraim and Ephraim and Simeon and Gad and Reuben, they're rough, man. So these women, they can't go home. Yes, Pappy. Yeah. That's what they gotta be like, man. So she figured she can come to the camp, and she knows we ain't gonna do anything to her.
Yeah.
So she go exercise what she can't do at home and start shouting.
Yeah.
But that gave him the demonic energy to get worse, man.
Yeah. Fed into his spirit. That's a good point, man. Now, here's the thing, because we're cutting with this one, right? This is Mark, right? Mark 12 and verse 14. Mark 12:14. And when they were come, they say unto him, Master, we know that thou art true and carest for no man, for thou regardest not the person of men, but teachest the way of God in truth. Is it lawful to give tribute to Caesar or not?
Oh, yeah.
Shall we give or shall we not give? But he, knowing their hypocrisy, see, these people were being hypocrites when they're coming up. Just like that man who came up to the camp. He was being a hypocrite because he wasn't being truthful, right? And he said unto them, why tempt ye me? Bring me a penny that I may see it. And they brought it, and he saith unto them, whose image and superscription? And they said unto him, Caesar's, right? So when that man had that bag of food or whatever, whose money did he use to buy it? Whose face is on the money? The queen, right? And on the back of it, I don't know who's on the back of it anymore, but it's the queen's face that's on the money. Esau owns the money system. If you're using his money to buy goods in his system, you are subject unto his system. But the scriptures say, right? The scripture says, Yahweh shall answer and said unto them, render the things that are Caesar's unto Caesar, and to the God the things which are God's, and they marveled at him. So even though we are subject to the system, we're actually free. Whereas that guy, where he was trying to talk shit, claiming that he's free, claiming that he's not a slave, he's actually more in bondage to the system than we are.
Yeah.
Because we're spiritually free. We've spiritually departed because we've come to the knowledge of the truth. He, in his ignorance and deception, he's tried to think, oh, well, I'm not in the box, so I'm not a slave anymore, and I'm not subject to this, and I'm not subject to that. Well, dude, you're still here, man.
And he's like, man, I know you brother, but even the name he came in was wrong. He said, Yahusha said, Yahusha. The Lord's name ain't Yahusha, man. So on the system you failed, and in the truth you failed. So,
Two-time loser.
come on, man.
Two-time loser. Hey, you know what? That guy's going to keep living off the grid until a nuke hits his ass, man.
When he is off the grid, he's out of the truth.
Yeah.
Proverbs 22
Oh,
and
up for that.
says, foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
Yeah.
Okay, you might say, oh, the child, what we are, when you're dealing with these people in the world, because they ain't got no, as we talking about, they ain't got no father figures. And they're babes walking around and they never learn to grow up. And that goes back as well to low self-esteem, because when you're saying that they come up, they want to get a win, that's because they don't understand they ain't got no self-esteem, no self-esteem.
Yeah, they got no self-esteem.
Yeah, and they can't, like, when we get chastised, for example, when David said, if I be struck with a man of righteousness, if we struck, saying it, paraphrasing, it would be like oil upon the head. They don't know how to take it, man. They can't just take it and just stand there as the one that usually goes into. It's about what you can take, how you can take it. It's not what you can give, it's how you can take. So when we first come to camp, I remember our example, when we first come to camp, we had to take that we was getting chastised, whether we was aware of it or not. Because when you come out the world, you've got demons on you, man. And even when you're in the camp, because we recently been in the world, for example, we were talking about we used to hide our faces behind the thing, right? And what's the other thing, man? You know, just being with a, I had a Christian spirit in me, and I had a bad past, and I didn't want to have to tell the police, you know, this and that and the other. But once it all came out in the open, that just lifted the gates, man, and I was able to just do what I have to do as a man. Yeah. So I took the chastisement. That's right. And that's where when it talks about foolishness is bound to be, you've got a whole lot of foolishness, man, and that's what they've learned. Yeah. So that low self-esteem and that needs to be beat out of them, and they can't come to terms with the fact that they have to take L's to be around this kind of environment where it's just man, masculine. You've got to be able to learn how to take the L's, and then also in the long run you start getting some W's. People don't look at it like that. For example, some of the men that were around us, that's in the other camp and in this camp. Yeah, go on.
The thing about taking L's, right? You know, nobody likes. If it's an L and that's it, then yeah. I mean, I wouldn't suggest nobody taking an L, but if you're gonna take an L to gain the lesson, the real L is the lesson, man. Yeah, you gotta take the loss first, but then you don't end it. The final L which you want is the lesson, man.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Defeat is temporary.
Yeah.
Like, if you accept defeat, I'm beaten, or I'm down, when you accept that in your mind, that's when you're defeated, man. If you take the L as like, okay, that was a good shot, man, I took that punch, let's see what's gonna happen next. Or you take that punch, okay, what's coming next? If you've got the mindset of like, this isn't over, man. Like, it's not over until you give up the ghost, man.
It's over.
Yeah, like, that's the saying, isn't it? Ain't over till it's over. But precept here, James, is it James or what? Yeah, James 4 verse 6. But he giveth more grace, wherefore he saith, God resisteth the proud, but giveth more grace unto the humble. So God resists the proud, man. You know what? A lot of people need to take pride out of their fucking vocabulary, man. I'm sick of hearing that word. Oh, I'm so proud of this, or I'm so proud of you, or I'm so proud of that. No, man. Pride was not made for men. Why are you fucking saying, oh, I'm proud? You know, even Elder Rakwayukam said that same thing. Like, broaden your vocabulary, man. You can use other words. You can say, you know what? I'm honored by that. Or I'm pleased about that. Why do you have to be proud? Because you know what? What is only by pride cometh contention. I think I'm paraphrasing that correctly. Only by pride cometh contention. So these idiots, these fucking morons who haven't learned anything, right? They claim they know the Lord, they claim they know this, they claim they know that, but yet they haven't learned that the Most High hates pride. Come on, man. Come on, man. You call yourself Christians or whatever, sitting up in the church for all these years, and you don't know what the Most High hates? Ooh.
Think about it, man.
Exactly. Proverbs 6, man. And again, it goes to show these people don't know the Lord, man. They don't know the Lord. It's like the scriptures say, seek ye the Most High while he may be found. And personal testimony, when I was coming into this truth, I was seeking the Lord, man. I was trying to find the Lord. So I started reading his words. And guess what? By reading his words, you get to know his character, you get to know the things he loves, you get to know the things he hates. You get to have an understanding of the whole of the character of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? The Most High is a man of war. God isn't just all love. I mean, that's such a fucking cop-out, man. It's like if you met someone, right, and let's say I'm talking to someone, right? Let's use an example. Let's say you met someone, right, and I've never met this person before. You're telling me about this person, and I said to you, oh, so what's he like then? Oh, he's love.
That's all you know about him?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, what?
It's strange.
Yeah. What person? Or like, let's say you go on a date even, right? Let's use another example. Let's say you go on a date with a girl, right? And your friend's asking you, oh, so what's she like? Oh, she's love. Yeah, you're gonna look at them sideways. But yet, you want to put the Most High in this little straitjacket of he can only be one thing, that's love. Here it is, the Most High created all this wide spectrum of emotions, but yet he can only be bound by love. Trying to put the Most High in a box and it don't work.
Yeah, man, like us, man. Sometimes, you know, you get silly, you happy. You know, sometimes you're sad, you're down. You know, sometimes you're angry, you're frustrated, you're patient. Sometimes you're impatient. You know, we have these range of emotions and feelings and attributes, and we're just men.
Yeah.
But then the one who created us, he's limited.
Exactly. I remember Oprah Winfrey talking some shit, man. One time I was watching one thing about Oprah Winfrey, and she's talking about, oh, you know what? The point where I had to put down the Bible is when I read that God is jealous. When I read that God is jealous, I was thinking, how can I worship power like that? Now, Oprah Winfrey's a witch anyway. She's all up into that, pushing the New Age philosophies and stuff. But yes, the Most High is a jealous power.
Yeah, she just came out of, I saw on social media this week, she just came out of some wellness sanctuary or rehabilitation center, and she looked fucked up, man.
Good.
So may the Lord kill her, man.
That's right. And I was even watching the clip of when she dropped on the stage the other day.
Yeah.
And she was talking about being balanced. It was funny because that's the spirit of the Lord, man. She was talking about being balanced, like walking. You know, you got to have an equilibrium. You got to live a balanced life.
Oh, why did you?
And she dropped.
Yeah, I remember doing videos on that. And you know what that was, right? The Lord said, sent an angel down there and just
Yeah.
kick her, man.
But Salaki, may I just say one other thing? Because we're talking about the women, right? Oprah Winfrey is nothing but a demon that was set up to uplift the so-called black woman, to give her a puffed up head, to make her think that she's better than the so-called black man. That's the only reason why she's got the position she's in, because she's been playing that role. And unfortunately, a lot of Israelite women look up to her as if she's a so-called philanthropist or leader of the black community, man. She ain't nothing but a fucking demon sellout, man.
Because back in the 80s, especially, you had a lot of, so-called black women talking about, black men, this, and that, and third. She spawned that vibration.
Yeah.
That's why that was a big thing in the 80s and even into the 90s too. It was a big thing.
And she gave a platform to espouse that bullshit.
Yeah.
I used to go to seminars on health, right? And I remember Layla Africa. And he's got his wife is I can't remember his wife. But anyway, I remember she was doing like a little speech. And I remember she saying, how are you feeling? And she was addressing the women, right? You feeling empowered?
Yeah, see.
It's all that spirit of respect, woman empowerment.
You know what? It's lucky, man. I just comment on that. If women need empowerment, that means they're not equal to men. Let me say that again. If you need to empower something, how can it be equal to the thing that's already in power? You see what I'm saying? Logic.
Yeah.
So these women know they ain't shit, man.
Yeah.
But what they're trying to do is get together and pussy power and we're gonna overcome. No, fuck you women, man. You ain't leaders of shit, man.
It's like a battery. Like the base of a battery has no power to it.
Yeah.
You have to put the lithium in it.
Oh.
So the lithium is what makes the battery work.
Take out the word empowerment.
Yeah.
Are you feeling rebellious?
There you go. Well said.
This is about rebellion and being against a man and putting a man down, being stronger. And I remember years ago when I used to hear that word from strong, independent women, right? They push that heavy in the 90s, late 90s and early 90s. Pushing that.
Yeah.
And I used to say, right? Strong. And I used to say, no, man, I don't want no strong woman. I don't want. What you're saying is, what you're being is stubborn. You're being stubborn.
Yeah.
It's not strong. It's stubborn woman.
Right.
Stubborn against what is right. Stubborn against your man.
Yeah.
Take out the word strong, independent woman. Strong, stubborn woman. And I used to say, I don't want no fucking strong woman, no stubborn woman.
And that's why, Salakia, that's why a lot of straight men, their relationships with their women ain't working, because the only thing that's woman about her is her vagina, man.
That's it.
They're basically in a relationship with a boy that's trying to become a man. That whole woman empowerment, I can do this just like you can. Yeah. I have the same mentality as you, and I'm better than you. They're equal. They come in the spirit. Although they're a woman, they're coming in that masculine spirit, man. Yeah. That's why a lot of these straight men are getting frustrated and be like, fuck it, I don't even want a woman no more. Because it's really pushing that homosexual vibe, even though they're with a woman, man.
That's right.
And they're using their power, which is the pussy power, right, as a weapon, right?
Okay, Cardi B and all that shit.
When you're younger, fair enough. Yeah, when you're younger, it's like, okay, let's go into this and we fight and we get the pussy in the end. Yeah. But when you get a bit older, I'm not saying I'm an old man, but certain men, they say, fuck that pussy. You don't want that bomber Clark. Keep your pussy. Because you don't want...
it's not worth the
price hassle anymore. It's like a challenge that when you're younger, you rise to a challenge. You like challenge. You take on challenges. But when you get to a certain age, man, you don't give me no pussy, man. Fuck you, go.
That's right.
Like you ain't got time.
You ain't got time. And when you're younger, they say you're like a machine gun, right? But I remember this was someone said this in a stand-up comedy show.
When you get older, you're more of a sniper.
And when you get older, you become like a bazooka. It's only like you don't need it as often. Yeah. But when you get it, it's like boom. It's like boom. You know what I mean? And but basically you're more laid back about it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you know.
May I say something on that? Because when I see these feminists and these women, because you're talking about pussy power, right? I don't know if any of you watched Scooby-Doo when you were younger, but there was this character in it called Scrappy-Doo. and they just go da-da-da-da-da, puppy power, and you get
Yeah.
super strong.
Oh, yeah,
That's how these
yeah.
women are behaving, like da-da-da-da-da, pussy power.
That's
It's like,
it. That's it. Yeah.
Some
That's,
hold,
that's why it's like
no, you got it, you got it.
and that's why I mentioned the lithium. Like the men will like the lithium to the battery.
Nah,
Without the
can't.
lithium, the battery can't work.
They ain't nothing, yeah.
So they need so the reason why women are empowered is because men came up with the idea for them to be empowered.
Khan, that's right.
What's
yeah,
that scripture?
For an agenda.
Rise up, you women that are
Yeah,
at
yeah,
ease.
yeah.
Get some precepts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I've got one on the topic. This is Proverbs 14 verse 1. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands.
Yeah, exactly.
So these women think that they're gaining something by being adverse to their man. And you actually said something there. You said replace the word empower with rebellion. And what do the scriptures say? Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. And as you broke down at camp on Thursday, all of this feminism goes back to the 10-point plan, which was implemented by Alice Bailey, 10-step plan towards the New World Order. And this is all part of that feminism witchcraft. You know, and I remember in the 90s, man, when I was like a teenager, I used to hear this saying all the time, and people thought it's funny to say it. They used to say, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. I'll say it again. They used to say, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. Now, obviously, fish don't ride bicycles, so they were trying to say that women don't need men. And a lot of women believed in that bullshit, man. They actually got gassed off that, and they're thinking, well, you know, I could do bad all by myself. I don't need no man. Well, where's that got the nation, man? Because what you need to understand is just like I was breaking down earlier about how the LGBTQ movement gets people to be socially irresponsible. Feminism also makes women socially irresponsible. You okay?
Just watch it, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So feminism makes women socially irresponsible. Like I read here, Proverbs 14:1. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her own hands. So a lot of these women, they're actually destroying themselves through their wickedness and their own ignorance.
It's only so right there.
Okay, I'll get another one. Right, so Isaiah 32 and 8, I think. Bear with me. Just getting a piece of bear with me. Right, so Isaiah 32 and verse 9. Rise up, ye women that are at ease, and hear my voice, ye careless daughters. See, these daughters are careless, man. They're living without a care, man. Without a care. Give ear unto my speech. Many days and years shall ye be troubled, ye careless women, for the vintage shall fail, and the gathering shall not come. I was actually watching a video yesterday, actually, by one of the brothers in America, who was saying this exact same thing. That a lot of these women who have been living carelessly and powering a lot of good, sincere Israelite brothers off, you know, the times are changing. It's coming to the point now where we're going to be turning these women away. You know, because the scriptures say that a man shall be a covering from the wind. Something along those lines. I'm not paraphrasing. It's lucky. I don't mean to butcher it, but
Pulled it out earlier on. 32 1. Man shall be a hiding place for the wind. Isaiah.
Covered from the storm, yeah.
I'm in Isaiah 32. It must be here. Let me get it. Bear with me. Yeah, here we are. Isaiah 32 and 2. A man shall be as a hiding place from the wind, and a covert from the tempest, as rivers of water in a dry place. Now imagine you're walking through a desert, man. It ain't no fun, man. There you are walking through a desert, your throat is all dry and shit, you ain't seeing no water, then finally you see an oasis. That's gonna be like, whoa, I need to get some moisture, man. I need some thirst. Those are the times we're coming into, because a lot of these women who are being basically being hoes out here, and they're dating these worldly men. A lot of these men are gonna end up fucking dropping dead, man. If not by the clot shock, then by World War III, and if not by that, then from all the other calamities that are coming on the earth, seditions, all that kind of stuff. A lot of these men are going to drop dead, because the scriptures say the women shall mourn having no husbands, and the young women no bridegrooms. Right.
Jeremiah 31, get the dust off, 22 says, how long wilt thou go about, O
Thou
thee backsliding
backsliding
daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth, a woman shall surpass a man. Surpass a man. So yeah, we notice it. I'm into my sports, right? And there's this girl, young girl, her name is Carissa Shields, right? And she's into the boxing thing, right?
So
A woman, a girl, one of the female boxers, right? You heard about Ali,
Muhammad Ali's daughter.
right? So anyway, she's really arrogant, and I'm saying to myself, fuck, you know. And what she's saying is she calls herself the GOAT, and I ain't for that woman. The GOAT, as in female GOAT. GOAT, as in female GOAT.
Yeah, may I just say something? I'll break it down after you talk.
So, and I'm into my boxing, and I'm saying, okay, she's good. All right, but you know what she's coming with? I'm the female GOAT. I'm setting the stage. I'm as good as I'm doing better than what men doing, and you got men saying she's good, you know, she's doing what she did. But you know what? She went into MMA and she lost her second fight. She won the first one.
Yeah.
She won her debut and she lost the second fight, right? And she got bust up and the Most High humbled her anyway.
Yeah.
So what the point is, right? When women want to surpass a man, they always want to come with. They don't want equality. They want to surpass the man, and she's coming with an arrogant attitude, like, yeah, a bit like some of the Edomites. I'm as good as Muhammad Ali. She's coming with that, but on a female perspective. But one of the brothers was saying that you women also, along the same line, you women that are in these other camps and calling for these men, a lot of these men are going to take the jab. A lot of them are going to fall by the wayside, right? They're talking about the camp haters. We're talking about the camp haters. Oh, the Manatas up, right? And their wives. And when these men start to fall off or they take the jab and you see that they're not really men of the law, you're going to come to the men, the great millstone, and most of us are going to turn you down. Yeah. Because of that, the arrogance of wanting to surpass them. A lot of the women now want to be able to be in the forefront and speak in IUIC. The women can preach. So because of their arrogance, and most are going to humble them, the IUIC, women can preach. That's what it is. Is it IUIC? Yeah, that's what the brother was saying. Women can speak.
Yeah, I heard
Women
that
can
one
speak.
before, but that's going off too.
Right.
That IUIC is a fucking church, man. It's a church. That's what it
It's
is.
just an Israelite church,
It's a church, man.
Israelite Christian church.
So that's the point is made.
But you know what, man? First of all,
I'm gonna go back and do my research on that.
oh, please, come in, it's not. First of all, women shouldn't even be boxing anyway. That's not really for
That's
women,
some off.
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
And secondly, that reminds me of that woman. A couple of years back, there was a woman in called Wanda Rousey, and she was talking all this shit about I can beat any woman. I can even beat Floyd Mayweather.
Yes, I remember that.
And then she got fucked up by what was the woman who busted her up?
Stevenson.
Holly Holmes.
Yeah.
Holly Holmes
that's it.
fucked her ass up.
Remember.
Bad. And I was enjoying that, man, because she's been talking all kind of shit for the longest about I can beat any man and all this kind of stuff. And she wasn't even that good of a fighter. But they were pushing her.
You know what? It's like, you know who else is proud? Because I forget her name, man. She's a little short woman. She boxes for the UK in the Olympics.
That lesbian woman.
She's gay, yeah.
Nicola Adams.
Her Nicola Adams. That's it.
Yeah, that little black.
Yeah,
bitch.
I was training because I know that people that train for the Olympics, right? And I was boxing with them guys a couple of years ago, and she was there. I met her twice actually, and
She's ugly, yeah. You're ugly, bitch.
she's
You're
fucking ugly,
man.
man.
Ugly bitch.
She's ugly,
Yeah.
man. And
Yeah.
it's funny because even my auntie knows her family,
Yeah.
who are from the same island, right? Fucking ugly woman,
That's why
man.
she's a lesbian.
And yeah, it was in the boxing gym, right? And she was giving it all she got, man. Like giving it all, she just talking shit, man. Like guys were in there, we were all training and whatever. And then she was training too, but it's like she's trying to keep up on your level.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on.
She had something to prove.
Yeah. If I could just say, like when a woman goes to play football with boys,
Yeah.
right? And you don't really want to go in hard on them.
Yeah.
But they fuck up everything.
Hey man, let me say this as well, man.
Fuck it.
With football,
Yeah.
I feel, bro, like I used to be into football and stuff,
Yeah.
right? But if you watch like the Premier League, the top teams play and stuff, there's class to it, man.
Yeah.
There's a sense of like they train and you can see the training, man.
Yeah,
Because they're
really
good at. If you wanna cry, watch women play football, man.
Oh, I don't.
If you wanna actually get frustrated, man,
Yeah.
they can't run properly
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a man. They can't kick the ball like a man.
Yeah.
They're whole oriented, and
Yeah.
you're just not equal.
Yeah.
There's a clear distinction on who's above who, man.
Yep. If I may just say, brief testimony, like yourself, some years ago I did some boxing, not for that long, just a short time, but I used to go to this gym, and there's all men in there, and there's this one woman,
Always
and
one.
the whole vibe was off when she was around, because she, like,
Yeah.
you're doing the drills and the
Yeah,
training,
yeah,
and she's there like,
yeah.
with like, thinking that she's all on the equal level, like looking down at men, and she's like thinking, she ain't even on that level like that, but the pride was there.
Yeah,
And they
because-
give her a pass because, oh,
Yes.
she's a girl, you know, let her play.
They lower the standards. That's
Yeah.
I'm good at. I used to be good at football. I used to be, right. And when it comes to the woman, there's certain way that you can't. You know what I mean? You can't go in and mash.
Yeah,
them,
I don't, you
lick them
can't. That's
down
the
and-
thing. Isn't it?
If you win, you lose. And
Yeah.
if you win, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, if you used to knock out a woman in boxing ring,
Yeah,
you spar with him, you accidentally go
Yeah.
in and you knock him out.
yeah. But we had
You
that.
don't get no respect.
Yeah.
What do you do that to the woman for?
Because she's weaker than
Fucking
you.
spoil it,
You
man.
can't
Like,
get
Yeah, there's no victory there, is it?
Right.
Yeah,
So-
so come something.
So why are you here then? I remember the same gym, the same training session. There's some other women up in there, and one guy he was kind of roughing up the woman, innit? And the guy goes, "Hey, as in like, calm down. She's a woman." And my thing is, well, why she here then? Why she here then? Because I can't train properly now.
Exactly
Because
right.
I'm going all soft and shit.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it properly because she's a woman.
Yeah.
But for some reason, she has to be there for what?
Oh, equality, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the point. The proof is in the pudding. We've just said it. We broke it down. If men and women were equal, why is there this big debate about transgender men being in women's sports?
Yeah.
Because if they were equal, there'd be no complaint. It'd be a level playing field, right?
Yeah.
But evidently, it's not, because you've got all these trannies going up in there and dominating these sports. And now the women are crying like, "Oh, well, we can't compete."
Not fair.
And who's that fucking another ugly bitch, man? Is she from South Africa? She's been in the news for years. That runner, man.
The one
And-
that's
Oh,
the man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
they had a whole dispute over that.
Yeah.
Like, what's the deal on that? Is she actually a man or what is
I
she?
don't know. I just get disgusted when I look at that thing.
That fucking
they
thing,
call it,
man. That's a mistake, bro.
Yeah.
But you know, though, if she was actually pretty, she wouldn't have to be doing all of that stuff.
Exactly.
Getting into that sport of fight.
Basically, they done research, and according to the study that because she's got too much testosterone, they found a loophole. Because she's a woman, they tested her and everything. But because she's got too much, they call it hyperandrogenism.
Yeah, her chemicals ain't balanced.
So
man.
they found a way to get her fizzle her out of it. It was about 2016 because she did look masculine, but she was a woman and she was tearing them all the other nations up.
That's a judgment from the Lord,
Yeah.
man. You're a woman and your chemicals are off, man. That's
I got a
like,
precept, right?
hey, go on.
Because these women are all out of order, right?
You know, read that.
Titus 2 and verse 3. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as become of holiness, not false accusers, not given to wine, teachers of good things, right? That they may teach the younger women to be sober, to love their husbands, and to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient unto their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. Now, a lot of these athletes and shit as well, man, you hear about it, because when they go in the Olympics, right, they've been training, they're all pumped up and shit. When they go into those Olympic villages, what the hell do you think they're doing in there, man? They're freaking off.
High testosterone.
Yeah, you hear about that, man. They just like when the women go up in the army and shit, man. Elder Malcolm gave a testimony, man, that when these women go up in the army and they're around all these men, what do you think they're doing? Do you think they're just there flipping, sitting in the corner now, man? They're playing the field, man. Shalom, yeah, Bashalom, Shalom.
Yes,
Fuck.
sure.
And that's not what women are supposed to be doing. Women are supposed to be chaste, discreet, keepers at home, teachers of good things. You know, they're not supposed to be running around the world acting like complete fools, because the scriptures say the women will destroy themselves with overmuch liberty. That's Surah 24. Let me get that.
I don't know if you know how to say that.
Yeah, that woman, her name was I've got her name.
Here,
That's
this brother here is like,
Yeah, what's her name?
should never do it.
What's its name?
Castor Semenya.
Push the cap out as much as we
Well,
can.
you wouldn't want to.
You know, that's why.
And because I was looking into it, testosterone levels, right?
So you got your
Anyway,
phone.
basically, it's
Because you got, I think
it's
you
a
got
medical
like,
condition actually, which they said is
yeah,
hyper.
you got shot,
Really, hyper.
Hyperandrogenic female athletes. Right. So, what did I bring out?
yeah, next one.
Yes, right, so this is Surah, chapter 2, 25 and verse 25. Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad.
Yeah. We're just testing things out right now.
And if thou hast a daughter, keep her in straitly, lest she destroy herself with overmuch liberty. So these women have been given too much liberty that they don't really know what to do with it. That's another reason why a woman is inferior to a man, because they really don't know how to conduct themselves. They don't really know how to be. They need leadership. That's why when you're in a relationship with a woman, if you're taking the back seat too much, she's kind of looking at you like, well, you're supposed to be the man, you know. So they really want a leader, but when you come across in a leadership way, then they get offended. Oh, it's not fair. It's not equal. And then you're like, well, what the hell's going on? Well, they've been brainwashed by the system, man. They've been brainwashed to the point where they really don't know up from down, left from right, good from bad, right from wrong. So that's another byproduct of bad rulership, which is Esau running this place. Esau is a bad ruler himself. He even doesn't know how to do shit right. So how much less the people? You know what I'm saying? Esau is fucking it's like how do you put it? It's like I don't know, a child trying to command an army. Like you wouldn't put a little baby in command of a battalion. That's kind of what Esau is. He just doesn't know what to do. In fact, he does know what to do because the Bible teaches it, but he chooses to do the complete opposite. That's his nature, because he does everything contrary to the scriptures. But yet they claim this is supposed to be a God-fearing country. If this is a God-fearing country, then why aren't they keeping any of the laws, statutes, and commandments that are kept in the Bible? Why are they not holding them? Why is Esau trying to pass his own laws? What do the scriptures say? Woe to them that prescribe. Let me get it. I'll come back in a bit. Right, be this which they have prescribed. Come. Bear me, I'm just looking for one. It's like I'm just looking for bear me. Right, do any of you brothers know the scripture where it says where they pass laws and grievousness which they prescribe?
Oh, that's in Isaiah 10.
Oh, for what?
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. So again, that's another good reason why it's good to have brothers around, because you know, iron sharpeneth iron.
That's the type of government they do.
Right, there we go. Kawada. I was looking for Isaiah 10 and verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, that they write grievousness which they have prescribed. Right, to turn aside to like the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. And that's a perfect analogy for the state that JP's in right now, because a lot of us grew up fatherless, and you know, Esau don't show no pity on us, man, or on our mothers or any of our family. They don't show favor to the young, nor unto the elderly. Esau's a fucking complete demon, man.
Just a couple of We know the woman we don't like, but here's Proverbs 31. I'll bring out one or two verses of this one. Yeah?
It's something we
She
should
maketh herself coverings of
Oh, that's
jealousy.
beautiful. What a woman should be doing, right?
Should be doing, yeah. Right, let me go up a little bit. Right.
and, that's
21.
that's the It's right now we're just trying it out and see which is going well. You know, we got 2 minutes.
Proverbs 31 and 21 says, she is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. Right? That's the wife of the wife. She maketh herself coverings of jealousy, her clothing is like silk. Now come to my wife. You know what I'm going to come on to when I'm in the chariot? Park up the chariot, you know, coming in the yard and things. Food ready for right?
Slippers waiting at the front door.
Right. She maketh fine linen and setteth it and delivereth girdles unto the merchants. Strength and honor are in her clothing, are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is law of kindness. Because the woman, you know, we might be wisdom now, Lord. I mean, especially me now, where I'm now. Yeah. When you compare it with what I've been in, like in the world, and now with this in the truth, man, they say you know you might calm down a bit. But for me, I don't know if it's a positive phrase. I ain't calm down. I've become a bit more. I have a lower tolerance.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it must be the spirit.
More sensitive to bullshit.
Right. Yeah, I probably was going into that. He was saying that because your eyes are open.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes wise man mad. So maybe it's just a little phrase that I might go calm down a bit, I don't know. But she openeth her mouth with wisdom, and her tongue is like the law of kindness, right? So it took sense, man. You know what I mean? You can't communicate on no bullshit, man. Not now at this stage, man. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I ain't got no time for the foolishness, man. She looketh well to the ways of her husband, right? And eateth from the bread of idleness. Her children arise up and call her blessed. So the children, they got educated, they're well taught, you know what I mean? My youth, you know? Her husband also, he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. She excels from up there with the top gal, like Sarah. I don't just like to say Sarah, because that's what the IUIC say. But they disrespect Sarah when they keep saying the word Sarah. Sarah went into that. You know, Sarah was really proper. She was a proper woman. She called Abraham Lord, man. So we're coming into our royalty, like I've done a video the other day. We're waking up into our King's House of David is being re-established now. Yeah. You know, so we're this we call it the Hanukkah. The New Jerusalem, the temple is now being brought up again now, man. That's right. Barn again, so that's a beautiful thing, you know?
That ended last night.
I've got a precept to compliment what you just read. This is Surah 25 verse 23. Oh, we're still in. Okay. Right, Surah 25:23. A wicked woman abateth the courage and maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress maketh weak hands and feeble knees. Yeah, so a woman is like, I know Jacob slept on a rock, right, as a pillow, but you're supposed to have a little bit of softness in your life. If your woman ain't supposed to be fucking hard work that you're coming to try and lay your head on, you need some. We're supposed to be strong, but there's times when you need a little bit of tenderness, man. And a woman is supposed to comfort her husband, man. That's the role she's supposed to play to support her husband, not to fucking run him into the ground, man. Yeah. Make the man go into an early grave just to get away from her.
And that's a lot of men do that. Statistically, men die
younger.
7 years before women. Statistically, according to their science. Yep. So the question is why? And when I used to go to job interviews, like it's mostly, you know, mostly Jake women, and they said, I tell them my age, and they say, how come you stay so young, right? And I
Tell
say,
them black don't crack.
right. No, well, I kind of say that, but I say, they say you got a girlfriend. I say, no, that's why I look so young.
That's a good one.
You got any children? No.
Yeah.
I'm not telling the business, but no stress, man. No stress in my life, but all that shit, man.
Yeah.
For now. But that's what it is. Because women can age you.
They
give
do.
you good.
They
Ain't got
do.
no grey hairs right now.
Yeah.
Trust me, find a woman that would give me hell about the children. Some brothers over in America, they hear
No, you're not, man. I've probably got more grades than you. For real, man.
I got good grades.
Come on. What's that thing when they have to pay for the
I
children?
got some grades
child
on the
support.
head, man.
Yeah, well, my brother's got
Come
like
out.
children, like with their Jake, like, or either my Jake. And he lost his hair. He's only 2 years older than me. He lost his hairline balding. And when he looks at me now, he's like, he don't even recognise me, man. You know?
Not saying his forehead bald.
Because of the children.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I had to go to art. He said to me, come to court with me. He was like, fighting for the lesson of the children. And
Gave you
you know,
receiving
and
hair
I'm
like
like, that like, okay, yes, there's pleasure, there's pluses and there's cons to having a woman. If she's trying though, but if she's not trying, there's no benefit, there's no advantage to it, as you said.
Yeah.
They're gonna run you into the grave. But Yaratazar, that time is coming now. You know, most of us open our eyes to see now, and probably I can choose more wisely now I've got the truth, rather than have to go start all over again and learn to go through what I've been through already. Hard way. But for now, the most I've kept me young, it's kept me a certain way, you know. With, probably because he wanted me to get this truth and get my teeth into this truth or anything else. Hand over to you.
And it's like the Apostle Paul. The Apostle Paul said that you would have trouble in the flesh when you're dealing with a woman. But I mean, you got brothers that have women.
Yeah.
And, you know, they got this. But the focus really is supposed to be what we're doing here, because this is what's more important than everything else, man. You know,
I'm not
women-
knocking brothers that got women. I'm just talking as
Yeah.
because every man's role is different. Every man's role
Come.
to get to the truth is different.
But really mainly dealing with brothers that don't got a woman. Like myself, for example, I don't have a woman either. You know, hey man, we don't really need to be focusing on finding a woman, but we need to be focusing on seeking the Lord.
Yeah.
Because that's what's more important than anything else. Hey, the scripture says, seek ye the kingdom of heaven first.
and all these things shall be added unto you.
There you go. So that's what's happening right now. And at the same time, speaking of the kingdom of heaven is already here. It's the men of the Lord out on the highways and the byways, telling Esau that he's going down, pretty much revealing this truth as to who we are and what we're supposed to be doing, and what is going to be in the future, the prophecies that we speak on about, you know, all of these different things. But I want to get into a topic concerning, you know, the body of the Mashiach Yahushua, which is in 1 Corinthians 12. Somebody get that?
1 Corinthians, Slacky, which one?
Yeah, 12. So you can start with verse 1 or verse 10. You know, read from verse 1.
Right, 1 Corinthians 12 and verse 1. Now,
That's the spirit, because when I started, I was going to go there, and I said, nah, the elder might touch that. So I went to Romans 9.
Oh, yeah?
See, and then
That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
right, 1 Corinthians 12 and verse 1. Now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as you were led. Wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Yahushua first.
And even though the Apostle Paul was speaking about the Israelites at the time, that also applies to us now, because we idolize the people of the world in terms of these celebrities. We've idolized basically this whole entire system, you know, because this society has a God of itself. So, you know, when it comes to these artists, these entertainers, you know, these movie star makers and all of that, we've idolized these men. And now that we've come back to the scriptures, we're realizing that these men are abominable, because it says that they that are exalted among men are abomination into the eyes of the Lord. They're just mere men. You know, you got certain celebrities that you may listen to or whatever, but you don't highly esteem them like you did in the world. So even though we don't have, you know, statues such as what our forefathers had, worshiping these other gods, the idols of the people that you see on TV, and just above and beyond this world in general, like I said, you know. So this also applies to us as well. Let us read on.
Right, so it says, wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Yahushua cursed, and that no man can say that Yahushua is the Lord but by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but by the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is what moves us to teach these scriptures the way that we teach them. Okay? Because really, what are we going into? We're going into the gospel of the kingdom, which is a part of the house of David, which is within the house of David, I would say. So, and you know, this gospel of the kingdom is building on the elect edification. And you got brothers that's watching us, that's looking into pretty much following our footsteps and doing what we're doing, going out there and preaching. So the more brothers that are preaching, the more the truth is basically becoming more dominant. It's becoming a dominant force that Esau can't really mess with.
That's right.
You know? And Esau really wants to mess with this thing and put it to a stop, but it's not going to be put to a stop. Like these churches, for example, among our people, they're leaving the churches like it's nothing. And you got all of these pastors. They went and did a live show talking about the whole Hebrew Israelite thing. You know, they spoke about certain other things, but the problem is that it's the Israelites. You got a lot of young so-called black men that are leaving the churches, and they're seeing that they're becoming Israelites. And that's only because, you know, the Heavenly Father, he sent, the apostles last as if it was appointed to death. So what the Lord did, the Lord sent the best from us. Right. And this is where we come in. Because when it's all said and done, at the very last end of this world, the prophets are going to raise up, and they're going to reveal the truth of the matter. Go on, brother.
That's a good point, because I don't know if you guys remember that interview that Vocab Malone was doing when he was talking about the Israelites. And he actually said something which is actually true. He said that within a few years, he perceives that Hebrew Israelism will overtake Christianity. And he said that's why it's so important that we need to, you know, evangelize to people and you know, tell them about Christianity to prevent that. Well, guess what you just said? A lot of these Christians are leaving the church, turning towards the truth.
Yeah.
So it's actually come to pass.
Because like I said, 2 weeks ago, I got two parents, man, that know they're Israelites, and they accept it.
Oh,
so if that's the case, then the word of our people are coming around. The majority of them are probably coming around. Not I won't say the majority, but a good, a good high number of them are coming around this thing, man. So I mean, if that's the case, then the whole Christianity is being pretty much put aside. Yeah. And when you really think about it, the so-called blacks have actually gave Christianity the pop that it had before. But because we're not involved in the churches, now it's dying. Because really, when you look at Jake brings life in everything that Jake get involved in, man. Right. Jake bring life in music. Jake bring life in the Hollywood film industries. Jake bring life in everything, period. So when you think about, again, these different Christians in that, right? And Jake losing interest in Christianity, what does that mean? That's pretty much making Christianity look
turn off your lights.
Look the way that it is, man.
Turn your lights down.
It's looking real
Then you
dead
can turn.
right now, so to speak. That's the spirit, man. But that's the spirit, because when you think about it, we got a lot of the world.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I mean. So they never did that.
That's 125 grand, yeah.
Cameras are right there too. So yeah, I mean, like when you look at Christianity, it's actually died. It's actually died. It's done. It's through, because Jake ain't really fuck with it. It's played out.
It's
dead,
man.
Yeah, it's dead. It's dead in the water. Let me just put it to you that way. But that's going back to what you were saying about the vocab. I didn't even know you said that. So vocab means, so these devils, they know that this truth is pretty much overcoming their doctrine, such as Christianity.
Go on, brother.
Amos 9:11 says, "In that day I will rise up the tabernacle of David, and that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will rise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old."
Yeah. And we're the building of the house of David right now, being restored. And it's funny because we just celebrated Hanukkah, which represents that.
Yep.
The rebuilding of the temple, which we are. So this temple is being fully built and furnished the way that it is. And now you got our people that are looking at this temple like, man, I want to get down with this. And I hear what these brothers are saying. So this truth is blowing up, and it's going to blow people up to the point where these Christians, they're not going to know what to do. And I'm talking about these leaders among Christianity. They're not going to know what to do because the old Capelone, he thinks that. And I mean, I'm just saying his name because he's the one that's actually in front of this place. Yeah, but he's really just a dust particle on our shoulders. That's really what he is. You know, but I'm just using his name for an example on making the point that you got the idea that he has in his mind that he wants to overthrow us is maybe highly likely he's probably an agent.
No, probably he is an
He
agent.
is an agent. No, I stand corrected.
Definitely an agent of Satan.
Yeah.
That much I can say for sure.
Yeah. So this is the thing, man. And as well as this Israelite thing is blowing up, this world is crashing down.
That's right.
And all of the lies that comes out of this world. Let's read on, Sean.
Oh, back in where was I at?
Yeah, Corinthians.
Corinthians 12, man. It's like I was just saying something else. It's like Alright, Corinthians 12 again.
Actually, I got the tissue that you gave me.
For what?
I got it.
For what? Right. I'll just keep reading. So, now there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit with all. For to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another the gifts of healing by the same Spirit, to another the working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another the discerning of spirits, to another diverse kinds of tongues, and to another the interpretation of tongues. For all these worketh that one and the self-same Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will.
Yeah, just like the Spirit in your body. The Spirit in your body operates the body. It's not the body itself that operates it, it's the Spirit within it. So, what is the Spirit that's operating the church? The Holy Spirit is. So, if you got the Holy Spirit inside of the church, it's operating the church. You can't overthrow that church because that church has the Holy Spirit that's moving these different members in the church that make up the body of the church. That's why, as it is written, you cannot do anything against the truth before the truth. Because the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of truth. And once the truth stands forever. Okay? So you have all of these men that are standing before time, before the end of times, proclaiming these words, which these words pretty much speak about the past and as well as the future, and as well as we're approaching the end times. And this is why they can't do nothing about it. You know, when you and the longer you stay in the shoot, the more interesting it gets, man.
Oh, for sure.
You see, man. You see a lot of these same agents which were pursuing towards putting this to an end what we have, and they're talking about. You can see that they're panicking, they're worried, and these different leaders in Christianity, they're worried. These pastors are looking worried. They're talking about, oh man, what are we gonna do with this problem? And well, hey man, we're not the problem. You guys are the problem.
We're the solution.
Exactly. Go on.
Also, a lot of these pastors, Apostle Tahar often brings this out. A lot of them, they be watching us, and they start trying to teach some of the breakdowns that the elders are giving.
Yes, they do.
So that you can see they're actually secretly watching us. They're trying to put out like, oh, they came up with it.
Yeah.
And that's why we give elders, give double honors to our elders, man. The men who we learned this truth from. Back to you.
And the proof of that is what is it, Isaiah chapter, I think it's Isaiah 30 or something like that. 30, where it says, thine eyes shall see thy teachers. So if the pastors are learning the scriptures from us, which they have been doing for so long of a time, what is that proof? What did they showcase from outside looking in? That we are the leaders of the people, as well as we're the real teachers. Okay? And they were never the teachers of the Lord because they had to go get it from us, the real teachers of the Lord. Let's get this shot.
Yeah, there's another good one here. I'll get the one you called for the afterwards.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the bottom line. We're the real teachers on the face of the earth. Like Apostle Hall said, that we're the top guys on the face of the earth. You got that right. Because when you look at these pastors and these Roman Catholics, they're listening to us. And even the elite are looking at us like, damn, these are the prophets of the Lord rising up before time as spoken of in prophecy. Because the elites, they got spiritual men on the left-hand side, which are highly likely those Roman Catholic priests. Because in every society you had, especially in Egypt you had the king, and then you had the spiritual men under the king, and you had the government, which was controlling
the wise men, right?
Yeah, you had the wise men, and then you had the government, which was responsible for the people, like the police and all that other stuff. Well, I don't know if they had that in Egypt, but I'm pretty sure they had, like, laws and stuff like that, taskmasters. So yeah, so that's in every empire you had that. But in this empire, the people that are behind this empire, moving this empire, they know who we are, man.
Yeah.
They know who the hell we are. So if they know who we are, and as well as these pastors know who we are, because they get the scriptures from us, we're the top guys, man. We're the number one guys on the face of the earth. Go on, brother.
Isaiah 30
that they're looking out for. Go on, bro.
Isaiah 30 verse 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
Thine eyes shall see thy teachers. How are you going to see your teachers? On the street.
Wisdom cries loud in the street.
Let's go and get that.
Right. Before I go, I'll get it. I'm holding another one.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, man, it's proven that we're those guys. We're those men. We're the prophets. And it's like, when you really think about it, the prophets were over all of the kingdoms. Like when you go into the story of Nebuchadnezzar, what did Nebuchadnezzar do? He put Daniel and the rest of the men that was behind, the men that was worshiping Yahweh Shemel Shai, and he put them in that position of power because they had the greater wisdom.
Just like Joseph in Egypt.
Yeah, right. Joseph in Egypt, he was what, the first businessman.
Yeah. Proverbs 1:20 says, wisdom crieth without she uttereth her voices in the streets. Yeah, let me say it again. Wisdom crieth without she uttereth her voices in the streets.
Right, she uttered her voice in the streets. Because what wisdom are we coming with? Are we coming with wisdom from these theologians? Because none of us went to theology school, which the word theology means the study of God, which really, when you really check it out, we're the real theologians. Okay, you brothers that are learning this truth, or brothers that have learned this truth, they're the real theologians, so to speak. Those guys that's in these different universities and that, they're not the real ones. All right, they're just hypocrites, and they're really just a bunch of demons, really. Because the wisdom that they're learning is from other demons. So they become demons of Satan, man, agents of Satan. Like Vo Capelone and these other guys, man. You know? Go on, brother.
21. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates, in the city, she uttereth her words, saying.
Right, and the proof that those pastors ain't the real deal, because they're in like all of these church houses, they're in these church buildings. The scripture says to go ye out into the highways and the hedges to compel to bring them in.
Yep.
And also she uttered her voice in the streets. In other words, wisdom. So the wisdom that you're going to get from Heavenly Father is going to be on the streets. That's how you're going to see your teachers. Let's read the teachers again. Let's read that again.
Yep. Isaiah 30 and verse 20. Right, so it says, and though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
Right. And all of the men that learn this truth from the apostles and the men on down, you're becoming what? You become a part of this body. You become a teacher in your own right. You become a prophet in your own right. And what are you also becoming a part of as well as the body of your Mashiach and Habushah? Yeah, God, it would be, that's how do you like the charity? That's what
Yeah.
Charity? Yeah, and there's another one over there. This thing with charity.
Yeah, I see that too.
Yeah.
So that's what you really, that's what you become. You become part of this ministry. All right? You become a missionary in furthering this ministry. And, you know, really it all begins with the Lord is passed that Holy Spirit upon you, learning of this truth. Okay, so without me talking too much, let's get back to the scriptures.
Right, I've got Isaiah 30 and verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord Yahweh, that take counsel, but not of me,
Right.
and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
Yes, you go and break that down.
Right, the reason why I brought that out is because we're talking about the churches, and the spirits that are in these church houses is not the spirit of Yahweh, right? So these people, it says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord Yahweh, that take counsel, but not of me, that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. So when they're in these churches, they're taking that covering, like, you know, oh, we're Christians, we're in the church, you know, we believe in God, but that's not the spirit of truth.
Right.
You know, that's not the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. So they're taking another covering, which is not going to give them any protection in the times of trouble to come. Because the scriptures say the name of the Lord is a strong tower.
Right.
They that fear it run into it and they're saved.
Now, see, yeah.
So if you're in these church houses calling on Lord God and Jesus Christ and Jesus Christus and all this kind of shit, those aren't the names of the Lord. You're not going to have no defense in that time of trouble, which is shortly to come.
And you know what is going, even so that includes the pastors knowing the truth, because they get the truth from us. So now they know the truth, and they know that they're Israelites themselves. Because a lot of them are really Jake pastors that
They are.
get their you know their information from us. So they know the deal. But you know, though, a lot of these pastors, these superstar pastors that have made hundreds of millions of dollars off the poor, they been knew that you were the Israelites, but they've been pretty much paid off to not bring out
that truth.
Yeah, to not bring out that information. Because you have a lot of them, actually the real gatekeepers of this information. They know who the Israelites are. So in order for you, like the apostle, the boss said, in order for you to teach a lie, you got to know the truth.
Yeah.
And that they do know the truth. But it just takes the right men to bring that information out, which will be the teachers of God, the house of David, and as well as the body of the Mashiach, Yahweh Shah. That's who's really going to bring the information home. Because I mean, we've had guys like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Yeah, absolutely. And Malcolm X actually knows all of the elders that taught our elders. Okay? But he didn't bring it out. Farrakhan still ain't bringing it out.
And he knows.
Yeah, and he knows that we're the Israelites. But again, these are not the men of the Lord. The Lord set up men as it was appointed for this, as it was appointed that the apostles last.
Yes.
And so that through them the truth may be displayed. And really there's no made, it is being displayed by these men. Because all of these guys, they're not men of the Lord, and as well as they're not a part, they were never really sanctioned to be of the body of the Mashiach Yahweh Shah to teach the truth. You have to take these men that are the elect, preordained to be the elect. Lord willing, with those men. You know, we say that humbly. Go on, brother.
But I've got on through 1 Corinthians 4 and verse 9. For I think that God has sent forth us, the apostles last, as we were appointed to death. For we are made a spectacle unto the world.
And now we've been made a spectacle unto the world. And I mean, we've always been a spectacle to the world, but now more on a larger scale.
Yeah.
Because like I was saying, you got these pastors that are paying attention to us now. And the reason why they have to pay attention to us because they're losing their members. And when you lose your members, that also affects their pocket. Exactly. That affects their pockets, which is what they've been all about. they've all been about their pockets. And when you really think about it, it's like this. I forgot this pastor's name, but I did a sit down with him, and he was saying the reason why the Lord hasn't come back. This is a stupid statement he made. The reason why the Lord hasn't come back because people haven't put too much tights. They haven't put too much tights in for the church. That's why he hasn't come back. You know, and this is just, hey man, a lot of you guys, a lot of you pastors and you evangelists, hey, the Most High's gonna fucking destroy you guys, man.
That's right.
The Most High got a special kind of death coming for each and every last one of y'all. Real talk, man. And even the ones that know the truth and trying to stop it. Go on, bro.
May I add to that? Because that's a very good point. Because what you've got to realize is that these false pastors, they actually know how to speak sweet words to the people. Because when they talk about prosperity and all this kind of shit, that's very sweet to a carnal-minded person. Like, oh, you know, you come to our church, you could be part of our congregation, and the Lord's going to bless you. You get a new car, a new job, a new house, a new wife, a new husband, all this stuff. Those are all the things of this world. And if you're a spiritual person, you're not really supposed to be seeking after those things. The scriptures say, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, then all these things will be added unto you. So these people have been deceived, but really they're very simple, because it's a very simple trick that's been perpetrated on them, and they've fallen for it.
And you know too, what I was thinking about briefly as well, a lot of these mainstream media pastors, a lot of them are just playing sorceries and witches behind closed doors.
Yeah.
But they use the word of the Lord just so that they can, you know, increase in their pockets pretty much.
That's right.
And rob the poor. So let's go and get Acts 7 and 48. Because none of these churches around the world have the answers, man. We're the ones with the answers. I mean, that may sound braggadocious of me saying that, but hey, somebody has to have the truth, man. And it's us. It's looking more and clearly like it's us.
Yeah, just like when we was out the other day teaching, and we had those gutter rats. All they were doing was fucking dancing. They can't even dance, but they weren't teaching the word. They weren't showing the world righteousness. But yet, aren't they supposed to be the holy people? Walking around every day like they're dressing up for a fucking funeral.
They don't got the answers. No one has the answers because everybody has been brainwashed to not have the answers. But the Heavenly Father has given us the Holy Spirit through men that gave us the answers, man. Going up.
Yeah, you call for Acts 7:38?
48.
48.
You got a precept?
Yeah, I'm just having trouble turning the page.
That's all right. This is the skull.
It's one of these ones that's stuck together.
We in the brick code. I remember that nigga said that. What's his name, man? McQuash. He was talking about, you don't have to go out in the brick code. Some shit like that he said.
Well, be in season and out season.
Season.
Well, Acts 7.
I don't even think he's out there now, to be honest.
Well, Acts 7 and 48. Howbeit, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
The Lord ain't dealing with these church houses. These these groves he call them spiritual groves.
Yeah.
That's really what they are. You go in there and you just get taught a whole lot of hogwash, and get to listen to the pastor talking about, you know, how much money he's making, and praising Jesus and all of this other stuff, man. And, you know, showing up with his watch and his suit and tie.
Yeah.
Like I remember those days that I used to go to this church. And we used to go, his name was Pastor Zach, his name was. And he recently, it's been about maybe like 5 or 7 years ago, he passed away because he overdosed on crack. I know, not crack, it was cocaine he overdosed on. And this dude, man, he was showing off, man, like a little bit. Whenever he got in that spirit of showing off, he would show off and all that stuff. Yeah. Called himself stunting on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what Jake's saying in the world. But yeah, he passed on. But all of these pastors, they're all corrupt, man. They're all fucking corrupt pastors. That's what they are going. The real pastors are gonna be out in the streets.
Oh man.
Psalms 119, Psalms 119, 119, and 98 says, Though through my commandments has made me wiser than mine enemies, for they are ever with me.
Yeah.
I have more understanding than all my teachers, for thy testimonies are my meditation. And when you think about well, I'm young in the truth, and I always say I'm young in the truth. I'm not. I'm being modest, really, because if I compare it to what I used to know, and for those pastors, even those pastors who used to go head to head, if they were sincere, who used to go head to head, I put them on their head. As little as I know, compared to my teachers, like in the school, as little as I know, I will put them on their head. And some of the Jehovah's Witnesses, if they were sincere, though, I'm admit doing it like that. You put them on their head.
Of course. Yeah. Now just say something like that. Sometimes you don't know your own strength.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you might be training. Yeah. You don't know how hard you can hit until you actually hit someone. So if you was to go up against one of them Christian pastors, you probably mash his ass up.
Yeah.
You know?
And I'm 5 years old, and I know, I can say I know more than my enemies, people that used to hang around me, people that in that Jehovah's Witness. We've got our basic wisdom, basic wisdom, still basic wisdom. And when I go to his channel, always that's a nice humble name, right? But with that basic wisdom, what he says he's got, it's not basic wisdom to these pastors.
No. It's high level. It's high level.
So we know about the salvation to come, we know about the charagma, that things that they don't want to know or they don't want to accept, if they do know. But if they don't know because they're not being told.
Exactly.
So, last one, he says, I understand more than the ancients, because I keep thy precepts.
Yeah. So, I mean, we know these precepts so well. And that's why we can say that we have an understanding of what life is all about. Make a bold statement like that. And like you was going into on how, who was speaking about, yeah, you was talking about it and how, you know, we were going to these churches and pretty much couldn't found it, man. Because really that's showing that who has the complete truth and who doesn't have the truth. You know, that's what that shows right there in itself. So this is why we don't, like a lot of the times when we go out and we deal with people, we don't panic, we don't try to need, we don't have to prove anything because what we have is already what it is. We have the real substance of truth. They don't have it. All they have is lies, and what they want to do, what to do with those lies is to coerce you into those lies so that they can make money. It's the world that we live in is all about making money at the end of the day. You know? What I want to do is I want to build back on this precept again, which you just said. You can't do that again.
That's 119, Psalm 119, and there's some more there, but let me go. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I can go up a little bit more. One verse. 97 says, "Oh, how love thy law! Oh, how I love thy law! Is my meditation all the day. And through thy commandment I have been made more wiser than mine enemies, for they are ever with me."
Yeah, and you know that goes into what Paul was saying about how the Lord has chosen the thing which is least to confound that which is today, because this wisdom is actually the kind of wisdom that oversteps the wisdom of all. You know, oversteps the wisdom of these sorcerers and these witches and these pastors and everything else. That's why if you notice, if you read the book of Daniel, chapter 2, Daniel was able to interpret the vision correctly, rather than the soothsayers and all of those sorcerers and those wise men that he had. All right. So whenever we come on the scene, we just got the answers because we were what is it? We're pretty much based on the commandments of the Lord. We don't come with any other kind of knowledge. The knowledge that we're coming with is the knowledge of the scriptures, which overpowers all kinds of knowledge that these people can come with. Go on, brother.
Isaiah 47 verse 13. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels.
Yeah.
Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that should come upon thee.
Yeah, because the ultimate thing about it is, man, like we're telling these people in the world that we see day to day, and also people in the dark world, we're telling them that, look, man, this and that is going to happen to you, and you can't put it away. You can tap into that dark spiritual world or whatever, but it's not gonna work. You know, you could, because like you was briefly talking about when I came earlier, about this and I think we both of us did a sit down on it, where in the underground we saw this picture. Well, we didn't see it, but this brother saw it, so I took the picture and put it on my my video. And I was talking about it, how it says black men loving black men is revolutionary, and other pictures that we've seen as well, right? And promoting Jake to be pretty much a faggot. I'm gonna just use the term. That's right, you know, a fruity tooty happy with it. Because what they need is they need the world to follow behind Jake to do it. Because everything that Jake does, the world follows. So if you can get Jake to be a fruity tooty, then most men will be fruity tooties too. And then therefore, at the same time, that puts a feminine spirit on men, obviously. And the powers that be, they don't have to worry about their power being taken over, because that's the only thing that they're concerned about is power and control. All right, so let's feminize all of these men. First, let's begin with the so-called Negro male. Let's feminize him, and in that way, the rest of the men could be feminized as well. That's what that's all about. But I want you to read that again, because I went off into somewhere else. I want to recap my train of thought.
But he's doing it with the celebrities as well, making them wear dresses and shit.
Yeah.
The Jake men, like, what's that guy? Pharrell Williams? And the other guy, the one that was playing...
Even the rapper Young Thug, too. He put a dress on his ass. Little Nas, yeah.
Yeah, so, but Isaiah 47:13, thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels, let now the astrologers, the stargazers, monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee.
Because the reason why they're going so hard with this fruity tooty shit, because they're about to lose their power. So Esau is pretty much working in overdrive, pretty much. He's in overdrive with this sorcery and witchcraft, because they know they're about to lose their power. They know they're about to lose their shit. So their thing is, man, we gotta go and have with the sorcery. We gotta go in. Just like how we're going in with this doctrine, this gospel, they're going in with their sorcery and their witchcraft. And the biggest thing that they're pushing now is that fruity tooty bullshit. Men to be a bunch of fruity tooties. Yeah. And that's why eventually what they're gonna wind up doing as well. They're gonna start forcing you to take the EE shot.
Didn't they say they're gonna mandate it in Europe?
Yes, they did.
Bring it on, I said.
Yes, they did, and they're also doing it in Australia too. A lot of people are uprising because of that. So Esau's just coming out with it in full force. He don't even care if people are actually going to spot out what he's doing.
Yeah,
he's coming with it now. He can't hold back. These numbers can't hold back because they're about to lose it.
I said Esau's struggling to stay afloat, and that's true because what did the scriptures say? Out of thy belly shall flow rivers of living water, right? So this truth is flooding the earth. Esau's like panting desperately trying to keep his head above the water, but he's sinking, man. He's a sinking ship.
Yeah. Yeah, Esau's ready to go. He's on his way out. But all of that sorcery and that witchcraft ain't gonna sink. But when is your time to go down, is your time to go down. So let's read that the third time coming.
Right, Isaiah 47 again. It says 47:13. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from those things that shall come upon thee.
Right. There's some more now too.
Yet, behold, they shall be as stubble, the fire shall burn them, and they shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame.
Yeah, so they're still going to be destroyed. The nukes are going to come with the ground zero on their dwelling places, and this society is going to be no more. And that's all to do with because of their sorcery and their witchcraft, coercing grown-ass men to be a bunch of fruity tools.
Madness.
So all of that is going to lead up to what? Their destruction. Now I want somebody to get Wisdom of Solomon 14, and begin by reading verse 5 or 10. I think it's verse 10. You can begin by that. You know?
Wisdom 14.
And you know, too, Esau is so stupid because when you think about it, yeah, thing about it, Esau is carrying on with these same gods that destroyed all of these nations, including God's people, which is who we are today. So why would you worship the same gods and carry on the same philosophies of these nations which brought these nations down in the first place? Wouldn't that bring your nation down and your empire down, of course? So they're a bunch of dumbasses, man.
But the deceived and the deceiver
Are his. And as it also says, that the Lord will send them strong delusions that they will believe in a lie. Why? Because the truth is not in it. You got something, yeah? You said this in Psalm 14 and verse 5. Go on with that, brother. Let's read it. You got
This is Matthew 7 and
it. Verse 5.
14 says, because straight is the gate and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it.
Yeah.
Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits.
Yeah, and that's what you have. You have false prophets among the people. Yeah. And they're coming with their sorcery and their witchcraft because it's only one truth. If you're lying to people, man, then that's kind of like, in a way, you're casting a spell on people. That goes into sorcery again when you're lying. You're telling people another narrative that the Lord never said, like Ezekiel was said in Ezekiel. I think Ezekiel said that as well. You say, thus said the Lord said this, and he didn't say that. So that's actually a spell because you're giving out a narrative that doesn't exist in the Bible, doesn't exist in the word of truth. You see? Yeah. So that's why a lot of you guys, man, a lot of you evangelists, you pastors out there, if you're listening, the Most High got a special judgment for y'all, man. Yeah. You don't even know it. Go on, brother.
Now, being in that Christian church myself, I used to be the accountant, right? And like sometimes I will witness the checks. Yeah, the guy I was under, he would get the checks, or the person, if he wasn't around, the person who was going to put the money in the account would give the money to me. Or if it was a check, we would let, sometimes if he wasn't there, he would say, you could sign it. Right? And also my mum growing up, you know, when I grew up, when I was watching my mum going to church, she would always be scrambling around, oh, I don't know if I've got enough money to go, to give to the pastor. We was young, we would say, don't give it. You know, we knew that she was uncomfortable about it. We knew, even at a young age, we would say, if you ain't got nothing, you don't have to keep giving them money. Right? So they're back to what you were saying about the spell, especially the women. They're under a heavy spell with the pastors put some kind of, it's a spell of demonic spell because they don't feel good if they don't give money. And probably they're embarrassed when they're talking about putting money in the offering. Probably they get embarrassed when they go to the church and like if they're not putting enough in, I think you were saying it. What they do, they can make you feel guilty, so you feel like you can't go unless you're going to put in some money, and they might embarrass you in front of people.
They'll talk about you. They'll you know, in a roundabout way, they'll talk about you, like, you know, you got certain people in this church, man, that's not putting their tights in the bucket. All this other stuff.
Yeah, so like I was watching some video on Facebook a couple of months ago, and they got this thing in one church over there in America. You get a tax on top of your tithing offering if you're late. So then the pastors call it, sister, you're late, so you got to pay extra tithe. Man,
yeah, and there was this woman, right? Adding to what you're saying, there was this woman, being that I was the accountant, and she used to pull out some wads of money, like, and I would feel like I would say, no, don't say that, man. But you know what? The thing is, right? Why I kind of started to wake up. They used to knock her, right, as a woman, her name was Esther, right? And they used to, some people, because she had children, and maybe they were getting a bit unruly. They used to speak, and you could see they were throwing shots, right? And at the end of it, I was getting so angry inside that it was knocking her, and I'm saying, I'm watching her give all that money of her own money, personal money. And I had to say to her, you know, kind of, you know, calm down a bit. And one of the pastors, I had to go to the pastor and I said, I'm not going to have to do that. Good for you, man. I was vexed, right? And I was trying to keep calm. Because at the matter, I said, I've seen the money that she's giving you guys to you know, I've seen that money. How can you treat her like that? And then I came with scriptures about how you're supposed to treat the widow. Good. I realised that I had to stop going there because it was just making me angry. So
Good for you for speaking up.
that's the false wolf there, the wolves in sheep houses. Yeah, it's like it.
Yeah, God. And I mean, like, you know, that incident that you saw that you had to see that. Because that was going to move you to somehow swing one day. Leave that fucking sort of corruption. In sort of corruption.
Right, you called for Wisdom of Solomon 14 from verse 5. Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle, and therefore do men commit their lives to a small piece of wood, and passing the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved. Is that what you want? No. For in the old time, also, when the proud giants perished, the hope of the world...
Actually, go to verse 10.
Verse 10. For that which is made shall be punished. Right, yeah. That which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation, because in the creature of God they are become an abomination and stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. Right, yeah. Verse 10. So it says, for that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it.
Yeah, because what you had is in the ancient world, obviously you had men that had statues and they would worship these gods. And behind that came some form of sorcery and witchcraft, or philosophies that went against righteousness eventually. And that was the stumbling block onto all men. And this is why the Israelites were commanded not to do as the nations did. Because the nations were worshiping these other gods and doing all kind of dark shit, soothsaying and all of this other stuff, man, under the behest of these gods. So all of this stuff that Esau is doing, I want to get back to the point. All of this sorcery and witchcraft, and because of the behest of these gods that they're worshiping, the same gods that brought these nations down and brought us down, is eventually going to lead to the very end. So that's the point that I want to make. And that's why I want this brother to read this real quick. But yeah, keep going. There's some more in that too.
Yep. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation.
Yeah.
Because in the creature of God they have become an abomination.
Yeah, because with the creature of God they have become what? An abomination. And that's the thing. The reason why men are going into transitioning in terms of being a woman and vice versa is because you have these leaders that worship these gods, that go back to these paganistic worlds, the ancients of the nations. And then there's a God that influences the world, which is what these musicians worship, which is Baphomet, which is a figure of a man with a gold turtleneck that has a chest of a woman with bosoms. So that's the vibration, that's the demon that they're worshiping, acknowledging and pushing on the people. Go on, bro.
So like, don't change your train of thought. But just to touch upon something that Ariel said, you were talking about that woman boxer who called herself the goat.
Yeah.
The reason why they call themselves the goat is because they're giving glory unto Baphomet.
Right.
So that's tying back to what you were saying. So like they carry on.
The GOAT means the greatest of all time. Muhammad Ali used to call himself the GOAT, the greatest of all time.
Yeah. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
It's about Baphomet.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the God that influences the people as well as these celebrities and all of that stuff. So this is the thing. So going back to what we just read, it says in due time that all of these gods shall be what? Visited.
That's right.
Let's read that again.
Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation, because in the creature of God they are become an abomination and stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare unto the feet of the unwise. Shall I read it again?
You read it again.
Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation.
Yeah.
Because in the creature of God they have become an abomination.
They have become an abomination.
And stumbling blocks to the souls of men.
Yeah, and because of these gods, men have what? Become an abomination. And that's the wave that this world is under.
Right.
Because Esau, basically, as it says in the book of Habakkuk chapter 2, that the spirit within him is not upright in him.
Yep.
So his spirit is obviously, due to him being abominable, it involves him having to worship these other gods and find out other science, which science just goes back to the word knowledge, which is from the Greek scientia. and direct the road in that sense. Okay? But Esau doing all of this stuff, and I mean, you can't get mad at Esau for doing what he's doing because he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be going the opposite way of the Heavenly Father. That's in his spirit. Like it says in the book of Proverbs 16:4, that the Lord had created all things to himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. So that's his spirit. All right? But the Lord is going to make an example out of this man due to the wickedness that he's done, including worshiping these gods, and got people influenced by the God of Baphomet. So I want you to read this again.
Yep. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation, because the creature of God, they are become an abomination and a stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise.
And a snare to the feet of the unwise.
For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual
Yeah,
fornication.
what does that mean? Meaning you go off the side worshiping, instead of worshiping Yahweh, you go about worshiping other gods. That's the spiritual fornication part of it. Go on, brother. What?
Right, for the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them, the corruption of life.
Right, and the invention of them and the corruption of life. So through these gods is brought forth what? The corruption of life. Like many people that walk by and by, they're under the, what is it? They're under the Baphomet spirit.
Right.
And as well as they've taken on the philosophies of Aleister Crowley, which he quoted, he said, do as thou wilt. So people are under this influence of doing what they want to do.
Gotcha.
You've had many songs that was brought out throughout the years that involve people doing what they doing what they want to do. Okay? Like the water was going into, he was going into these different witches and sorcerers and that. And these sorcerers and witches have influenced with their wisdom the world. Because that's who's really dominating the world. There's a bunch of sorcerers and witches, which indeed worship the other gods of the ancient world. But all of this is going to come down. All of this stuff is going to reach to its end, because you can't keep doing all of this wickedness and think that you're going to just prosper into infinity. No, there's going to be a stop to all of this, man. Eventually, there's going to be a stop to all of it, because the Lord ain't dealing with all of that stuff, and as well as at the same time, all of that philosophy and all of that information, or that excuse me, my head's going somewhere else. All of that which entails Satanism, it's going to lead to nowhere. It's going to lead to naught. Just like how it did to the other nations when they were worshiping their gods and their deities. Go on, bro.
Do you want to keep reading that chapter? Do you want to keep reading in that chapter, or I've got another precept?
You read that precept and then go back to that chapter.
Right, Psalms 91, verse 8. Only with thine eyes shall thou behold and see the reward of the wicked.
Yeah. And that's prophecy in the sense of us seeing eventually, like it says in the book of Revelation 15, that we will look down and behold the wicked. I'm roughly paraphrasing the scripture, right? And we're going to be praising the Lord and giving glory to his name. As we're looking down from the chariot, we're going to see America burn on fire. That's right. So these are all prophecies that are bound to come to pass, despite the fact that you're trying to push that back with the social witchcraft. Everything's already written for the righteous to overcome and win. And all to do with righteousness to overcome and win. Wickedness is only but due for a little season, man. As it is written, that the triumphing of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. So you could do all of your sorcery and your witchcraft and your wickedness, but how long does it last? It doesn't last forever. Eventually it has to be put to an end. And all of that wickedness that you've done comes back to haunt you. Go on, brother.
Right, for the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them the corruption of life.
Yeah.
For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever.
Exactly. Neither were they from the beginning, and neither shall they be hereafter. But see, there's a difference. You see what we have, right? It came from it came in the beginning. Well, it started in the beginning.
In the beginning was the word.
Right. Right. Exactly. There you go, brother. So at the beginning was the word, and therefore the last is going to be the word. Let's get that in Matthew. Somebody get that in Matthew 20. I think it's verse 35. It says that heaven and hell shall pass away,
but my words shall not.
exactly.
And also in Revelation, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the
Yeah.
first and the last.
Exactly, because you gotta use logical sense, man. Everything started with the knowledge of God. All that, which is what we see, which is what's been created, was by the behest of the knowledge of the Heavenly Father. So therefore, it's going to end that way. It's going to stay that way. How could you use knowledge of some other entity and think you're going to just expel everything that the Lord created? You can't do that. So that's why I say, man, these elitists and these different sorcerers and witches, they're a bunch of fucking dumbasses, man. And then you have the Heavenly Father in the book of Hebrews 12. He's considered the Father of spirits. So how is it that you're going to worship Satan, thinking that Satan is its own, he's pretty much rogue and he's doing his own thing, when Satan is actually being controlled by the Heavenly Father himself? And why do we call the Most High the Heavenly Father? Because the term Father means origin, or your originator. So everything originates from one source, and that one source is the God of the Bible, the God of the Israelites. So if that's the case, you ain't going nowhere with your sorcery and witchcraft. It ain't going nowhere, man. All that's gonna happen is that pretty much, well, let me correct myself. They are going somewhere. They're going to hell, into slavery, and that too. Go on, brother. Which is actually hell, because we're gonna be kicking them upside the head. We're gonna be kicking them in the ass too, man, for 1,000 years straight.
But also Revelation. Right, Revelation and 1 and 11, no, start from 10. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a great voice as of a trumpet saying, I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last.
Yeah,
so that's how it's shot.
You're going, brother, going to that.
Yeah, because as you were saying, how can Esau think that he can change what was at the beginning to fit his own narrative for an ending? You can't do that because the Most High set this whole thing up. And when Yahushua comes, it's going to bring the ending to Esau's empire. And that is written. It is written, man. And the scary thing about the Heavenly Father, Yahweh, is that when he says something, that's it. It's like his word doesn't go out void. So that's why you should tremble at the presence of the Lord. If the Most High utters anything, you got to be like, standing to attention, man, because you can't subvert the will of the Most High. But he's got gassed, and he's believed, like the demons have deceived him into thinking that he can somehow turn this thing around, somehow, some other way, come up with another alternative ending. Ain't gonna be so.
It's not gonna happen. Because who chooses illusions? It's the Lord that chooses your delusions. When you get up out of bed, man, and you're thinking about doing something, the Most High already planted that in your mind.
Yeah.
When you have visions, who gives you those visions? The Most High gives you those visions. And speaking of the visions, because in Wisdom of Solomon 17, you can, brother, read that from verse 1 to verse 12. This goes into the wicked when they oppress the holy children, what they're experiencing, what the after effects are.
Right, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, from verse 1.
And if you can, brother, give me Proverbs 3 and 33.
Right, so, for great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed, therefore unnurtured souls have erred. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night, lay there exiled from the eternal providence. For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions.
So they're actually seeing strange apparitions, man. In other words, ghosts. And they're having weird, dark visions. So you may look at these elitists and you may be thinking to yourself, man, they got the world on lock and everything, but they're actually troubled in the spirit, man. because of their wicked deeds. You see? So it looks like from the outside looking into the world that they've gotten away with the bullshit that they did, and as well as these devils included. The everyday devil, the everyday Edomite that you work with, or that you drive next to when you're in the highway or whatever, right? They're having these visions, man. Like, oh shit, they're probably having visions of niggas ruling over them, man. It's slavery. So their worst fear. And that's why they all, like if you notice, they walk around with this paranoid look on their face.
Yeah.
And they're looking on TV and they're seeing what's going on in their reality, which is in reflection to probably their visions that they're having every once in a while. Why? Because of the wickedness that they've done, man. It's cutting his heart inside. That's what this is really going into. Okay? Because of the oppression of what? Of the holy nation. Let's see that again.
Right. For great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, fettered with the bonds of a long night, lay there exiled from the eternal providence. For are they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins? They are scattered unto a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions. For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but the noises as of waters falling down sounded about them, and sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances.
Yeah, so they're getting sad dreams happening, sad visions, probably of their future. Because there's a difference between a dream and your visions. Dreams are just like things that you see, that happen while you're sleeping, but visions are actually vivid. And you can remember them in most cases, right? But these are actually true things. Okay? That could very well happen in the future. So they're probably getting visions of their enslavement, of us enslaving them, or the ending of their world. You better believe it. A lot of these Edomites have visions of the end of the world too, man.
Yeah. There have been testimonies of Edomites talking about, them seeing the world in flames and stuff. But you know what brings this out, what you just said there about these Edomites having visions in their mind of them being enslaved, is when we're in Brixton, Elder Dowder has that image of the Jakes being lynched.
Yeah.
A lot of Edomites get triggered by that image, and because in the back of their mind they know they're guilty, and they're scared that that's going to come upon them.
Yes.
So that fear is always in them. That's why, if you notice, that's why they try so hard to keep Jake under the thumb in their place, because when they see us coming up, they know they're going down.
Yeah. And you better believe it, the higher these levels are, the more horrible visions they receive, man. I'm telling you, bro, like it's real. Like when it comes to them being by themselves, or it gets real when they're by themselves. That's why a lot of these people they just constantly work. They constantly gotta be doing something, because if they just stick around in one spot, they get all messed up, man. Because that's when them ill thoughts come. Like, for example, like even with a regular person, like sometimes you can just be sitting down and you're not doing anything, you're not working, you have your days off, what have you, and you're just sitting there and all of these thoughts just come in your mind. So just imagine what they're feeling when they get those thoughts in there, or their thoughts, pretty much. Come on, man. So I mean, that's why, like you said, brother, that's why they've been oppressing us for so much. And they know who the hell we are. They know who they're oppressing. They know who they enslaved. They put on them cargo slave ships.
Oh, we've got to forget about it. We're all equal now.
Yeah, but the reason why they say you got to forget about it, because they know that eventually they're going to have to pay for the crimes of what their forefathers have done. And one thing about these Edomites, they know about karma too. They're big advocates when it comes to karma. So they know the deal. They know that they're going to have to pay for what they've done. They know this. They get these visions of them. How do you like it? Go on, brother.
Right, continuing on, it says,
sorry, man, these fucking Edomites, man. You owe them, like, if you're £10 overdrawn, they're sending you texts, they're sending messages to the house.
Yes.
You can't be 1 penny in arrears, and they'll be okay with it. But here it is, you have all of slavery, all the fuckery you did to the Lord's people, and you think you can just say sorry and get away with it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen, man.
Yeah, and that's what they're hoping, though, because it's scary, man, to know that your society, your empire was pretty much became what it was based off of slavery.
And so, like, you know what that proves? that even though that this is their heaven, they're not really enjoying.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Because when you've got something, but you know, oh, I've got to go soon, or I'm not gonna, you're not really enjoying it.
Yeah.
It's in the back of your head that this isn't forever.
Yeah.
So in their heaven, they're not even having fun.
Yeah, they're not enjoying themselves because they're having these visions. Like I said, they know that this society was based on enslaving our people. That's how Britain, or the new Britain, which is involving in these levels to rule, because the old Britain involved us ruling it. Yeah. So in this new Britain, it was all based on the enslavement of our people, and they know this, man. They know this, and this is why they tell you to forget about it, because they know, even in the back of their skulls, that one day that they're gonna have to pay for everything that they've done. And that's why they're gonna hammer this witchcraft, telling so-called black men to be a bunch of fruity tooties now. Go on, brother. Especially down here in the UK, because they push. I don't know if they're doing it in America, but they're pushing it heavy now down here in the UK, man. The sodomite bullshit. Go on, bro.
And it's bad because you've got fucking grown-ass man with beard on his face, wearing a dress and nail varnish, standing up there with a group of women like he fits in and shit.
Right.
Fuck, that made me so angry.
Yeah, it's like in the workplace, right? They got, you know, that poster. They have it in my workplace. Some people are gay.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Yeah. It's quite Stonewall.
Okay, go on. And then there's this one of them at the job. We was walking past it, and he goes, "I don't agree with that. You know, it should be most people are gay. Get over it."
Fuck's sake.
You see? So now they're changing it, man.
Yeah.
From some to now most.
It's lucky not to divert the topic, but on that, you know that poster they put in the workplace, right? Yeah. I used to go to school with a guy. I'm gonna put his name out there because he's a fucking arsehole, anyway. His name was Sam Dick, right? And he was a batty man, right? Everybody knew it at the time. Yeah, no me for sure. Because guess what happened, right? Years later now, about 2011, I got a text from one of the guys I used to go to school with, and he goes, "Check this out. Do you remember this guy?" And it was an article from Sky News, and I was watching it. This guy was the head of that campaign for Stonewall, right? So funny how things come full circle. And so he was one of the guys that worked on that. If you notice, it's even got the 5-point star, isn't it? Yeah. For their logo, which is the Baphomet upside down. But yeah, that's the story of that, man. And so let me read what was I going to read? I've got a precept because we were talking about these Edomites in the back of their mind. That's their fear. That's why the whole the film Planet of the Apes. Right. You know, their fear was that eventually the apes, us Jakes, are going to rise up and be over them. But Ecclesiastes 3:15, that which hath been is now, and that which hath been is already been. That which has been has already been, and the Most High requires that which is past. So there's no getting out of it, man. You can't shortchange the Lord, man. If He requires from you, you're going to pay. No amount of saying, "Oh, we're sorry," or "Oh, yeah, but you know, we're going to wash a couple of dirty Jake's feet. You know, that's going to make it all right." No, because you got to
read that one more time.
Right. Ecclesiastes 3:15. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been.
You're talking on the alphabet people. When was that predominantly back in the day in Sodom and Gomorrah? And look how the Lord dealt with them. So you think now it's going to come full circle? That shit's going to pop up, raise ugly head again on planet Earth? You know, with such filthy dominance, and the Heavenly Father just don't give it a pass. The judgment's coming, man.
And the Lord made an example out of Sodom and Gomorrah to let man be aware not to govern the people like that ever again. Because if you do so, that will be your judgment also. So that was just to strike fear in men. But Esau went ahead and pulled Sodom and Gomorrah from the rubble and brought it back to life again, man. In this society. So now the brimstones, which are going to come and hit the civilization heavy.
And no man or people is ever going to inhabit the landmass of America.
Never again.
That's right. The scriptures say that it's going to be a memorial, man. And I remember the apostles breaking it down, is that because we're going to be able to fly, man. We go. Oh, Salaki. It's a bit cold. Yeah, you know, as the elect, man, we're going to be able to fly over that landmass, and we're going to be telling our children and our great-grandchildren, you know, yeah, this is where we serve captivity, man. You know, because as the elders said, Edom, they managed to go up into Sodom and Gomorrah and revive it. there ain't no revival of Babylon, man.
Nah.
Once that place gets nuked out and Yahushua comes and lays it up, man, the scripture says not even the Arabs shall pitch tent there.
Yeah.
That's
Because
it.
them Arabs, they're known for living in like some dumb conditions, like the Sahara
Yeah,
Desert,
yeah.
you know, where you're bound to die, but somehow they still manage to live out there. Well, the Lord said not even the Arab go pitch tent there.
Yeah.
All right, you're going to have the wild birds, the bitter,
The owls, the night ravens,
The satire show downstairs. That's all right. We're going, bro.
In Revelation, it says that Babylon the Great is going to be destroyed in 1 hour. But I pray, Lord willing, if we make it to the chariots, that the Most High slows down time, that we can really savor the destruction of Babylon and seeing all these people get properly fucked up, man. That's what I want to see, man.
Well, that's why, as you just read in the book of Psalms 91, it says that only shall thou behold
And see the reward of the wicked. Yeah.
So,
that's just that's just the beginning. When we're looking at them in the fire, that's the beginning. When we come out the chariots, that's when we're really going to get in it.
it's going to get real interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
So it's more than it's 1,000 years and an hour, or an hour and 1,000 years.
Oh, nice.
That hour is just the beginning. That's the first hour. Then you go have 1,000 years to fuck Esau up.
And you know, to those 1,000 years, it's going to slow the clock down.
Yeah.
I think it's going to slow down. Because right now, you look at time is moving at a high pace now.
Yeah.
The time
Even
is
the world is
going
saying
to slow down. Yeah. So, I mean, like, hey, man, Esau is going to experience some hassle. Who do we mean when you say Esau? For those who don't know, that's watching this live. So-called white man.
That's right.
Just to make it clear to you.
So, like, you called for this earlier, Elder, but it fits in now.
Okay.
Proverbs 3 and 32. For the forward is an abomination to the Lord, but his secret is with the righteous.
Right.
The curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked.
Exactly. The curse of, what is it? The curse is in the house of the wicked. And the reason why I wanted you to pull that out, because we was going into this right here. About how the wicked, which is the so-called white men, be wicked, which they're the Edomites, on how they're having these terrible visions.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted you to pull that out. But the ultimate curse is going to be that they're going to experience the end of their empire, the end of their world. And that's why they're pushing this sodomization. They need that because they know that somehow they're paranoid, because they feel as though someone's going to take over their position of power, and it's more likely going to be an Israelite man, which they probably have envisioned as well. So, I mean, go on, you got something, yeah?
Zechariah 1 verse 15. And I am very sore displeased with the heathen that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction.
Yeah, and they helped forward the affliction because they knew that we were under the curses, right? But they want to actually, well, it's not that they knew, they know now, but they want to make it worse so that we can be more suppressed from rising up out of the rubble they put us in. Because the fear is that one day we're going to do unto them as what they've done unto us. And in that being the case, we're going to take over, which we're taking over right now. We've already taken over. See what's going on right now, right? With this reality, this storyline of life, it's just playing out, man. We just play, we just going through the motions. But we've already won. We already got the nations in slavery. Right? The so-called white man is down there kicking his ass all day, every day. Right? You got these other nations, they're building up our altars, and we're living nice already. It's already happened. The kingdom of heaven is already here. But we're just going through the play out of this society.
That's right.
That's all it is.
Can I bring a precept to back that up?
Please,
This
brother,
is Ezekiel chapter 9, one of my favorite precepts. I'll start from verse 10, and it says, "And as for me also, mine eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense their way upon their head.
Right.
Yes.
And behold," this is the point, "the man clothed with linen, which had the inkhorn by his side, reported the matter, saying, I have done as thou hast commanded."
It's been done already. Why does it say that? Because it's been done already. And that's why when you research scriptures, it speaks in a sense of past tense. Why? Because it's already happened already. We're just waiting for it to happen. We're just waiting for something or these things to happen that's already happened. So this is why we was talking about earlier before about how was going into Isaiah 47, where you was reading on how it goes like that monthly, what is it? Your monthly pronunciators. Pull that back to me once more again, because I want to make a point in saying that. Well, I'll let you read that first, and then I'll make a point again.
It's like when you know, like when you're watching a video, but the connection's not good, and then the action may happen before the speech comes out.
Oh, it's buffering.
Buffering, right? This world is buffering with the spirit realm.
Yes.
They already played out,
Yeah.
but then we're just waiting for the lag to catch up on planet Earth.
Yeah.
It's already happened.
It's already happened. Everything's already happened.
And that's why we have to remain patient
Yeah.
to catch up.
Patience possess you, what? Your soul.
Your souls. That's it. Luke.
Because even we know, like, if you notice, like, brothers, right? You brothers have been in the truth in your own period of time. If you notice that since you've been in the truth for the period of time that you've been in it, right? And as long as you've been in the truth, the more you feel as though this truth is a guarantee. Oh, that's right. The prophecies are guaranteed to happen. Why do you feel that way? Because it's already happened already. The so-called white man is already in slavery. He's already down and out. You understand? He's already done. This nigga's done. But we just actually having to wait to see the downfall of it. Like I said, and I'm gonna say that again, you know?
Right.
Just to read this.
Isaiah 47:13. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels.
Yeah.
Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon
Yeah.
thee.
Because they're getting tired too. That's why the psychological operations are getting sloppy and everything else, man. Because at the end of the day, what they're trying to do something that they can't undo. And what is that? They're trying to override eventually the event of their end, man. They're trying to get away from their judgment ultimately. That's really what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, Esau's gonna go ham and do what he has to do to take us out. But at the end of the day, we've already won. So it doesn't matter how low they shoot, how high they go, how far left they go, or how far right they go. No matter where they turn, it's gonna be the same result.
And when was it done? It was done when Yahweh Shai finished the mission on the cross.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he cried out with a loud voice, and he said, it is finished, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, so it's over, man.
It's done. It's done.
It's over.
And if you can, brother, get the Habakkuk 3. Yeah, you had another precept, didn't you?
I've got a quick one here, though.
Nah, I have got.
Go on, bro.
Psalms 37, verse 28. For the Lord our power loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off.
But the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. So that's written. So if it's written, so shall it be. Isaiah 55, verse 11, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth, and it shall not return unto me void, and it shall accomplish that which I please. So when we're reading these words out of the Bible, we're reading words which are bound to come to pass, that no one cannot undo to come to pass. It's bound to come to pass. It's preordained to come to pass. Go on.
Because if you believe in Yahweh Shai, then the end has already come. This is Revelation 22,
Hit me with that, brother.
verse 12. And behold, I come quickly,
Yes.
and my reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be.
God.
I am Alpha and Omega,
Omega.
the beginning and
the
the
end.
end, the first and the last.
There you go. And that's the spirit. That's why the spirit got me talking about how everything in this life has already been pre-orchestrated and we've already won. Because at the end of the day, we believe on Yahweh Bashmi Shai, which he represents, what is it? The beginning and the last, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. So it started with Yahweh Shai, and guess what, baby boy? It's going to end with Yahweh Shai, man. And that's why you niggas and I'm going to call these guys out. The Safari Camp, they talking about how, oh yeah, well, you know, Yahweh Shai, you know, he's just
That's a regular guy.
yeah, he's just a regular guy. You know, we don't really have to acknowledge him and then worship him. What are you talking about, man? He's the Alpha and the Omega. He's the book itself. So if you're going to pretty much obsolete Yahweh Shai from the book, then you might as well put the book down and don't talk about the book. You can't separate Yahweh Shai from the book.
And being in this kingdom, because we live under this subjection, right? Esau always have the last say,
Right.
right? But soon to come, right? The Lord Yahweh Shai is going to have the last word. Yeah, and that's
end
going
of
to
the day.
stand. You see,
Yeah.
because he's the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
Right? He's going to have the last word.
If I may say something too, something else that's becoming more manifest as we're approaching closer to the end is that a lot of these guys with the false doctrines, they're waxing worse and
Yes,
worse.
they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
they are.
Let's pull that.
Yes, they are,
Evil
brother.
men and seducers shall wax worse
Worse
and
and worse. And that's why we was talking about earlier before about these pastors losing their members. You know, and that was going to happen anyway. And you know, it's funny, right? Because, you know, I kind of knew that eventually that scenario was going to play out about these pastors losing their members. I saw it coming.
Inevitable.
Yeah. Because,
They just missed up near.
critical, man. Like, you can't, like, eventually the truth will always overshine lies, man. Lies only but last for so long. See, with a lie, you have to refabricate. You got to restore it and memorize it and shit. But with the truth is always consistent. It's always constant.
Yeah.
We'll put it going, brother. This is 1 Timothy, because Caleb mentioned it. 1 Timothy chapter 4 and 1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils.
Yeah, and the reason why that's happening is because gradually as time progresses, the truth, which is always was, is gradually spreading. It's spreading like a virus towards this world, but it's not a virus, it's just spreading. As well as it's spreading, all of these churches, which is perpetrating, bringing out lies, is being done for. They're being affected by it negatively, so to speak. So that's just the thing, and that's why you can't vocab in these different dudes out here, man, and they're nothing but dust particles onto our shoulders. They can't stop this thing, man. You can't put an end to this Israelite thing. And I mean, even though you got certain camps among this Israelite thing that's going on, they teaching the truth and they kind of growing with it. But you know who's growing more effectively is Great Millstone.
That's right.
We're the guys that's really exponentially growing. We're the ones that went global from 2007 and beyond. We're still going more global. All right?
So I get out there. I don't know what the fuck they're teaching my mum and her friends in the church, right? This week, I was walking through the living room and she's on the phone to her sister. I know one of her, her sister or friend, one of them, right? And she goes, yeah, but Pastor was saying if you're old and you can't take the time to come, God's gonna kill you. What? I said, Mom, come on, man. I just walked up the stairs because I didn't get involved, man. But in the churches, that's one of the doctrines now. Yeah. That if you're old and you can't take the time to come, then God's gonna just kill you.
Where is that in the scripture, brother?
Come on, man. You know, that's a spiritual stronghold. Like, there's got to be some spirit that's got your mum in a chokehold from the back, man. Got her in that church, man.
Love that church. But the reason I mentioned that is to prove what the elder, not prove, but to back up what the elder was saying, that in these churches, man, the doctrines of the Timothy, the doctrines of devils, and some people, they're waking up to it that this church ain't it, man. You know, Christianity is going down, man, in their numbers, man.
Yeah.
You know, you type it on Google, how many people are Muslim? A couple million or billion. How many people are Christians? They need to start reevaluating those numbers, man. Because the figures are declining.
And you know, too, speaking about the Muslims, their numbers are declining as well.
That's right.
You have a lot of Muslims that are now kind of like rethinking their belief system, as well as the Christians are. So we're reaching a time where this truth is growing exponentially, and the lies which was taught all around the world is declining.
That cobblestone ain't so sturdy anymore.
Exactly. Yep. So I mean, this is it, man. We're in that time. Go on, brother.
Right, I got this for you. 2 Ezra 6:28. As for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome.
Yep.
And the truth, which have been so long without fruit, shall be declared.
Yeah. And that's what the fuck's happening, man. Faith is flourishing. Faith what? Faith in Yahushua.
That's right.
It's flourishing so much more than it's around the world now. And as it reads in Matthew 24, that the gospel of the kingdom will be taught around it, and then the end will come. Because think about it, right? Why is there actually any need of the society if the truth is already out? If you understand what I'm saying, there would be no need of the society if there's truth. if everyone can see the truth, which is getting to that point where most people are beginning to see the truth of it all. So simultaneously, that's what also shows that this world is on its way out. And that's why Esau has to operate more effectively, heavily with their social and witchcraft. Because people are waking up to the truth.
They have to work harder to sustain their empire.
Yeah, because this empire operates based on lies. That's why they keep pushing lies. And you can't really blame Esau because they're what? They're weaker than Jacob is. And they're actually more recessive than everybody else is because they don't have their molecular structures less than these other nations, I would say. Right? Plus they don't have no melanin. So in order for them to rule the world, they had to rule the world on lies, on manipulation.
Okay. Precept.
Go on, brother.
This is Acts chapter 5 and 38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone.
Yeah.
For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught.
Yeah.
But if it be of the Most High, you cannot overthrow it. Lest haply you be found even to fight against the Most High.
Yeah. And that's what it is. This church, this foundation that we got set up, beginning with the apostles of Great Millstone, it's building, man. It's growing. It's growing. And because the Heavenly Father is behind it. And to prove that not prove, but to back up that scripture, let's go back to the precept we had originally when I first came up. 1 Corinthians 12. Because what's propelling the body of men in this church? The Holy Spirit, which is of the Most High. So you can't overthrow this thing, man. This Israelite thing is growing. The so-called white man being the devil, that truth is growing.
Yep.
America being destroyed, hey, that prophecy is coming closer and closer. Everything that we're bringing out in the precepts is coming to pass, man. It's coming in effect. So that proves that we're the nodes, man. That proves that we're the prophets.
Hey, Elder, I've never seen so much breaking news on the television. I know a lot of it. It's sometimes it's fast, but I've never seen so much breaking news. You know what I mean? Every minute, breaking news. Yeah.
Because we're approaching that time.
That's it.
Go on, brother.
Right, First Corinthians 12 from the top.
Yeah.
Right, now.
Actually, no. Get to the point. I think it's in verse 5.
Right, verse 5. First Corinthians 12 and 5. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it's the same God which worketh in all.
Yeah, it's the same God that worketh in all. And I just wanted to read that. What is that God? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The God of all of this creation. Yahweh, through his son Yahushua, which is operating this church. So that's why we go back to Acts 5 again. Let's go back and read that again.
This is Acts 5, verse 38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of the Most High, you cannot overthrow it.
Never.
Lest haply ye be found even to fight against the Most High.
Yeah, so when you're fighting up against us, you're finding yourself fighting up against the Most High. Because we're coming with the Most High's doctrine, man. The creator. We're not coming with no Quran. We're not coming with the Hebrew Negas, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. We're not coming with anything outside of the Bible. The Bible is the book of the Heavenly Father. Now, you got people that will say, oh, well, the Bible has been changed, it's been altered, and all of this nonsense. And most Muslims will tell you this because they have to tell you that their book holds a level of validity too. But their book doesn't hold a level of validity. All right? Because, for example, I mean, if the Quran was the shit, then how come a lot of these Quranian believers are coming to the Western Hemisphere? Come on, man. Like, everybody knows that the Western Hemisphere is proclaimed to be a Christian-based environment, as they say. But, you know, when you're going into the West and you live in the West, there's no Christian values that's being promoted in the West.
And then they say, the Bible's been changed. But half the stories in the Quran is off-key interpretations of the Bible.
Yeah.
They talk about Noah, they go off about Noah. They talk about Abraham, they go off about Abraham, the story of Abraham and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They talk about the Psalms, there's a boy, David, they go off about David.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the Bible's been changed, but your whole book is a spin-off sequel of
That's
the Bible.
what it is.
Yeah, come on,
It's a
man.
spin-off sequel. Huh.
Written by, like, you know, you get a good film, right?
Yeah.
Then some shitty director
Yeah,
tries to make a sequel to that film and it just don't work.
Don't bang.
Like Terminator 3, for example.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say?
And if you read that Quran in English, man, you get a fucking headache.
Yeah.
That Quran don't make sense, man. It's just bullshit, man.
Like they've got a whole chapter dedicated to Mary, where they talk about a virgin birth and Yahushua being born in like the desert. I mean, come on, well, it's not Yahushua, they call him Isa, but they claim that's the Lord. So it's off, like you said, totally off the interpretations. But the thing is, these Muslims, they've memorized a handful of lies that they just say. Oh, but the Bible's been changed. You say, where is it been changed?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Tell me exactly.
Yeah. But then you say to them, look, man, the Bible goes precept upon precept, line upon line. There's no variance in the word. But if you read the Quran, there's complete variance within itself.
Yeah.
It's hypocrisy. Then they'll say, oh, there's only one Islam, but there's so many Christianities. No, there's not.
No, there's not.
There's like 100 versions of Islam. Man.
Yeah.
Like the other day, I saw a video of these Muslims. I think they're called the Sufis, and they're spinning around, man. Their communication with God is spinning. Come on, man.
And then to top it off,
They actually, and they think that's the communicating with the Most High, bro. The Sufis.
and there was this one Muslim that came up to me. This is when I was in Waterloo Station. I was teaching there, right? And this guy came to me. He was like, man, it's like because he was explaining to me that there's different versions of Islam, but it was funny that he came up because before he came up, I was reading about Islam, and you actually have 72 sects within Islam itself. So he came up to me to tell me that look, there's different sects, but I already been knew that already. So, you know, and even within the Muslims, what you have is you have two predominant sects. What's that? Yeah, that's that witchcraft, man. That's that sorcery, that witchcraft. That's what that is, man. Right? He's wearing a full dress, man.
And the handbag, and the bag at the side. The handbag at the side.
Yeah, but you know what that shows? That shows that this devil is done.
Hey, you know what? Remember what I said about the Teletubby, where the Teletubby have the male having a handbag? You see?
That's that sorcery, man. That's what that is.
You know, there's the oldest. Lucky if I may. There's the oldest guy that was killed, a black celebrity, Clarence Shield or something like that. His name is. But he's in the media. They're saying his house was he had an intruder in his house and he ended up shooting his wife, right? But they killed him too. So shot his wife. So anyway, right? It's broken down that he could be one of those guys that had either a sacrifice or they got him off, you know, the Epstein thing, the Epstein, right? The Epstein and the Ghislaine thing, right?
Yeah.
She's on trial. So so they're worried about names being dropped.
Right.
High names, Prince Andrew. And this guy, right, when the guy done research, apparently she done some research, he was linked in with a lot of the Amalekites, right? The music being a lot to do with the Amalekites, right? They make money off Jake, right? So now his wife was shot. Now there was what they call it when you an intruder in his house that shot his wife, and he's saying a lot of things don't add up. So it's possible because in his house he's got pictures of Clinton talking about that woman there with the dress. Bill Clinton with a dress on. Oh, that's circulating in the black market. So things are coming out with the Ghislaine Epstein. She might be going to start talking. You understand? Because they're worried about her she might get knocked off. He was knocked off for that reason because he knows about. Maybe he was knocked off. They're saying, right? Things that are going around. He was either knocked off because he might start to talk because he knows the inside of things. You understand? And they have certain deals, and maybe he was knocked off because he didn't agree to carry out, you know, certain things, or he knows certain things because he was in a high circle. So Bill Clinton, his names come up. Bill Clinton's names come up. Donald Trump's names come up. Prince Andrew, we know it. Prince Andrew, you know, they've done an interview with him and he made it worse to do with all this Epstein and all this with the circle and pedophilia and everything.
Yeah, but you know what though? I mean, to really be honest with you, they're all into all of that, man. Even but I wouldn't be surprised if Boris Johnson was a flat out pedo, man.
Oh, for sure.
You
don't get to them levels without doing all
that. Yeah, they're all perverted fraud men. That's what they are, man. And even years ago, there was some information which was brought out about President Bush. He was having sexual affairs with one of the guys that was working with him. You know, I forgot the guy's name.
Bush or the younger Bush?
No, the younger Bush. Yeah, they're all funny men. They're all sorcerers and witches and funny men. That's what they are, man. Like we go into right now, Sloppy.
Even what's his name?
Cameron.
Cameron.
With
He
a
had
pig.
some fucking pig in it.
Yeah. That's why he had to dip out of. He had to quit in it, and
Yeah.
they put Theresa May. in.
David Cameron, yeah.
David Cameron, came out. If I may say as well, Slacky,
And afterwards, we're gonna get back to the scriptures.
yeah, Slacky, just a quick point because tell it from a mile away. Yeah, sure.
Straight.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say basically, Esau's going down. There's nothing that can be done to save him. But a lot of these redneck Edomites in America still believe that Donald Trump's somehow gonna come back into power and save America. I mean, come on, man. He's there flipping a great white hope savior. Like Trump's gonna come back and somehow he's gonna, defeat Joe Biden and
He's gonna save the day.
yeah, he's gonna turn away all the vax mandates. Yeah, somehow he's gonna overturn all these mandates. Look, man, there ain't no turning back. Esau's going flipping, as they say in the world, balls to the wall with his agenda. He ain't pulling out now.
Nope. He's going all the way in, baby.
Yeah,
I saw like one of the brothers did I think he might have did a live show. I didn't check it out, but he had this magazine posted on the live show as the image, and it says the last call. It was a magazine called Time, and the title of the magazine was called Last Call. So they're telling you that they gotta make them moves, man. They gotta go ham with their agenda because they're about to lose their shit. They're paranoid. That's why he made mention of Joe Biden, him talking about how he must get vaccinated and all these other stuff. He was saying that a lot of us don't have that much time.
yeah.
And you brought it up. I remember you brought it up briefly.
We have been patient, but now our patience is wearing thin.
It's wearing thin. There you go. So they know that they're running out of time. And they're getting these horrible visions as we just went into to boot. So I mean, this is the best time in the world to be in, man. Like, to be an Israelite is the shit right now.
That's right.
Being a so-called white man right now is just it's sad, man. It's appallingly sad to be a so-called white man right now.
Yeah.
It's appalling.
That would be a worse nightmare to wake up and look in the mirror and see yourself in Edomite. Like, this truth that you're going into slavery.
Yeah, to be an Edomite is like the fucking being at the top floor of the Twin Towers, man.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because if you stay, you're gonna burn. If you jump, you're gonna die. So,
Yeah, you don't want to be these people.
I pulled that thing up, right? I was talking about, right? This is his name here. Clarence Avant, right? Clarence Avant killed by intruder in Beverly Hills.
Who's this?
Yeah, this is that. I'm going to show him on the camera.
Oh, okay. It's a cover up because of the he knew too much about Epstein.
Oh, right.
But they're saying he was shot by an intruder, but it sounds like it was an assassination.
Oh, right. Well, if he knows about the storyline, yeah, I was going to say.
Let me show the face because some people
Of
might.
course it was assassination.
Some people might see. But
That's
recognize the
Esau's
car.
way, man.
Yeah.
So everything's going to come out anyway. Eh? What's in the dark will bring us into the light.
That's in, what is it? That's what John, I think that's what John 12, John 14.
Smoking man mentioned something.
Yeah.
Esau, and the scriptures say, since thou hast not hated blood shall pursue thee. Esau's always been like that, man. And I remember a couple of weeks back, Elder Apostle Tahar was talking about JFK, and he was asking the people, who shot JFK? People were saying, was it Harvey Joe Oswald? And Apostle Tahar said, no, it was the driver. And I was like, I never heard that one before. He goes, watch the video, right? So I went back and I watched the video, and you literally see the driver.
Yeah,
I
saw that. Yeah.
And I'm like, all these years,
And you
in
saw the
plain
hit.
sight,
Yeah.
and it's been this big mystery who shot JFK. It's fucking driver.
His wife didn't eat that.
No,
His
I think
wife.
was in on it.
I saw it.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm asking. The wife must have been in on that.
Yeah.
She was scooping up the brain.
Yeah.
and the driver's dead, right?
Yeah, the Apostle Tahar said he died of stomach cancer.
Which is, remember you talked about the other day.
Yeah.
In certain parts of your body, you die. You feel it in certain parts of your body when you've done something wrong.
Yeah.
The guilt, and the guilt kills you in your stomach.
And like he was going into how it actually slows down your immune system.
right.
Fuck with your immune system.
But that's the judgment of the Lord. Because I actually saw that shooting and they say hide in plain sight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
basically it was done in plain sight, but people think, nah, that didn't really, you know. But when I saw it, when you look at it a bit closer,
Yeah.
you see his wife was in the car.
Yeah.
She went like this, like
Yeah,
it
she
affect-
knew to dodge.
Yeah, it affected her. Like it must have affected her, even if you just see that.
And also,
And you see his head, part of his head was off.
that's off, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what also is that that's not a natural reaction. If someone gets shot next to you, you're gonna get down. You're not gonna be climbing on the back of the car trying to sweep up man's head.
You're thinking you're going to be right next.
Exactly.
It was set up. That was a setup. That was a setup situation for him to die. Because the thing with JFK, he was doing like
against-
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He was going against the program. The program was from A, B, and C. He didn't do A, B, and C, so they took his ass out eventually.
Publicly, so that
Yeah.
that would send a message to anybody else
Yeah.
who tries to go against their new world order. That's what it's going to be.
Even Abraham Lincoln, they
Yeah,
they
that's
assassinated the same thing to him as well. Assassinated him. So you're going, bro. And we gotta get the precepts out, bro.
This is Isaiah 47, and I'll start from the top.
Even though we read this again, oh, that's a spirit. We're going to bring it out again. Let's go.
Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. For thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate.
Right, so he's speaking in the past tense situation. Isaiah, right? If I'm correct. Yeah, because what we're reading to you is prophecy, and it's prophecy that's already happened in the spiritual realm. It's already played out. And what he's talking about was a vision. So he already saw the destruction of Babylon the Great, which is known as the daughter of Babylon, which is America to be exact, seeing it being demolished, destroyed. So if it's already happened in the spiritual realm, which is the real realm, then it's going to happen in the physical realm. It's going to play out in this realm. So all we're doing right now is just waiting. We're just here, standing here, doing the work, and we're just waiting for the Lord to really, pretty much put an end to this matter. But the Lord has put an end to Esau little and little, like he did the Philistines.
So, and that's the spirit. I remember a couple of weeks ago, Apostle Tahar said, when you mention the spirit realm, don't look up, look all around.
Yeah,
so
because
even on this planet Earth right now, we're in the kingdom. Right?
Yes.
Oh, that's powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful.
Verse 2, take the millstones and grind mill, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg.
Yeah, in other words, he's going to be exposed. Like we know that all of these politicians and even the people that are behind these politicians, we know what they stand for. We know what their agenda is, and we know how corrupt they are. And as well as people of the world are starting to know this is why. That's why when you go on, when you watch, let's just say Guardian News or you watch Sky News down there, because we're based in the UK, and the Prime Minister gets on there, or a politician gets on there, or maybe a chief medical professional gets on there and talks about what he's explaining to the people. What do you see? You see 1,000 plus dislikes versus the likes. So much so that YouTube actually had to do away with the dislike counts. Yeah, exactly. Because what it is they're losing, man. Like they got all kind of losses when it comes to the people, man. People are pressing dislikes.
That's right.
But that shows you that Esau's losing, man.
That's right.
Go on, those dislikes and coercing the flow of things as well.
Yeah,
People are looking at that and they're judging their decisions on the dislikes.
Yeah.
So now you're seeing all the dislikes and thinking, well, maybe there's some truth in this.
That's it.
Or maybe
No, but you know, though,
maybe
brother,
there's some bullshit
That's
in
it.
the story. So,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I want to say this too, right? What it also shows is that it's obvious what they're doing. Because people are not as stupid as they think people are. People have become a little bit more, smarter.
Knowledge has been increased.
Knowledge has been increased.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, because now what you're seeing on the videos, people are now judging it more diligently.
Right.
So now the dislikes are showing up the truth, basically.
Yes.
It's kind of showing. You see what I'm saying? They're showing
Yeah,
it
they're
out.
showing it out.
Yeah, because remember, you're going to have some people that are in between. So if they're in between, they don't have to go to the left or the right. By seeing a dislike, they say, well,
Make a decision.
make a decision. It helps to make a decision. That's it. Yeah.
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 Because really what they're doing when they do with the dislike button, what are they really? They're showcasing that they're losing. That they're losing the people that they need. Because in order for this new order to be established, people got to be behind it. In order for them to push what they're pushing, people have to be behind it, and they know this. So being that the masses are not behind what they're talking about, it just shows that they've already lost. Go on, brother. And that we can go and get Job on that too.
Ephesians 6:12 says, "For we wrestle not against flesh
Yeah.
and blood, but against principalities,
Right.
against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places."
And they're losing this war. It's really the war is based on information, and they're losing it dramatically, man. The Israelite things popping off, and then you got people that are coming together, gathering within themselves, and pretty much saying within themselves, man, that this government is corrupt. Protesting against the the EE jab, have you will, right? So they're losing, man. These elitists are losing because that's what it's really all about. It's all about the elite on the left hand side, and it's all about us, right? And pretty much we're carrying the vibration, which is winning right now. The vibration of lies is losing right now.
Yep.
Okay. Even though they got certain people that are still taking the EE shots, but at the end of the day, man, eventually it's not going to end well with these levels at the very top. And their world is going to come down, and it's pretty much, you know what? I'm saying it's going to come down. It's already down. Just seeing it play out. Go on, brother. That's all I want on that. I'm going to peace out. And I mean, you're going to be vexed, brothers, when you see all of this wickedness going about, especially the sodomy that they're pushing. But technically, when you really think about it, everything's playing out, man. It's already been played out that all of this shit's going to end anyway. So technically, we don't really have to get all angry and vexed. Because
we're getting seasoned to it now to see.
Yeah.
We're seasoned.
Go on, brother.
Proverbs 12:19. The lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment.
Like I said, because I was shy. It began with him and it's going to end with him. It was him that created the heavens and the earth, not along with the angels. So as I'm going to say again, it began with him and it's going to end with him.
Yes.
It's the truth.
Beautiful
the way
words.
and the life.
Beautiful
So
words.
the truth and the way of the life created every single thing, and as well as the angels right along with him, that's actually stand in that vibration as well, then guess what? Wickedness can only but stand for a length of time. Because wickedness didn't come from the beginning. Wickedness was not established from the beginning. So therefore, it's not going to be established in the end. It's going to pretty much dissolve itself. You know? And that's why Esau had to be so oppressive with the nations, and especially our people, because when you really think about it, Esau got power. Esau got probably financial power as well. But everything that they have is limited. What we're gonna have is abundant. That's why Paul spoke about the eternal weight of glory, man. Our glory is gonna go beyond to infinity. But Esau's glory and everything that he has is all limited.
Esau's Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Thinking he can go to infinity and beyond, but it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. And that's why Esau, their spirit is this man. We gotta just take as much as we can take from people, rob as much as we can rob, and harness as much power as we can, because they're on borrowed time. Everything that they have is limited. Their time is limited. Their finances is limited. Their power is limited.
Their lifespan is limited.
Their lifespan is limited. Like what we just said in Job.
The scripture says, for the devil knowing that he has got a
Short time. And then the driving of the wicked is short. Yeah. So somebody get Job 14. So these devils are losing, man. You can see it. Like when you look at your prime minister, you look at the president of the so-called United States. Man, these people can't even stand up right, man. Boris Johnson can't even end the sentence without fumbling those words. These niggas are losing big time, man.
And Boris Johnson is scared.
Yeah, he looks like he's shooting himself.
Yeah.
But about an hour ago, an article came through, and they was talking about they're putting pressure on him now because his decision he made last year about locking down. Or did he lock it down or didn't lock it down?
They say he didn't lock it down
He did fast enough, right? So they're putting pressure on him now, right? So he's under a lot of pressure now. So you never know what can happen between them in a few weeks' time. You know what I mean? You just don't know.
And then you got his right hand man, Chris Whitney, looking more scared than ever before. Man, these niggas ain't ready, man. These dudes ain't ready.
Yeah. He's a lion.
He's going for Job 14 verse 5. Seeing that his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds that he cannot pass.
The Most High gave him everything that he's given him, but by limitation. Time is limited, his finance is limited, his glory is limited, man. You see, what we're gonna have, there's a difference between us and these devils. And that's why really we shouldn't envy the wicked. Because what they have is all limited. What we're gonna have is unlimited, man. We're gonna have unlimited gold, unlimited silver. Alright? And even since that in people going, let's get the scriptures, man. That's why we gotta get the scriptures out. Like the Most High said for I'm roughly paraphrasing. He said for silver you shall get gold, and for gold you shall get something like that, man.
The gold I will bring.
Well, you got something,
As well, but it's a few verses.
No, you go.
Might as well get it out. There's a few verses.
This is Job 18:5. It says, yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out,
Yeah.
and the spark of his fire shall not shine.
Right.
The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and his candle shall be put out with him.
Yeah, what is it? Because he's the modern day Luciferian right now. He's bearing the light in terms of his knowledge is concerned, because he's on top. So his wisdom understanding is showing forth more. But again, that's on borrowed time. Eventually it's going to come to an end. Eventually Esau's ways and Esau in general is going to come to an end. When we mean by Esau, we're talking about the so-called white man. This end is actually already here. We're in the end. We can't get no more ended than this, can we? It's official. Go on, bro.
Verse 7, it says, the steps of his strength shall be straight,
Even the dog had to chime in on that one. Go on, bro.
and his own counsel shall cast him down.
Even his own counsel shall cast him down, man. What is the counsel? These secretive men. We call them the Illuminati or the shadow government. So they're even having quarrels. They're quarreling among themselves.
Council of the wicked.
Yeah. So if there's a dividency, if there's argumentations going on within their councils, which I bet to believe it is, then how can the system stand? It can't stand. It's not. That's why my man's looking terrified, man. Bojo the clown. He looks like he's scared or something.
He's having them visions that you're talking about, seeing the apparitions.
Well, look, once they've established what they think they're going to establish, what do they need him for? They
Well,
don't need him.
they're going to kick
He
him to the
must know
curb.
that.
Well, he wants to think he's in
Yeah.
amongst them top the league, but he's a fool guy. Yeah.
Just going to kick his ass to the curb.
This is Isaiah 60 and 17. For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood brass, and for stones iron. I will also make thy officers peace, and thine exactors righteousness.
So in other words, we're going to have more gold than what these other nations have ever had. And you got to also be reminded that the earth is going to expand. It says that your dwelling shall increase. I'm roughly paraphrasing. So what does that entail? That entails more riches. That entails more resources that we can have to ourselves or the people. Okay? So man, we're gonna be balling out of control. Like the saying goes, we're gonna be balling, man. We're gonna be balling 1,000 times more than these other nations ever had.
Yeah.
You're gonna see Jake Pop style up here, man, on a whole different level, like you've never seen before. Go on, brother.
There's a bit more in that same verse, chapter that Birami was reading, but on verse
Like
14,
Pop style.
from verse 14, the sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet.
Right.
And they shall call thee the city of Yahweh,
And they're gonna call this the city of God, man.
the
So-
Zion of
so
the Holy
if-
One of Israel.
So like it, brother. So if let's just say if the earth is enlarged, that means there's gonna be a growth of population. There's gonna be more population of people. And guess what? If there's more of these people gathering towards us, serving us, that's gonna make us more richer, man. So we're gonna be rich until count done, like Benjamin said to me, you know?
Yeah, done.
You have to emphasize that too, you know what I'm saying? So hey, that's just how it's gonna go down. That's how it's gonna be. Go on, brother. So these devils, I don't cut you, brother. I'm in the spirit, man. These devils ain't got shit on us, man. They have absolutely nothing. Just because you see these niggas driving in their Rolls Royces and their Bentleys and all of that, driving Lamborghinis, and I'm really talking about the elite because they driving cars like Rolls Royces. You know them big 4-door sedan cars.
Yeah.
They're in them joints. But never mind all of that, man. That ain't shit.
Yeah.
In comparison, we gonna get going, bro.
Right.
And plus, they don't live in like what is it, man? What's the word I could use? They don't live in gorgeous like palaces.
Right.
They just live in like, I'm gonna show you something real quick. This is the palace that, let me see if I can pull it up, man. I tell you what, you brothers try to pull it up.
Oh, you didn't pull it again. Oh, you
No, I want you to show the palace that my man Rothschild is in, man. Yeah, I think his name is Jacob Rothschild. He has a palace that he stays in, and that palace don't even look right. It looks dead.
Right.
There's no brightness to this palace, man.
Yeah, I was in Marble Arch, right, around the side there, near Notting Hill, right? And apparently, a little while back, what's that woman's name? That Madonna. She moved from America. Well, they probably got highs in America as well, but she got highs over in London, right? And they got nice like condos and some of those $1 million homes. Right? And I passed through there from Marble Arch to all the little sides in Notting Hill. And I'm looking at the yards.
That's the one right there. It's on Waterston Road.
And I'm looking at the yards and I'm saying, I won't mind the money, but the houses look
That's what I'm saying.
dead.
It's like the place where
You
they
understand? The
film
houses
Ice
look
White Shot.
ghostly and haunted almost, you might say. Like, you know?
It's like a deep
They don't know how to ball.
Right.
They haven't got that Jake season, man. That season, man.
Yeah, and they don't have that pop. They don't have pop.
They
Like,
just buy things
Yeah.
because it's expensive.
Yeah.
We buy things, we want to show up.
yes.
Yeah.
And if you check something as well, like if Jake puts something on, it brings it pops the clothes out. You know what I'm
It
saying?
looks good on Jake.
It brings the clothes out. But when they wear the clothes, it's nothing there. It looks
We
dead.
wear the clothes, but the clothes wears them.
Yeah.
There's no difference.
Pretty much.
They look off key when they start dressing.
Yeah. And I wanted to show you brothers here.
This is the palace. Was it Waterston Manor?
That's the one that Jacob Rothschild lived in. One of the ones that he owns, pretty much. But if you look at it, it looks like it's got no life to it.
It's dead, yeah.
It looks
Come
dead.
back affection.
There's
come
no
back
life to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
There's all kind of spiritual demons in
Oh,
there.
of course.
Yeah.
Of
It's gone
course.
dim. It's gone dim.
Blood sacrifices, yeah.
The one.
Yeah, I got to appreciate for that. That's why I said I think that might be where Stanley Kubrick filmed Eyes Wide Shut. Because you know when Tom Cruise sneaks into the thing, he
I
says,
gotta check that film out.
yeah, he's going to watch it. It's the truth in plain sight. And they killed his ass after he made it.
Yeah, man. So I mean, like, really, when you really examine what these levels have, like we're doing right now, briefly, these levels don't have anything for us to get jealous about. When you think about it. And I'm not saying that just saying that. Like, I'm saying that for a reason.
I
For a
tell-
genuine reason, because if you actually visualize even just for a little bit what we're gonna get versus what's already here, it's pale in comparisons, man. It's
And
out of this world.
And I always laugh when the end of Pastor Haas says that you could give me, doesn't matter who it is, you could run up on me and give me something like 10 trillion pounds. You do not to be an Edomite, you know.
Yeah. You can tell them to shove it up their ass, man.
Yeah.
And you said that's the beauty of knowing the truth as
Yeah.
well, because we know that this financial system's going to crash.
Yeah.
So if Diesel tries to offer you FRNs,
Thank you.
what are you going to do? Wipe your ass with it?
That's it.
No.
It's pointless. And we might even inherit planets.
Yeah.
Imagine
Oh
that.
in
man,
John
come
14.
on, brother.
Imagine
Come on.
that. Each brother had been the lord over a whole planet. With a whole. No, imagine. The Lord said that He's in many mansions. So He said, and if I go to prepare a place, I will come back. That's the spirit is coming back.
Psalm 84 and 4 says, blessed are they that dwell in the house, let me start again. Blessed are they that dwell in thy house, they will be still praising thee.
Yeah.
Blessed is a man whose strength is in thee, in whose heart are the ways of them.
You want to break that down? You got some more on that. Yeah, so like I was saying, man, like what these levels got, we don't have to get jealous of what these levels got because it's nothing, man. They don't have anything like, hey, this, like you should listen to the scriptures as well. that there's things that the Lord has prepared for the sons of men that they've never heard or seen.
I have not seen.
Right. Well, you got it? Well, let's bring it out. One.
First Corinthians 2:9, it says, but as it is written, I have not seen nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which the Most High have prepared for them that love him.
Exactly, man. So I mean, like we haven't seen the other half. Like right now, one thing, well, man, you still got it going on. Well, it's just like, okay, for an example, let's go back to the 1930s. Now, back in the 1930s, when they had, their cars and their form of technology at the time, people was like worried over the technology they had at the time. But as time progressed, you found out that there was more. It was actually more things to come, which was going to be more advanced later. Times of the 50s, like, okay, let me use a better example now. Okay, in the 1970s, there was no such thing as these phones. No one was walking around with this kind of phones to begin with, right? So we're in the age right now where we're looking at all of this like this is it, but we don't know what's hereafter. We don't know what's forth to come hereafter in terms of the technology and just things in general. We don't know. So we don't know what the Lord is going to bring about to us when the kingdom of heaven is set up. We don't even know what the kingdom of heaven is going to be. It's going to be so beautiful. We can only just visualize it based on our carnal mind that we have. And that's as far as we can go.
I tell you
even
what,
that might not even be enough.
I tell you what's going to happen very soon, though. Isaiah 13:12. I will make a man.
Get the scripture and how does it go? It goes like this. What Paul was saying, the total weight of glory. Oh yeah. Read that.
Sure. Isaiah 13:12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophrah.
And that's going to come. There's going to come a time where the women that you desire to like, they're going to run you down. Now, again, we can only but imagine that because we're in a society that, has boosted these women up so high that they, they feel as though a man should be gravitating to them, which men are doing by the abundance of them. Because, if you're a reasonably good-looking woman, and you set up a dating page or whatever, you're going to see 100+ men trying to get at you. So that's why these women are puffed up, including as well. But the point I'm making is this society is heightening these women's pride up so far to the skies that they just look down on they can look down on any man that they see. But the time is going to come where these same women that have all of this pride, they're going to put that down because they're going to realize that they're just women and that they're going to be in the need of a man. So there's things that we don't see. Just because we don't see it now don't mean it's never going to come to pass. It's always been that way. All throughout history, there's things that there was a time period that we lived in, and we never thought that such a thing was going to happen.
Yeah.
But eventually, it happened out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I say something? Go on, brother. I'm sure none of us in our early lives ever thought we'd be standing here today.
There you go.
Beautiful, dog. Beautiful. Beautiful.
There you go.
That's beautiful.
That's prophecy in itself. You quote for 2 Corinthians. Shall we do? Yeah. 2 Corinthians 4:16. 17. Slakia. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. While we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen.
Right.
For the things which are seen are temporal.
Yes.
For the things which are not seen are eternal.
But the things that we don't see are eternal. And that goes into what we're talking about right now. We don't see the everlasting eternal weight of glory. We don't see that. But just because we don't see that doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to come to pass.
Yep.
It's going to come to pass. It's written to come to pass. So therefore, we're going to be experiencing this in real life, in this physical realm. Because right now, it's happening like this brother said.
That's the spirit. I know what you're going to say.
That Apostle Ha said that when you think about the spiritual realm, don't think that it's up there. It's all around. The realm is all around. So what's going on in the spiritual realm is happening right around us right now. That's why as it says in the scripture, that's why it also says that Be not unaware that you entertain strangers so called.
For many have entertained angels unaware.
There you go, there you go. That's how you say it. Many have entertained angels unaware. Because the angels are looking at us right now.
So like, can I just bring this up quickly, Brother Kushal, just quickly, just one. Revelation 22 and 12. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me,
Wow.
to give every man according as his work shall be.
Exactly. And what are we going to get? We're going to get the kingdom eventually. We're going to get our portion of what we've worked for. But ultimately, all of us in totality, we're going to reap the kingdom. We're going to get the kingdom of heaven. And as it is written, the kingdom of heaven cometh not with observation, lo here, lo there, but the kingdom of heaven dwelleth within you. So if you have the kingdom, you are the kingdom. That's right. The kingdom is right here to stay. Okay? That's why they can't take this now, because the kingdom of heaven is already standing there, but they don't see it.
Yeah.
Go on, man. Yeah, you got something. Yeah, come.
Psalm 84 tells it, for a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness.
So David is speaking in the sense of the kingdom, him actually getting a chance to see a time in the kingdom, a short span of time in the kingdom. And he said it would be better if he was a doorman in the kingdom, showing you how beautiful the kingdom of heaven is going to be, beyond our experience and beyond our carnal comprehension. Man. So Esau don't got shit on the kingdom.
Hey, but the scripture says that we know in part and prophesy in part.
Exactly. So we only, there you go.
You only know in
If I
part.
could add to that point, when I was looking at some of them houses, right, big houses, $1 million, and I used to do window cleaning back in the day, and been in some luxury flats, you know, Amalek, right, and they got nice places like luxury houses and all up in the city and that. But I'm thinking to myself, my little yard there, right? But I've got the truth. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going back
beautiful.
home.
That's
I'm going back
beautiful.
home to my little yard.
That's beautiful.
With the truth. You understand? So, okay, they got their portion on this side. Yeah. Madonna, she got nice $1 million houses, $1 million houses. You know. What's that rich name? Yeah, all these rich people, they got a lot, but they haven't got no substance. They ain't got.
And you got it, brother.
They haven't got.
You got it.
So, you know, that's why David said he'd rather be a doorkeeper. He'd rather be a doorkeeper than to dwell in the tents of wickedness.
Right.
All the big money mansions that these people have got.
That will crumble. That will crumble.
These individuals, they don't got nothing. Trust me. Like these guys, you may look at these guys, you like think to yourself, man, you know, how did these guys get all of this stuff, man? And they don't even deserve to live lives like that. You get no mad because that's what we see. That's what we were born and raised to see. We were raised in this carnal world, and just in the carnalism of everything. We was brought up and raised in it. So that's all our eyes can see. But if you go beyond that, which is why we have the scriptures shows us that the Israelites, and plus you got to think about this too, man. When we rule the earth is going to be clean under our rule.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what the earth is going to look like when we get rulership of it. And you also gotta remember too, can't forget, which all of us have forgotten this, I forgot this too, that the earth is actually under a curse. So just imagine when Yahweh Shah comes back and takes away the curse from the earth and cleanses the earth with the fire, which is coming forth towards the earth. Just imagine that. How the earth is gonna look, man. So this devil ain't got shit. The so-called white man, he can keep all of his shit. He can keep his money, keep his palaces. He can keep it all, man. Because what they got is all shit anyway. It's all trash. It's on, brother. No, he's got the top, yeah.
Psalm 73. It says, truly, Yahweh is good to Israel.
Yes.
Even to such as are of a clean heart.
Yeah, read a little bit longer, brother.
It's like, truly, Yahweh is good to Israel. Even to such as are of a clean heart.
Yeah, and that's us. We're the ones with a clean heart because we repented.
But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you may be thinking to yourself, man, how come these white folks are just living good? These Edomites are living good. inheritors, they done so many wicked things to our people and wickedness in general, and they just looking like they got them scot free. But no, don't get mad. Just remember that the Lord has preserved them for judgment. The Most High has preserved these people for judgment for the wrongs that they've done, and eventually they're gonna have to get a high dose of what the Lord has in store for them. All right, and then they're gonna use everything that they have, that they so-called claim that they have. Go on, brother.
Verse 4 says, there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm.
And what I mean by these doubles, I'm really talking about the elite, to be exact. These regular peon crackers, they ain't got shit. Go on, bro.
There are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men.
Yeah, they don't die of different diseases like the regular own people do. The regular ones among their own people, like cancer and shit like that. 'Cause they eat real food, and they have their own farms where pretty much, if they, like, let's just say they have an oxen, they could just kill the oxen on the land and have a butcher, chop it up a little bit, take the skin off, and give them their meat right there and there. So they don't have to go to these stores and buy food that's ridden with poison chemicals and shit like that. They don't got to do that. They got their vegetation right in front of them in their yard, and then they got their oxen or whatever cattle they got. They could just kill it off their land and chop it up, get their butcher, and they got their meat.
Listen, man, their meat is so tender, they don't have to chew it. They just swallow. They just put it in their mouth and swallow. Right?
Yeah.
But it's so tender. You know what I mean?
That's how they eat anyway.
Yeah.
You ever watch them eat?
The meat smells in their mouth.
Yeah, verse 6 says, therefore, pride compasseth about.
Yes.
So like, let me read that properly. Therefore, pride compasseth them about as a chain. Violence covereth them as a garment.
And the reason why they're so prideful, because they believe, as well as, well, it's not because of what they believe, it's because a lot of these people, that's at the very top, that control and own all of these banks, they haven't worked a day in their life. They were born into money. They were born into fortune ability, right? So they haven't suffered like we've suffered. They haven't suffered like the rest of the world people have suffered. So they're prideful because of that. Okay? And they know that their forefathers and their family members got them financially secure. So the minute they're born, their life is already prepared for them, and they could just live their life and drive the nice fancy cars, drink the best wine they can drink, eat the best food they can eat. Their life is set. So I mean, once you've grown up in that kind of lifestyle, and that's all you've ever seen, of course you're gonna be prideful. Of course you're gonna look down on other people. Like, what's this problem? What's wrong with him? Oh, these people are just maggots. Go on, bro.
Like they're not trading places.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Go on, brother.
In verse 7 it says, their eyes stand out with fatness.
Yeah.
They have more than heart could wish.
Yeah, they got the world, man. Like the song. In his hands, he got the whole world in his hands.
Yeah.
Right? So that's these devils. They got everything right before them, under their foot. You see, but the Lord is going to take everything from them, man. Go on, brother.
It says, verse 8 says, they are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression.
Right.
They speak loftily. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth.
Yeah, but that's that pride. That goes back to Obadiah, what is it, 1, which is chapter 1, where it says, for though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and sit thou amongst the stars, then shall I bring thee down. And also it says that pride hath deceived thee, those that dwellers in the clefts of the rocks.
Yep.
Because again, they've never seen trouble. They've never went through anything. They've never suffered. They've never experienced living a life being at the bottom. They've always experienced living on the high, rolling on that high horse, so to speak. That's all they've ever experienced. So that's why they can easily look down on other people and be like, man, what's these niggas' problem? What's up with them? Or, like, that's the mentality. But like I said, the Lord is going to flip the script, and they're going to lose everything, and pretty much everything that they got is going to be given back to us. Rightfully so, because ultimately, think about it, they stole everything from us anyway. So we're just going to have to get our shit back. Well, Yahweh Shah's going to allow that to happen, that we get our shit back. How about that? Which is an inevitable thing to cannot put away. Prophecy. Go on, brother.
You finish that more?
There's a few more that you can jump in.
Alright, so this is because we've been talking about how it's already happened and we're just watching it play out. This is Numbers, and it says, starting from roughly around, right, Numbers chapter 24, starting from 17. Alright, this is the prophecy. Right, this is the prophecy that was said before, so it's already happened, right? Out of the mouth of Balaam, right? Okay. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel.
Yeah, read that again, brother. I wasn't listening.
Right, Slakia. This is Numbers 24 from 17. I'm reading this because we're talking about how we're just watching this play out, but this is already happening in the spirit, right? I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and shall destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession, Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly.
Yeah, so Yahweh Shah's coming back to proclaim his position by taking down these other nations, and the ultimate nation that we're going to possess. We're going to possess all of these nations, but the ultimate nation we're going to possess is the so-called white man. He's going to be under us, and through him, he's going to build our kingdom back. All right, right along with these other nations, and guess what? We're going to have the world as well as they have the world in their hands. Go on.
Yep. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and he shall destroy him that remaineth of the city.
Right.
And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever.
So that's them so-called, JOOSs, pretty much, the small hats.
Yep. Doubling down on Obadiah.
Right. That's that. So, I mean, when you think about it, it's really, because, like, we say the so-called white men, but we have to be more specific. It's the so-called Jews that run it all. They're the ones that's calling the shots. And they're the ones that's running them up on people's lives, man. So, pretty much, they're going to lose their power, and their lesser of their own kind will also be under our foot as well as they will be under our foot. All right? But we're going to get those guys first, because they're going to be the guys that's going to be hiding in these underground bunkers. And we're going to take them out of their underground bunkers. And we're going to stop changing them motherfucking bastards. And they're going to be slaving for us.
And that's a beautiful, bold statement, brother. Beautiful.
And you know why I can make that bold statement? Because it's already happened in the
Wow,
scriptures.
that's
right.
it, brother. That's it,
It's
brother.
prophecy.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Just a quick one to back you up on Amalek. Exodus 17:16. For he said, because Yahweh have sworn that Yahweh will have war with Amalek from generation to generation.
So we're going to whoop their house, man.
Yep.
Son of the camp, see any evil, man.
That's like with even in this world, Esau, man, when they arrest you, they'll be talking to you, and it's like a spirit comes over them when it's time to take out the cuffs. It's like, I'm gonna arrest you now. You don't have to say anything. Well, it's the same thing, man. It's the exact same fucking thing. When we come out in chariots with Yahweh Shai, man, it's gonna be a case of, well, I'm gonna arrest you now, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's your future.
That's as far as it's going to be, baby. If you can't go anywhere else, you can't escape it. Like the saying goes, you can run, but you can't hide. You can't hide from justice, Esau.
Yep.
All right? You will serve justice.
They believe in confidence.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they do.
Right, this is Zechariah 2 and 8. It says, for thus saith the Lord of hosts, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations which spoiled you. For he that toucheth you
Toucheth the apple of the eye.
Yeah, because we're the Lord's people. They classified us as being black people to put that guise over us so that the world can look at us as such, as people of disdain, people that are incompetent, people that are lesser human beings, so to speak. But what we're finding out through the Holy Spirit is that we're the sons of God. We're not black people. We're not Afro-Americans or Afro-Caribbeans. None of these stupid names that our enemies have given us, that our people hold so dearly and pride. Come on, man. That's what we are. We're the sons of God. We're the Israelites. That's what the Lord chose us to be. Go on, brother.
That's the spirit. That's what we started out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Chosen, yeah.
That's the spirit. Because when you read the Bible and you read about the Israelites, you're reading about yourself. That's what you're reading about, so-called black man. You're reading about yourself. Okay? That's the bottom line. And that's who we are. We're the Israelites then and we're the Israelites now. It's not a doctrine. This is a thing of our nationality. That the so-called JOOS stole from us and claiming it for themselves. Go on, brother.
Verse 9 says, "For behold, I will shake mine hand upon them, and they shall be a spoil to their servants."
And they shall be a spoil to their servants. So the so-called white people, beginning with the so-called JOOS that spoiled us, they're going to be spoiled under us. We're going to be spoiling them. Okay? And they're going to be our spoil. They're going to be our possession. Isaiah 14:1 tells us that they shall oppress them. Excuse me. That they'll oppress us. Let's read it, man, because I'm going to butcher it. Isaiah what? Isaiah 14. This is my favorite scripture. Second in line with Luke 9:62. It says they shall rule over their oppressors, man. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to rule over our oppressors viciously. Go on, brother.
Alright. So Isaiah 14 from verse 1. For Yahweh will have mercy upon Jacob.
And then we're going to go back to this one over here.
And will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Yeah, that's talking about other Israelites. It's going to cleave unto other brothers that know they're Israelites. Go on, brother.
Right. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them, and the land of Yahweh for servants and handmaids.
Right. So all of these other nations, they're going to be our servants and handmaids. Go on.
And they shall take them captives, whose captives they will.
And you know, too, you think about it, I'm going to say what High Priest Ariel said, man. When you look at the so-called white man, he would actually look very good with chains on him. You slap chains on the so-called white people, they would look very good with it, man. They would actually suit it because that's where they belong. They belong in two places. They belong in slavery and they belong under the pits of the earth. That's where they fucking has to belong, man.
That's right. Now, add to that point, when you see these Edomites, right, when they like to get freaky shit, what do? They get into bondage, don't they?
Oh, yes,
so that
they do.
shows that he belongs in that kind of position. Because he loves to be flipping tied up and dominated and have the woman stamp on him and all that kind of freaky shit.
That's his real position in life.
Yeah.
That's his real position.
So that backs up and validates what you're saying.
And they get off on pain too. They like feeding pain.
Yeah.
So they're gonna feel all the pain that they want to feel in the kingdom.
That's the pain in the kingdom. They want that pain.
And it's gonna be pain they can't control either. That's right. Oh, no.
Right. So
It's like it, man, because you're talking about this kingdom ain't all that, right? You can walk up into certain nice Edomite areas and they may look at you funny, they may even tell you to leave. But the fact is, if we really wanted to, you could go there in this kingdom. But let me tell you something, Esau, man. As the elder said, in our kingdom, man, there's two places, the field and the pit, man. That's it. Ain't no Edomite gonna be walking around freely in the kingdom.
That's right. That's it, man. I know that's right, man.
You got two locations, the fucking pit, right, and the field, man. After that, that's it, man.
That's that. Hey, say something, buddy.
I was gonna say, you know what? We're gonna torment them. We can make the pit far from the field, so to get to work, you have to go for a long ass trek.
That's
And
another
if they get their leg, you know, like when they told us to make bricks without slime. Make them do that shit, man.
Well, the scripture says, meditate terrors. I got some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some fucked up shit
It's
now.
only fucking right. It's just put that out there. It's only right. When you think about the wicked shit of them, belongs to us.
Yeah, and I mean, it just makes sense because they're advocates for karma. They know about karma, so I mean, it's reasonable that we talk about this, man, and it's reasonable that we as a people can become racist. It's reasonable.
Oh, man. The Lord said, right, all these curses shall go upon thine enemy.
Yeah.
So their ass is going to go on slave cargo ships.
That's right.
Exactly. And you know what, too? Since you said that, that's in Isaiah 60. Yeah. That's in the what you brothers are talking about. That's in the scriptures. That's in Isaiah 60. You know, so this is what's getting ready to happen, man.
They're going to be shitting on themselves, beating on themselves. They're going to wish they could jump the ship, but they ain't going to jump the ship.
Yeah.
You know?
Because we're going to make sure that they all stay in that ship because they got work to do.
Work.
Like the song, I got work to do. They got work to do.
And the kings are going to be eating well.
Ooh,
They're going to be eating well. They're going to be feeding on their baby mites.
Even our lions, too, are going to be eating well, too.
Yeah, you tell the animals to just cut them up, man.
Yeah.
So Isaiah 60, which verse, and how does it go? So like, because I'm reading through, I don't see.
Well, it's all through it, really. Like,
Should I
I
start
think
from
what you could do is start from verse maybe 12 or so.
Okay, Isaiah 60 and 12, right?
Let me see.
I'll start from 11 because that's a good one. No, 10 is even good. Son of
I was going to say 10.
Okay.
There you go.
Right, Isaiah 60 from verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I have smote thee, but in my favor I have had mercy on thee.
Yes.
Therefore thy gates shall be continually open. They shall not.
Which means what? Our gates going to be continually open, meaning that the nations will continue to bring us tributary.
Continuing city.
You know? There's never going to be a time where Israel is not receiving it.
Wow, man. Come on.
All year round for eternity. We're
Oh,
going to be
come on.
receiving it.
It's in verse
Come on, brother. Come on.
And guess what? That very point proves that the priesthood is not only just Levi, it's going to be all
All the
tribes.
tribes.
Why is that? Because in the law, Levi never possessed the land.
Right.
They lived off the people.
Yes.
So we're going to live off the people.
Yes.
And if we're going to live forever, we're going to have to receive forever.
Right.
So we're the elect are the real priesthood, man.
Yes, we are. And we're what? We're connected with the real Levi, which if you break it down, the word, what is it? The word Levi means join unto me.
Yeah.
So who we join unto? We're joined unto Yahweh Shai,
Wow.
which he's the high priest. He's the high priest. Go on, brother.
Right, Isaiah 60 from verse 8.
Yeah.
Who are these? Let me see. Who are these that fly as a cloud, and as the doves to their windows? Surely the isles shall wait for me.
So it says, surely the isles shall wait for me. In other words, the islands are going to wait. The islands of the nations are going to wait to what? To build up his kingdom. Let's read it.
Well, surely the isles shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish
And the
first.
ships of Tarshish first. So they're going in the slave ships as well.
Yep.
Let's read that again. We're
What?
going to have to rerun that again.
Surely the isles shall wait for me,
God.
and the ships of Tarshish first,
Yep.
to bring my sons from far.
To bring thy sons from afar. So the same way they brought our sons and daughters on slave ships, we're going to be putting them on slave ships as well.
That's right.
All right? Go on, brother.
Their silver and their gold with them unto the name of Yahweh thy God.
So on these ships, they're going to bring resources. Like, for example, when we went on them cargo slave ships, there was no resources. It was just us.
Human resources.
That's all it was. But they're gonna bring themselves. They're gonna be resources brought from one part of the earth to the other side of the earth, right? And they're also gonna bring resources with them. So they're going into slavery, man. Hardcore slavery. That's what you call hardcore slavery for your lives, man.
Yep.
Go on, brother.
They shall bring their sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of Yahweh thy God.
Unto the name of Yahweh thy God. And you know what? When I read this sometimes, right, I think about what happened during the time of Solomon. Because Solomon sent, Hiram and Biff,
Awesome.
right, to Ashur, and brought all of the spices to beautify his kingdom. So this is going to be happening once again in our kingdom.
A year and a half there and a year and a half back.
Yep.
And guess what? As we said earlier, the earth is going to be enlarged. So it's going to
Yes.
take longer for you to get there, man. So your ass is going to be on slave ships for time, man.
Yeah.
Perpetual misery.
Yes. Hardcore, yeah. Because you see how they had us in hardcore slavery. They had us in hardcore slavery for like, what, 200 plus years. And then they've withdrawn us from hardcore slavery. We're going to have them in hardcore slavery for 1,000 years.
In the evening, I work that it was morning.
Yes.
In the morning, I work that it was evening.
Come.
You're going to have the exact same thing, Esau,
Oh,
man.
oh, oh.
You're going to be crying, oh, I wish it was nighttime, man.
You know what? How people, for all that, some still had hope. They still
Yeah, they
had
still
faith.
had hope.
That's fake.
They have they don't have none of it.
Yeah, they're not gonna have no faith.
Who you
Because
gonna pray to when God don't like you, man? Who you gonna pray to? At least we have hope. Come on.
Yeah.
We swing low, swing chariot. What you gonna see, man?
God, you ain't gonna see shit. All you gonna see is a foot up your ass, man, for 1,000 years or so.
You know what they're gonna see? They're gonna see them apparitions again. Because when we're not
Uh-huh.
tormenting them physically, we can send spirits to fuck with them, man.
Or you know what?
It continues. Those bad apparitions continues, and those ill visions that they get, man.
Yeah, because some brothers they ask, oh well, what happens to Satan when in the kingdom then? Because he's not gonna. No, Satan's gonna be employed on the other nations, man.
Yeah.
Namely you, Esau.
Or maybe my harsh margin might change his mind. Believe me, they're gonna be anything's gonna come in. All that's gonna come to their mind, man. They're gonna be hoping for it. They're gonna be clutching at straws, man.
Yeah, that's about it though. Eventually they're gonna have to understand that
Yeah.
there's no escape.
You know what? I was just gonna say, when the time comes when 1,000 years is up, they're probably gonna be like, all right, just take us out. Just take us out. They ain't gonna want to live no more.
And we will take them out.
Yeah, Psalms 149. I'll just get to the point.
Verse 18, innit?
No, this verse 5, 149 and 5. It says, "Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their
And
beds."
who are the saints? The saints is us.
That's right.
You can read that in Psalms 148. Even unto the children of Israel, we're the saints. So these same people that you see walking past us, man, hey man, if they ain't coming from the right genealogy, man, they're going into slavery. They're going to be slaves and laughing and giggling now, but they ain't going to be laughing and giggling when you put a spike and beat up their ass.
Fucking top hat tells.
Yeah, go on, brother.
It says, let the high praises of the Most High be in their mouth and a two-edged sword in their hand
Yeah.
to execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people,
Yeah.
to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron.
Because think about it, right? If you take down the king of every nation, what happens? That nation becomes tributaries. They become your servants. So we're going to enslave the Rothschilds, all of these fortunate family members, right? And they're not going to know what to do about it. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. And they know this. They have visions of this. I'm pretty sure they have visions of this. Go on, brother.
That's why it's written in Revelation, I believe, when it's talking about Yahweh Shai, they said Yahweh Shai, they say on his head was many crowns.
Right.
Because he's already done defeated these kings.
Yeah. And which is symbolic of him taking down these nations. Pretty much. Go on, brother.
Verse 9, it says, to execute upon them the judgment written.
Yeah.
This honor have all his saints.
Praise ye the
ye
Lord.
the Lord.
Yeah, so we're gonna enslave the Oppenheimers, the Rothschilds, all of these fortunate family members that so-called living good, happy good, which is not living good for shit anyway. Because when we raise up ourselves out of the dust, we gonna be living good. We gonna show you what it means to live good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be known, and the world is gonna realize, oh shit, that's them cats. They're the top dons now, you know. But these guys, man, I'm telling you.
It's saying, so like,
Go on, you go.
so it's saying, what's in the Solomon chapter 5, man? It talks about
Mention a righteous man standing
Second
great
great
boldness.
Come. Such and
the
such.
face of such as a victory.
Come.
And it goes, what's it say, who is sometimes in a derision. And you know, they're going to see that, man.
That's
They're going
it.
to see.
Scripture says, what thy eyes shall long for thy children, you know, and you shall not see them. All those curses are going on Esau, man.
Yeah.
All right. When we have, we have babies and children and stuff, right? You know, we have to, by law, we have to go and get them stabbed up. You know, this jab, that jab.
Yeah.
You know, that's all the curses being put on us. The same thing's gonna happen to you, man.
Yeah.
We might just make an Edomite woman as soon as she gives birth, have the midwife kill the baby, man, in front of your eyes, man.
Right.
You know.
It says you should have an assurance of life.
Of your life. Yeah. So they're gonna be. You see how we're living off the edge, working paycheck to paycheck, not knowing that we may have to leave that job, have to go get another job, and we may have to be off work for like a couple of days or weeks or so. That's how they're gonna be living too. Well, really, listen, man, they're gonna be put to work because we're gonna put them to work, man. That's how it's gonna be. But they're gonna be living in a situation, man. Like it's like they may even die. Like they may have it. Like they may live a day or two, and on the third day, they make me thinking on the third day, man, I could die on the third day. Or I could, you know, they're living like it's their last day.
Yeah.
Trying to put it the best foot forward. You know, these biblicals kind of go. You know?
Well, and to the point you made, talking about how you might just tell the midwife to slay the baby. Well, the scriptures say, happy shall they be that take thy little ones and dash their head against a stone.
Yeah. That's in Psalms 137. Someone could pull that out.
Can't. I'm holding Wisdom 5 if you want it. Or do you want Psalms?
We're going to get into that. We'll get into that. Because I wanted to get into that actually way before camp as well.
But that's exactly what's going to happen to you, either man. All the curses that I know is going to be placed on you, man. Another thing, used to make examples out of us, man. You know, if you had a guy that didn't want to listen, you know, there'd be a public hanging, you know, public whipping, all of that stuff. That's coming back, man.
Big way.
In a big way. And we're going to show you how to punish people, man. All right? We're going to show you what it means to get your head chopped off, man. Okay? And guess what? We're going to be gods with it. So we have not only control over your body, you have control over your spirit, man. You can whip you to the point where you should die, but you're still alive, man. So you're feeling pain that your neurons can't even fucking process, man.
That's Wolverine. That's that shit.
Oh, what, the healing?
Yeah. You're just getting fucked up.
Yeah. Can't get.
That's what I want to say about one of my favorite scriptures when they say about they should seek death and will not find it.
Right.
Right.
What about with that century that the book that century they lynched a guy stole something, a 12-year-old youth, Jake stole something, right? Actually he done some work. He was supposed to go to work, but he wasn't getting paid or something like this. Hold on. He was coming from work and he stole something or something like that. But they caught him and they lynched him, right? So the mother was trying to defend him and they got the mother and they lynched the mother too, right? Because she was trying to talk up for her son. So she got lynched, he got lynched, and then she got lynched, and they made her a public example. So I'm thinking, man, suppose we do that to one of their enough mud.
How many times have they dragged Drake? You know, Drake's out of the houses, man. In the middle of the night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, burn the houses down.
Burn the houses.
KKK. Yeah.
That happened a lot in the, I believe it was like the late 50s.
Or
late 60s.
if they wanted one of your daughters, that one got me with someone I heard that. If they wanted your 12-year-old daughter or your wife, right? You had to come out and you had to just let me say what they did, what some of the husbands did, which I don't know how they did it. But I can't perceive me doing it. They might say to their wife or their daughter, you better go out to them because otherwise they're gonna say, oh, you're gonna burn the whole house down.
Yeah.
What I would have done, I would have went out with my guns blazing, man. I know I might die, but there's no way. Huh? I would have died.
Yeah.
I would have died. You ain't taking my. I'll go out guns blazing. Fuck all
Well,
that.
there's that movie, I forget the movie, right? Where the master comes and they're in the field and he calls for the wife.
Right, carries the
Yeah,
wife.
and then the little son goes, because he knows what's going to happen. So he goes, Dad, ain't you going to say something? You know? Or Pops, ain't you going to say something?
Right.
And
And talking about David Banner, right?
yeah, that one. And then he goes, Master. And then the Edomite looked at him and just put a bullet in his head.
You might as well have
No
done it.
way am I letting them take my woman and everything. I'll probably shoot off my kids, shoot off my family, and then shoot myself first, or shoot them off and go out and take some man their life and just be a martyr. Fuck all that giving up. You sitting there and you can tell him to take your daughter, man, or your wife.
Yeah, you couldn't live with that.
That's
Probably that might happen to me. I'm through the spirit. That might happen to me. Because I ain't dying like no fucking coward. No way.
That's good spirit.
yeah, and you know what too? I just got to thinking, man, that these Christians out here. That's why they want us to go back to Christianity, man. I'm talking about vocab Malone because they don't want us talking like this.
Yeah.
They don't want us using the Bible talking about the wrongs that they did. They don't want to hear that from the bunch of so-called black people. No, man, that's not the deal. We want y'all to be pacified, and so that we can give a doctrine that conveys the so-called white people, including such as Christianity, that we can let bygones be bygones and Christ died for all of our sins. That's not the reality of the matter, man. The reality of the matter is that you're going to pay for what you've done, Esau. You will have to pay for the crimes that you've committed against the people of the Heavenly Father. That's what you're going to have to do. Okay? And I'm not just speaking in the camera. I'm speaking out here in this cosmos here. All of these so-called white people, these Edomites to be exact, they're going to pay for the crimes that they've committed against humanity, man. Especially the humanity that concerns the people of the Lord, which were the real human beings, by the way. Because the word human being, the word hue means color, and the word man is man. All right?
That's what they're running around saying now. Why we shouldn't have to pay for what our ancestors done. Because they're scared of that retribution.
Absolutely.
Righteous.
Yeah.
And fuck them Hamites as well, man, because you had us in slavery, man. You ain't getting, after Esau, you're probably the next nation to get fucked up the worst, man.
And also Ishmael, we can't.
Man.
He gotta come in the mix, brother.
Moab as well. They're
All of them. But see, because we tend to focus on Esau because he's the worst, you other nations think you just don't get a pass. Nah, man, you're gonna get fucked up in the kingdom as well, man. Okay? The scriptures speak about it. It says that after, because at first you ain't gonna like the kingdom, but then after you see that the kingdom actually works, he said that you go, we'll say, let us go up to the house of the Lord and learn of his ways, man, unto Zion. So you, but them Hamites, man, because you can't forget about ancient history, man.
No, we can't.
Man, they messed us up, man. Giving us these tasks that is impossible to do, make bricks without straw,
Slaying our sons.
you know. They gonna get it, man. And that's the thing, even on this side, when you check it, Hamites know that we're different, man.
They
Hamites, they actually know that, we don't like those.
Yeah. And you can feel it sometimes.
Yeah.
As well.
The attention.
When
They
you're
think
around
they
them.
think they're better than, well, like everybody else.
Yeah.
They think they're better.
Jamos, they call us Jamos.
Yeah.
I think it means Jamaican, you know.
Yeah,
They class all the small island people, they call them Jamaican. You know, they're all Jamaican. Jamos, you know, uneducated mother, you know, they don't, you know.
Yeah, they're gonna get it too. Every nation is gonna get it. Because remember, we have to go back to the Ecclesiastes 3 verse 14. Let's go and read that again. Because at the end of the day, man, the Most High did not do away with the past.
The Most High required that which is past.
Exactly. So that's what we're gonna read right now. We're gonna kill all of this noise about you gotta forgive and forget. Fuck them. Fuck all that.
Well,
They didn't forgive. They didn't forgive 9/11. They didn't forgive, especially them so-called, what is it? J double OSs. They didn't forget about what Hitler did, right? Hitler really, technically, you really analyze the history, they really do nothing, man, to them people. But they'll still, remember that part of history.
It keeps them invincible.
Right. So if they can always remember that, and also these regular peons can remember 9/11 and all of that other shit, then shit, we can remember slavery, man.
That's right.
We can remember slavery. We're gonna continue to remember slavery because yet this very day we're in slavery by the behest of the main transatlantic slave trade. So we're gonna keep our minds on the transatlantic slave trade, and we're gonna tell you devils that you are going to pay for what you have done to our people.
Let bygones be bygones,
Right.
eh?
That's what they like to say, that bygones be bygones.
And in the
Bygones will be bygones, and we'll kick you straight up the fucking ass.
That's right. And in the kingdom, right, guess what? In the kingdom, man, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new high holiday day when you Edomites get exterminated, man.
Yeah.
Every single year we go celebrate the time you went out, man.
yeah.
There may be a high holy day to that.
Can't.
Hey, never know.
If I may add to that, right? They all want to talk about, you need to forgive and forget, and an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. No, it doesn't. The scriptures say, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, wound for wound, stripe for stripe, right? That's how you're supposed to deal with matters, and you're supposed to do it in a way that the offender
Absolutely.
suffers the recompense for what he has done.
Yes.
So the whole reason why this whole earth is out of whack is because there's no justice. So you got this negative, all this wickedness has been done, but it hasn't been recompensed. So the earth is off key. But once the recompense comes, that's when everything's going to be set right, and people are going to start to think right, because like, as I said, people here are bugged out. They're crazy, man. Like, you got grown ass people who can't even say what a biological man is. They're walking up to people and say, "Oh, I can't say sir or miss. I have to say this person." Like, come on, man. You're grown fucking ass people, and you're acting like you're stupid, right? Because it's this whole bugged out vibration.
Bugged out. Even in the workplace, when you're sending emails now, you know, like you have your signature, you have to add he. I want to be addressed as he or him or she or her. What the fuck, man? You should be able to tell by my name if I'm a man or a woman, man. You know, but you have to put it in there now that I want to be addressed as he or him, she or they. What kind of nonsense is that, man? Exactly. You know, but as just to build off what Caleb was saying, right, is that eye for eye, as they say in America, and that's today's mathematics, man. All right, because the word mathematics comes from the Hebrew word amath, which means the truth. Okay, and it's in maths, minus and a minus equals positive.
That's
right. All right. So yes, we're why that's all negative talk. I mean, that's the past. Yes, we're gonna bring up negativity, man, because through that minus we're gonna get positivity.
Brother, hold your thought though. But when you look at this whole entire environment, this society in itself, it thrives over negativity. So what are you talking about, man? People, man, come on, man. Like, people are sick out here. Like, every store that you walk past, you better believe, man, that they got issues. Every person you walk past has an issue of such. Right. Everybody's under a negative vibration. So what are you talking about with being negative? The reality that we're experiencing is negative, man. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
This place is at all time low.
Yeah. This is remember the statue of Nebuchadnezzar. Remember, this is the feet, the lowest part.
Right. The 10 toes.
Right. So
and the reason it's not working is because it's mixed with what? Iron and miry clay. Those are chemicals that don't gel together.
Right.
That's why the vibration is all fucked up, man. Because whatever's this place is consisted of is just not working, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Like it says, like the Lord said, you could put a perverse spirit in the midst of Egypt to cause him to hurt. Go on, brother.
You called for Ecclesiastes 3:15 once more.
Yes.
That which have been is now, and that which have let me start again. That which have been is now, and that which is to be have already been.
Right.
And the Most High requires that which is past.
Yeah, so the Most High is going to, like I said, I'm not saying he's going to. He's already taken into account all of the things that Esau has done. Man. Like even when he said erase it, somebody get that last precept and go close out.
Yeah.
Oh, you got that. Everything that Esau has done to us in the past, the Most High has already taken account of it. So in due time, they have to pay for what they have done. They have to play out their judgment due to the crimes that they have committed. Just like when you go to court, and you know what too? When you look at the earth, right? The earth is the court, and we're the judges in it, opening up the books, telling these devils, more in particular, because yeah, we could talk about the other nations, and the other nations is doing wrong. But being that Esau's in power in the last end, we're opening up the books against him. All right? Go on, let's read this. Yes.
Yeah.
This is Psalms 137, start from 7. It says, "Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom,
Right.
in the day of Jerusalem.
So let's read that again, one more time.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom, in the day of Jerusalem,
So David is telling the Yahweh to remember the children of Edom. Go on.
who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof."
Yeah, meaning because they were cheering on our downfall when the Babylonians came to pursue our city. Put an end to it. Go on.
"O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us.
Yeah.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones."
And that's what's written. So if it's written, it's gonna come to life. It's gonna come in this physicality, this reality. Esau is going to get, I'm telling you, man, this life, well, he ain't gonna live life. He's gonna experience death, man, all around.
Yeah.
Death is gonna be all around him, man. And I just want to finish it off with one more scripture that this brother was quoting, Deuteronomy 30, verse 7. Because this is what we're coming into, brothers. We're coming into the times of our blessings, and we're coming into the times we're transitioning towards seeing the curse of our enemy, the cursing of the so-called white man, the Edomites. Go on, brother.
Deuteronomy 30 and 7, it says, "And the Lord thy power will put all these curses upon thine enemies,
Right.
and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee.
Right.
And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord,
Yeah.
and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day."
So all of the curses that we've suffered, the so-called white people and all these other nations, including, they're going to be under them same curses. But Esau's going to get the curses 1,000 times more greater.
That's right. So in layman's terms, Esau, you're fucked.
Pretty much, man.
Yeah, you are done out here. So,
And the Spirit told me to get one more precept, and we're going to be officially through out here. I want you to get, I think it's in Luke 16, the poor man and the rich, what is it? Yeah. we're going to close it off on this one right here. Is we're not speaking in the sense of imagination. We're speaking in the sense of reality. This is what's getting ready to happen on this earth. Go on, brother.
Right. So Luke 16 from 19. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen and fed sumptuously every day.
Which this is talking about Esau right now. Go on.
And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus,
Which we are the beggars right now.
Yeah.
which was laid at his gate full of sores, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and they licked his sores.
Right, that's these other nations, because they became rich over us, pretty much with their shops, setting up stores in our communities. Like you got these Elamites setting up these different shops, and these Moabites, these Koreans, and all of that stuff. So they pretty much made our situation a little bit more worse. Okay, than it already is. Go on, brother. Like that's even goes into the curses in Deuteronomy 28, where it says that the nations round about you shall get above the very high. You shall come down very low. Go on.
And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell he lifted up his eyes, being in torments, and seeth Abraham afar off and Lazarus in his bosom.
Yeah, because the reason why Abraham is mentioned it, because in Matthew, I think it's in Matthew, it's somewhere in Matthew where he talks about how we're going to see Abraham in the kingdom of heaven and his brother is Jacob, I believe, right? So that's why he's mentioned in there. But really, this is referring to the estate of us versus the estate of the so-called white people, right? Go on, brother.
Right, and he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me. Send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue.
To lighten the hell a little bit.
For I am tormented in this flame.
In other words, it's going to be like walking on eggshells, man. With us. When we're ruling over them, it's going to seem like they could die any given moment, or they could be tortured in every given moment. Because we're going to have our way with these devils. We're going to put them in hell, man. All kind of hell. We're going to put them in all kind of hell. Right? Because it's really because vengeance is burning in our hearts, which is really the spirit of Yahweh Shah. That's in the book of Ezekiel 25. Right? So when you read that, Yahweh, what did it say in Ezekiel 25? It says that the Lord is going to put his spirit upon us to come up against Edom.
Yep.
So the reason why we're feeling so vengeful right now towards these devils, because it's really Yahweh Shah. Going, brother.
Right. And he said, but Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things. But now he is comforted, and thou art tormented.
And you also got to remember too, Abraham became the father of many sons. His name was changed from Abram to Abraham, which is Abraham, which represents being the father of many. And the Yom makes it plural. Go on, brother. Abba means father, and the word Yom makes it plural. So he became the father of many. Go on.
And beside all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed.
Yes. Just like down here in the UK, right? You have bridges that separate from South London to West London, right? And when you go to South London, that's where the bulk of our people are at. The lower class citizens, and then you go to West London, that's where the high class citizens live in. So there's different estates that Jacob and Esau are living on the earth right now. But there's going to be a great gulf fix to where there's not going to be no bridge. And I'm metaphorically speaking, because they're going to remain dirt poor, and we're going to remain rich, all right, for everlasting, eternity.
They ain't going to be able to cross that gulf.
Exactly. Because if they do cross that gulf, man, I'm telling you, they're gonna wind up in the spiritual realm, brother.
Right. And beside all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed.
Yes.
So that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to us.
Right.
That would come from thence.
Right, that's all we need on that.
Yep.
So with that, we want to give all of the praises and the glory to the Most High and the Son.
Yahweh, Bashan, Yahushai, Bashan, Rakakodash.
Shalom.
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 Kwam Yasharallah.
Each and every time we keep coming out and doing this, so it's moving faster towards his end.